Well, good morning everybody. Welcome to the Fisher County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester for the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy game between the Loughborough Lightning and Central Sparks. Beautiful day here in Leicester, I'm pleased to say. Every prospect of a full day's play in this 50 over competition. My name is Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Sport. The two umpires heading out into the middle, Paul Pollard and Melinda Underdown. And the Central Sparks are heading out to join them. They won the toss and have chosen to bowl first. They've put Lightning in on a new pitch here at the Fisher County Ground. It's cut to the western side of this huge square. The pitches over on that side of the ground, talking from experience, tend to be a little bit quicker than those in the middle or to the east side of the ground, but it isn't one of those that have been recently relayed. Those pitches have had a lot of extra pace, but this one isn't one of those, so it just might take the batters a little bit of time to get used to the pace or lack thereof in the pitch. The two Lightning batters are out there now. They are Sarah Bryce, of course, and Bethan Ellis. Bryce has been in pretty spectacular form in this competition, and a lot will be on her shoulders if the Lightning are to pose a challenging score for the Sparks. The Sparks second in the group. Lightning have struggled a little bit, some close finishes, but they haven't managed to get across the line as often as they would like. But they did beat Sparks last time out. So, we are about to start. Elizabeth Russell is going to open the bowling for Central Sparks from the Bennett end, and she's going to be bowling to Sarah Bryce. Got a slip in. The two fielders out are at long leg and third man. Russell is in and bowls. Bryce looking to cut the ball away off the front foot, plays and misses the first delivery. No great movement, but a little uncertain, a little tentative from Sarah Bryce. 52 scores of 52, 57, 51, 75 and 24 so far this season. Another half century would do Lightning well. In goes Ellis and bowls. I beg your pardon. In goes Russell and bowls outside off stump. Bryce lets it go through. Wicketkeeper Gwennon Davis. I've got the slip in. Anisha Patel standing quite wide. About 1.5 slips. In goes Russell and bowls, and again driving and missing. Bryce looking a little uncertain this morning. A little bit of a way swing there, bit of a way movement, not quite behind the bowler's arm or the batter. I'm at a fine leg sort of position. But the match is being streamed, of course. And excellent pictures made available through the stream. In goes the bowler, turned out into the leg side, and Lightning are up and running. Going to pick up two on that occasion. Bryce just pushed it through mid-wicket. It was a straighter delivery from Russell. Didn't move. Bryce just pushed it calmly away through mid-wicket. Russell turns, down the slope she comes, bowls, and again looking to drive, and late on the shot. Bryce goes through to wicketkeeper Davis. 3 times in this over, she's played and missed. A little bit of fortune early on then for Sarah Bryce. Number 8 on her back. Bat raised very high as Russell is in and bowls full and reaching for it. Thick outside edge along the ground down towards third man, coming in from in front of the meet. And a Baker, the fielder, on the boundary. Picked it up around about 15 yards inside the ropes, got it away to Davis. Single taken. Bryce will also keep the strike, giving Bethan Ellis a good chance to have a look at the bowling from both ends before having to face. 3 without loss then, after 1 over. Lightning up and running. Sparks in their predominantly black kit with orange and yellow shirts, front shirts, the front part that is, like a sort of sunset, something like the sunset we had here at Fisher County Ground last night when Leicestershire finished their season at home. Finished it in the best possible way by beating local rivals Nottinghamshire in the T20 competition. Arlott is in from the pavilion end, cut away by Bryce down towards wide third man, maybe 4. Good piece of work down there on the third man boundary, running from wide, has saved a couple of runs. That was a nice clean cut away from Sarah Bryce, best shot she's played so far. Emily Arlott just gave her a little bit of room outside off stump, but good work down there at third man to save a couple of runs. Bryce, who has faced all the deliveries so far, is now on 5. In goes Arlott and bowls outside off stump. Nice carry through to Davis behind the stumps. Bryce allows it to go through. The purple colours that one has come to associate with Loughborough. Shocking pink pads and helmet. Arlott turns. Up the slope she goes and bowls. Just drags a length back. Good delivery on off stump. Bryce getting forward, can only defend. Pushes it out into the covers. And there's no run. Arlott just pulls her sleeves up as she walks back to her mark. She'll be finding, I don't know if she's played at the Fisher County Ground before, but there is a marked slope running up from the pavilion end to the pitch. I'm sure she'll have had a go or two beforehand. Bowls full, thick outside edge again from Bryce, going down towards fine third man. Again, good work down there to save 2 runs on the boundary in the far distance in front of the Turner Indoor Centre. Good fielding from Central Sparks at the moment. Good noise as well, good chatter, encouragement for Arlott and the fielders. Baker claps her hands at mid-on. Umpire Pollard is standing at the pavilion end as in goes Arlott and bowls, and Bryce calmly, again off the front foot, pushes it out into the offside. Not a big stride, playing the ball off the pitch. Movement isn't pronounced at the moment. It's quite windy this morning. It's a lot cooler than it was yesterday. It was a really lovely warm day yesterday. In goes Arlott to finish her over. Bowls, a good length delivery, brings Bryce forward. Pushes it out into the offside, into the covers again from the off stump. End of the over. 4 runs from it. 7 without loss, Lightning after 2 overs then. All 7 runs to Sarah Bryce, who's faced every delivery bowled so far. Bethan Ellis is finally going to get her chance to face the bowling from Elizabeth Russell. Takes guard from umpire under down. Good first over from Elizabeth Russell beat the bat 3 times. Bethan Ellis looks around. 1 good innings in the competition so far. Ball toss from Elizabeth Russell, but can't take full advantage on that occasion. Bethan Ellis for first ball. Couldn't crack it away. Played it firmly, but only as far as mid-off. Made a comfortable stop, moving to her right. No run. In comes Russell and bowls, goes for the drive and misses. So again, Russell beating the bat, this time of Bethan Ellis. Ellis's innings in this competition, 1-6-21, but then 62 in the win over Sparks by 6 runs, so she'll take confidence from that. She's made runs against this attack before in this competition. In goes Russell and bowls. Looking to drive is Ellis, getting on the front foot. A foolish delivery. Can only play it out into the covers. Picked up there by Eve Jones. There's no run. Solitary plane drones overhead. Leicester Aerodrome, not too far from here. In goes Russell, and again looking to play it out into the offside is Ellis. Picks out Jones, who makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Doesn't bother doing so, seeing that Bryce had really gone nowhere. 7 without loss remains the score. 4 dot balls to start this second over. From Elizabeth Russell, who turns, leans forward, gets into her run, bowls, again full, floats it down a little bit. Might have been the slightly slower delivery, and rather jammed out into the offside by Bethan Ellis. Picked up by Marie Kelly coming in from cover. A lot of the Sparks wearing sunglasses. It is a very bright day. In goes Russell and bowls. Better connection on that occasion from Ellis, but same result, pushed out into the offside, picked up by Evelyn Jones, and a maiden for Elizabeth Russell, who has started well. Only beat the bat once in that over, but 4 times in her first 2 overs. She's swung one past the outside edge. The opening bats. No joy as yet, however, in terms of taking the edge. She comes down to mid-off. Emily Arlott, 22. Was with the England Academy. Here we go, Arlo. In goes Emily Arlott and bowls. Good delivery, a little bit of extra bounce on that occasion, outside off stump. And again, Bryce is playing and missing. So nothing shot. Just poking at the ball as it went past outside off stump. But she's obviously taller, Arlott, than Elizabeth Russell, getting that little bit more bounce. You sometimes do from this pavilion end here at the Fisher County ground. Arlott in again, a fuller delivery, drawing Bryce into the push, beating the outside edge. Again, living dangerously at the moment, Sarah Bryce. But so far, getting away with it. Arlott, a tall bowler, finding a good line at the moment, getting into a good rhythm. In she goes and bowls, and forward, half forward goes Sarah Bryce, guiding it down towards third man, picking up the single. 8 to her, all 8 runs that the Lightning have scored so far. Ellis takes guard from umpire Pollard. Again, Arlott turns the sleeves up, pushes her sleeves up, her right sleeve. Russell has a word from mid-off. turns. And she goes and bowls. Nice shot from Ellis to get off the mark. Just turned down to third man again, using a little bit of extra pace and bounce. Bethan Ellis will feel a lot better for that. She has her first run on the board. Lightning on 2-9. Match is underway pretty much everywhere else in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Go through the scores. Between overs, Arlott in again to Sarah Bryce on off stump. Good line and half forward is Bryce with an angled bat, pushing it out towards backward point on this occasion. More or less straight to the fielder, so again there's no run. Must win game for Central Sparks. In this special edition competition, 50 over competition, 8 newly formed regions. Arlott is in again, a lovely delivery that beats Bryce, all ends up just outside off stump. A little bit of movement, a little bit of pace through to Davis behind the stumps, but again not taking the edge. So good opening spells so far from the Sparks pace bowlers. Elizabeth Russell, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 3. Emily Arlott, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 6. She's the quicker of the 2 bowlers though, and has probably bowled slightly better line. But Lightning have got through the first 4 overs, 9 without loss they are. Bethan Ellis on strike though, to Elizabeth Russell coming down the slope, bowls, straight delivery, turning her wrists on it, pushing it out towards mid-on that occasion. In from mid-on comes Chloe Hill with her Sparks cap on. Again, good chatter. From the Sparks fielders. In comes Russell. Bowls. Fuller, again driven firmly. She's going to go for the run. She's going to be run out on that occasion. Wonderful work. Oh, not given. Not given? Goodness me. Well, the throw came in, hit middle stump, and, well, I'm not in as good position as the umpire, but goodness me. That's a generous decision, it seems to me, from Melinda Underdown. I'd love to see that one again. Let's have a look, see. Oof. May just have got away with one on that occasion, Bethan Ellis. In comes Russell. Bowls to Sarah Bryce. Good delivery, straight delivery, half forward, thick outside edge along the ground towards backward point. And there's no run. Ellis has 2. Bryce has 8. I think it was Emily Arlott's throw that took out middle stump. It was a really nice throw from wide mid-off. She took the ball on the bounce, I think second bounce. In goes Russell and bowls a full toss and clipped firmly, but only as far as mid-on by Sarah Bryce. Missed out a little bit there. There's a certain amount of disbelief on the part of the Sparks fielders when that appeal was not answered in the affirmative. Russell is in and bowling. Bryce is looking to push firmly, thick outside edge along the ground, all the way towards backward point. Distinctive hairstyle of Claire Boycott there. She hasn't got a cap on, and her hair is very, very fair, almost white in the sunshine, short as well. Russell to finish the over is in and bowls again very full. Waiting for it is Bryce, digging it out, playing it out to mid-off where it's picked up by Arlott, who will keep hold of it presumably, because I'm sure she will continue from the pavilion end. umpire under down, perhaps explaining why that wasn't out, presumably because she thought that Ellis had made her ground. Goodness me, it was a tight one. End of the over anyway. 5 overs bowled. Lightning 10 without loss in the power play. So it's a slow start for them, but it's been good bowling. 3 overs for 4 runs for Elizabeth Russell. Emily Arlott 2 overs for 6 runs. Arlott is in. Bowls to Ellis, line and length on off stump. Ellis forward, solidly pushing it out into the covers. Marie Kelly picks up, throws in down wicket-keeper Davis, and there's no run. Sparks occupying one of the hospitality suites in the Turner Indoor Centre here at the Fisher County Ground. In goes Arlott and bowls, slightly shorter of a length this time, and having to get up on her toes. Ellis again plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. Under the COVID regulations, the teams have been separated all season here at the Fisher County Ground. The opposing teams, Leicestershire, have occupied the top floor of the meet, essentially. Those who know the Fisher County Ground, the meet is a very distinctive, if not particularly attractive building that runs along the west side of the ground. It's usually a very popular bar, and in goes Arlott and bowls again, just probably slightly short of the perfect length, and played solidly out into the offside again by Ellis, but again a dot ball. It houses some of the offices of the club, of the Leicestershire club, as well as the physio's room. The cafe and bar on the top floor, though, has been given over during the pandemic to the home side. In goes Arlott and bowls full, going for the drive outside off stump, and misses it by a margin. Bethan Ellis is tempted into the drive, starting to feel the pressure, these two Lightning openers. They're being tied down at the moment. 10 without loss after 5.4 overs. 4 dot balls from Emily Arlott. Good stuff from her. In and bowl. Straighter this time. Pushed back down the pitch past her. Mid-on moves around to her left to field. Anna Baker, that is. Arlott did dive across to her right, couldn't get a hand on it, but in so doing she ensured that Ellis had to hesitate, and then there was no chance of completing a single. It would have been a very risky one anyway. Applause from mid-on. Baker. Arlott is in again. Bowls full, driven again, but only as far as extra cover on this occasion, where Eve Jones is the fielder. So a maiden from Emily Arlott, and a good one as well. I think she's still probably thinking about that run out. 6 overs, 2 of which have been maidens, 1 maiden each from Elizabeth Russell and Emily Arlott. But it's been really good stuff from the Sparks opening bowlers, as a consequence of which, as they go off to sanitise their hands every 6 overs, of course. Lightning are just 10 without loss. 6 overs of the power play as well, with only 2 fielders out. Out comes a drink for the batters, Bryce and Ellis. They had a long conversation out there. Bethan Ellis has faced 15 deliveries for her 2 singles. Sarah Bryce 21 for her 8 runs. They're being given nothing from which to score by Central Sparks at the moment. The bowlers have control of the scoreboard. Lightning under pressure. Bryce will be on strike for the next over from Elizabeth Russell. Still got the slip in, and why wouldn't they? In goes Russell and bowls a full toss, and that is hit away through mid-wicket for 4. Well, that was a gift, the first really. Elizabeth Russell got that horribly wrong. Perfect to be clipped away or hit away through the leg side. Leg side full toss round about knee high, maybe a little bit higher when it got to Sarah Bryce, and an element of relief about the shot as she hit it away through mid-wicket. 4-4. That lifts the pressure a little bit on the Lightning openers, and Bryce is into double figures now. And this run of scores she's had in this competition, she has yet to fail to get into double figures. Indeed, her lowest score is 24. Otherwise, 4 half-centuries plus. In goes Russell, and it's tucked away towards mid-wicket, and a single is taken reasonably comfortably in the end. Throw did come in towards the stumps at the non-striker's end, and good backing up by Arlott ensured there weren't any overthrows as a consequence. 5 from the first 2 balls of the over. Russell is in and bowling, going for the drive, thick outside edge, just past slip, running down towards fine third man who can't get there. Thought she was favourite to get there, but couldn't quite get a hand down in time. So another 4 is taken. Hannah Baker disappointed with herself at not stopping that one. It was just wide of second slip. It wasn't a chance. It wasn't, I don't think, on the full as it went past slip Anisha Patel, but it was a false shot. But Ellis picks up her first boundary. She moves on to 6 and 9 from the first 3 balls of the over. Almost doubled their score in the space of 3 balls, Lightning. Russell in again, bowls, comes back and looking to cut it away. It was a little bit too close to her to do that, Bethan Ellis, and it bounced over the top of her bat, taken on the half volley, I think, or not taken properly, in fact, by wicketkeeper Gwennon Davis. Just bounced up and hit the 26-year-old in the stomach, I think. In goes Russell and bowls a little bit of a half volley, and Arlott, who's been fielding extremely well, dives over that somehow. She beats the ground in frustration, but that is another boundary. It is a very, very quick outfield here at the Fisher County ground, and if you beat the infield, then the odds are it's going to run away for 4, and that one did as well. So the third boundary in the over, and having kept it so tight off the first 6, 10 without loss after 6 has suddenly become 23 without loss, and we're not at the end of the 7th over. 13 from it so far. Russell is in again, a little bit straighter, and Ellis went back and tucked it away towards mid-wicket. The delivery where it's picked up by the fielder running in. Dot ball to finish the over, one of only 2 dot balls in the over. As I say, 13 from it from Elizabeth Russell, and Lightning will feel rather better about the way things are going now. 10 without loss after 6 has become 23 without loss after 7. Sarah Bryce has 13, Bethan Ellis has 10, and Elizabeth Russell, having conceded just 4 from her first 3 overs, has conceded 17 now from 4. Emily Arlott will continue from the pavilion end. In she goes, past umpire Pollard, and bowls. Lovely line, good length as well. Leaning forward rather than stepping forward. Sarah Bryce plays it back down the pitch on the offside. Polishing being done at mid-off by Elizabeth Russell. Arlo, definitely Emily Arlott's nickname, judging by the the shouts out there. In she goes and bowls, and foolish delivery on off stump, just stroked out into the offside by Sarah Bryce. Russell picks up at mid-off, and there's no run. No great stride from Bryce, the opening bat. Waiting for the ball to come to her. Arlott is in and bowls, cuts, and going to pick up 4 runs. It was in the air as it went past first slip. Hands on head out there. Though it would have been a super catch by Anisha Patel, and she did fling out her right hand, tried to dive away to her right. It went past around about chest height, about 3 to 4 feet to her right. It was a false shot from Sarah Bryce, but she got enough on it, and it just ran away up the slope towards the Turner Indoor Centre and crossed the ropes underneath the press box here at the Fisher County ground. So the boundaries coming thick and fast now. In goes Arlott, just drifting that one onto middle and leg, pushed off the pads by Bryce out towards mid-wicket, but with no force, so no run. Picked up at mid-wicket. Score has moved on to 27, Bryce on to 17 off 27. Arlott puffing a bit as she turns at the end of her run, and in she comes and bowls. Full, nice looking drive, but good work at point. Means that it is only going to be just a single. Didn't get through that time. Boycott went down on her knees, picked up and threw from her knees to the non-striker's end, but Bryce had comfortably made her ground. She moves on to 18, 28 without loss. Arlott tosses the ball from hand to hand, comes in to finish her 4th over. In she goes and bowls, and driven in the air through the gully. This time gully area. Fairly safe shot from Bethan Ellis. There is no gully. Ran down to third man. Single taken. Both the Lightning batters now beginning to play with a couple of degrees more confidence. It was a tentative start, 10 off the first 6, but now 29 without loss off 8, so 19 off the last 2 overs, and Lightning will feel they now have some momentum in their innings. 2 overs left in the first power play. The rest of the Lightning team and staff sitting in the orange seats just outside the meters. In comes Elizabeth Russell and bowls to Bethan Ellis, pushed out towards mid-on. Picked up by Chloe Hill. Thrown to Arlott, who's at mid-off to do a bit of polishing. Russell down the slope, in, bowls on off stump and pushed out into the offside. Foot movement that time from Bethan Ellis. Up on her toes, steering it out towards cover. Straight to cover, and there's no run. Russell turns and is in and bowling and driven through the offside for 4. It was a bit of a half volley from Liz Russell. Ellis waited for it. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Made sure she got it between cover and extra cover. As I say, once you do that, you can be pretty sure it's going to run away for 4, and it did. Nice shot from Bethan Ellis, who moves on to 15 off 23 balls. Lightning onto 33 now without loss. Lost a bit of control. The 2 Sparks opening bowlers. Arlott applauds in encouragement for Liz Russell as she comes down the slope. Bowls, straight delivery, a nice solid forward defensive on that occasion from Ellis, who's really got her feet moving now, getting in good positions. A nice sound of a ball off the middle of the bat, mellow sound. Floodlights on the east side of the ground, casting long shadows. The trees on that side of the ground are beginning to turn yellow now, as you'd expect. In goes Russell and bowls, and that one is driven away, but only as far. From Wong. Banged it in. And got the rewards. Markedly quicker than either of the two opening bowlers so far. Wong is in, and bowls fuller this time. Pushed firmly out towards mid-off. Emily Arlott picks up. No run. 95 on Izzy Wong's back. As she walks back up towards the Turner indoor centre. Not a long run for a bowler of her pace. Looks to be about 15 to 18 paces. Doesn't need to be any more than that. That little shuffly dance and then down the slope. In she comes and bowls short, pulled over mid-wicket. Didn't get all of it, Bethan Ellis, but she got plenty of it, chasing back from mid-on. The fielder just pulls it up, well, good 3 or 4 yards inside the ropes in the end and gets a throwaway. Bethan Ellis picks up 3. She took on the short ball there and got plenty of it. A little bit late as Chloe Hill, the fielder, chased back. Could be a good battle here between these lightning openers and Izzy Wong, who isn't afraid to bang it in. And there is a little bit there for her from this pitch. In she goes. Bowls to Bryce, who whips it away off, not quite her hip. Didn't quite get up as far as that, but it was leg side enough for her to clip it away through square leg. Russell is out there on the deep square boundary, so Bryce, who looked comfortable, perhaps a touch more comfortable against the pace than Ellis in that respect, picks up 1 and keeps the strike. 43 without loss after 11. Sarah Bryce has 23. Bethan Ellis has 20. Overs bowled. Pitch looking pretty good now. What will Lightning consider a good score? Arlott's going to continue from the pavilion end. In she goes and bowls to Bryce, who cuts it hard straight through point, who got both hands to it but wasn't able to stop it. It bounces out towards the point boundary, followed it by the fielder, and Boycott has both hands on her hips at the moment, cross with herself at not managing to make a clean piece of fielding. Bryce picks up 3 as a consequence. It was a long chase back for Marie Kelly. Looked to hurt her shoulder a bit as she put in the throw there. In goes Arlott and bowls full but on off stump and leaning forward. Ellis with that very solid forward defensive, plays it back past the bowler, rolls out towards mid-off where Russell is the fielder. Just looking at Kelly, see if she rotating her shoulder at all. It was just when she put in the throw. It is a long throw from out there against a stiffish breeze. She just felt it a little bit. In goes Arlott and bowls, steered backward of point this time by Bethan Ellis. Going to pick up 2 as it's a long chase round from third man out towards wide third. Chloe Hill doing the work out there. She's done some sterling work out there actually, but nothing she can do about stopping the 2 there, the second. So they're beginning to rotate nicely, these two Lightning openers, picking up ones and twos as well as the occasional boundary. 26 now to Bryce. Ellis on strike on 22 after that 2. Arlott in again to Ellis, outside of stump, cut away, perfectly deliberate shot wide of gully, down to Chloe Hill, much straighter towards her though this time, and it got to her at a good rate. So just the single on this occasion for Bethan Ellis. She moves on to 23. Her second best score in the competition this season. Best of 62. Arlott in again. Bowls full. But doesn't try and hit it too hard, Sarah Bryce, because it was a little bit too straight to try and thump it away through the covers. Still something of a flourish, a nice high left elbow as she stroked it out towards Russell at mid-off. No run. Now sending Kelly back from cover to deep cover, not quite on the boundary. Arlott in again, bowls, good straight delivery, and they are going to take one. Going to have to hurry. If the throw had hit, would have been close. Going to get an overthrow as a consequence, as Arlott underarmed the ball at the stumps. Didn't miss by very much, but Gwennon Davis couldn't stop the ball going past and running on down towards fine leg. Bobby Davis completed the fielding, but single taken. They've taken some risky singles, but they've got away with it so far, Lightning, and they have brought up the 50 in that over. 51 without loss, 28 to Sarah Bryce, 23 to Bethan Ellis. And it's now becoming a pretty good start. Just 12 overs bowled. Sanitising gel time. Drinks for the batters. That's another little passage of play in which you'd score it for Lightning, really. 51 without loss. Well, you definitely would, because there are 10 without loss after 6, and they're 51 without loss after 12. So 41 have come off the last 6 overs, second 6 overs. Will be concern for Central Sparks to try and get control back on the scoreboard. At the moment the runs are coming a little bit too easily. Good opening partnership. Run rate now 4.3. That is a very solid start. Izzy Wong trying to break the partnership. Is in and bowling full, but just waiting for it is Bethan Ellis, dabbing it down towards third man. Doesn't get there because Boycott moves across from backward point to cut the ball off, but she has a few yards to travel to her left, so a comfortable single for Bethan Ellis, who moves on to 24, 52 without loss. Wong turns and in, bowls onto leg stump, just turned away by Sarah Bryce down towards deep backward square. Picks up one. Liz Russell's throw on the full to Gwennon Davis, a good one, but again Bryce had a little bit of time there and played it nicely. Wong is in and bowling right down the leg side. It was an attempted slower ball and she lost control. And we have the first wide of the day as a consequence. And it almost was a wide as well. It was a good couple of feet down the leg side. 4 without loss, Lightning. So most of the other games well underway, having started a little bit earlier. In goes Wong and bowls outside off stump, steered off the front foot by Ellis, down towards wide third man. Baker, the fielder down there. Single taken again. So singles, if you include the wide, from the first 4 balls, which count of course as 3 balls bowled because of the wide. 55 without loss. Bowls full again, a beautiful shot through mid on down to long on for 4 by Sarah Bryce. Shot of the day, arguably the on drive. Just waited for it, touches bats with Bethan Ellis. It was full on middle and leg, and remarkably no real mid on posted to the fast bowler, just a mid wicket. Not sure about this field at all. He's a little bit offside. In goes Wong and bowls, and again onto the legs of Bryce, who turns it down towards deep backward square. Russell has a lot of ground to make up to get to the ball, and by the time she does so, 2 runs have been taken. So Lightning, if anything, continuing to accelerate. Run rate now is almost up to 5, which is a heck of an effort, given just 10 runs came off the first 6 overs. 61 without loss now. Bryce has 35, Ellis has 25. Wong is proving a little bit expensive, none for 14 off 1.5 overs. In she comes and bowls, better delivered on off stump, and Ellis has to wait for, Bryce has to wait for it and block it out into the offside, where it's picked up by Kelly, and there is no run. 61 without loss after 13 then, Lightning. Bryce 35 off 40, strike rate almost 90 now. Ellis 25 off 38, strike rate 65. Elsewhere, Thunder 100 for 5 off 22.2 overs against the Northern Diamonds. That game taking place at Headingley. In Bristol, Western Storm 73 for 4 off 22.3 against Sunrisers. At the Oval, the South East Stars are 98 for 2 against the Vipers. And here, Lightning 61 without loss against the Sparks, off just 13 overs. So Emily Arlott, after 6 overs, is going to have a breather, and we are going to see, for the first time, a little bit of spin. Hannah Baker's going to have a bowl from the pavilion end. Patel is still in there at slip. In goes Hannah Baker and bowls, tosses up a leg spinner, and it reaches Bethan Ellis on the full, but she's looking to have a proper look first. All she does is clip it out towards mid wicket, and there's no run. Baker in, and another full toss that's attempted to be wiped through the leg side, gets it high up in the bat however, and it's a comfortable stop at, well, almost short fine leg, a little bit wider than that on the 45 or even 50 degree mark. In goes Baker, and that's a better delivery, and she's caught. She goes for the drive, gets the outside edge, and Bethan Ellis is caught by Anisha Patel at slip. Well, it's taken the change of bowling from pace to spin to make the breakthrough, but when things were starting to go really well for Lightning, they have lost their first wicket. Bethan Ellis caught at slip, driving at a leg spinner from Hannah Baker, is caught at slip by Anisha Patel. She goes for 25, and Lightning are 61 for 1. An important breakthrough for Central Sparks. But a really useful opening partnership. As I say, a very good foundation laid by Sarah Bryce and Bethan Ellis. Replacing Bethan Ellis, Bryce, a Scotland captain. Best score so far this season, 71 not out. And the defeat by the Diamonds. Went down by 9 runs, needing 227. In goes Hannah Baker and bowls, and that one might just have come back a little bit. It might have been the wrong one. Might just not have spun too much, and either way, Bryce blocked it a little uncertainly. Down at her feet. Baker in again. Bowls. Forward goes Bryce. A little more positively, pushing the ball back down the pitch to Hannah Baker, who after the first couple of loose deliveries has really settled into a nice line and length now. In she goes and bowls, outside off stump, looking to cut it off the front foot. Is Bryce, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Gwennan Davis, and an excellent over to start with from Hannah Baker. Indeed, it was a wicket maiden. She rather got away with the first couple of deliveries, particularly the second, which was a full toss on leg stump. But thereafter, she was absolutely on the money, and she picked up the wicket of Bethan Ellis. So 61 for 1 off 14 now. Lightning needed the wicket Sparks, but that has very much put the brakes on and given Izzy Wong a new batter at whom to bowl. Initially, however, she'll be bowling at Sarah Bryce on 35. This needs to dig in again a little bit now. Bryce. In goes Wong and bowls to her, outside off stump. Good carry, allowed to go through by Bryce. Don't want to lose both openers in short order. Lightning. Certainly it's lifted the field, the wicket. In goes Wong. Bowls to Bryce, who drives really off the front foot. Not quite a cut. She played too early for that. It squirted down towards backward point, where Boycott was the fielder. Clean piece of fielding on this occasion. No run as a consequence. Volley of encouragement from the Sparks fielders as Wong is down the slope. Bowling short, going for the pull from outside off stump. Doesn't get anything on it, bounces through round about shoulder height to Gwennan Davis. Wong indicates the mid wicket, and it may have been a catch in her direction. Comes Wong and bowls again short, but that's a lovely pull by Sarah Bryce, out directly to backward square, where Liz Russell makes the throw, and again she's put her hand to her shoulder, just feeling it a little bit. It's a long throw, but it was a really nice crack of ball off bat there from from Bryce. Picked it up early. It didn't really get up as much as I suspect Wong would have hoped on that occasion. But she has the new batter to bowl at now. Catherine Bryce, in goes Wong and bowls. Bryce waits and calmly enough plays it out into the offside, a full delivery off stump. Catherine Bryce's scores this season in this competition: 17 off 42 in the first game, 71 not out of 81 balls. That's the one I was telling you about against the Diamonds. 7 off 10, 10 and 22 off 45. So she's had a couple of starts, but only once really gone on. We're hoping to do better on this occasion. Wong is in, bowling to her and pulled in the air just past mid-wicket, who fell to her left rather than dived, and it's going to run away for 4. Wong had her hands to her face for a few moments there. Chloe Hill dived to her left at mid-wicket. She's had a straightish mid-wicket, but it was hit even straighter by Catherine Bryce, and that's a nice way to get off the mark in that respect, but just for a moment she'll have been slightly nervous. It was in the air as it went past Chloe Hill, but Hill couldn't get there, so Catherine Bryce on 4 off 5, her first scoring shot. Sarah Bryce 36 off 44. Lightning now 66 for 1. Baker, yet to concede a run, is in and bowling, and a full delivery. Bryce is carefully forward, pushing the ball into the onside. Picked up by Hill, running across from mid-wicket. No run. Baker in again, a little bit shorter this time, pushed out into the offside, and always going to be one on that occasion. Mid-wicket had quite a lot of ground to make up, running to her left. Eve Jones, I think that is, and it was to her wrong hand. So good call by Sarah Bryce. In goes Baker and bowls to Catherine Bryce. Pushed to Jones. No run. A little bit too full. In goes Baker. Bowls, and that is too full because it's a full toss that is hit out into the offside. Slog swept out towards deep mid-wicket by Catherine Bryce. She's going to pick up a couple as a consequence. Didn't quite hit it as well as she would have liked, which meant that Marie Kelly, running along the ropes from square leg, was able to cut it off before it crossed the ropes. Picks up 2 though. Catherine Bryce moves on to 6. Baker in again. Fuller onto off stump. Pushed out along the ground, through the covers, out towards deep-ish cover. Who's Izzy Wong's out there now. Baker in again, another full toss onto leg stump and hit out towards mid-wicket, but a little bit closer this time to the fielder at square. And Kelly is able to get to the ball quickly enough to make sure it is just 1. So 5 runs from Hannah Baker's second over, not quite as consistent as the last 4 balls of the first. It tends to happen with young leg spinners though. 71 for 1, Lightning. Sarah Bryce has 38, Catherine Bryce has 7. Wongy. Izzy Wong will continue from the Bennett end. 3 overs for 19. Good pace, but not always accurate. In she goes and bowls. That's nice and accurate, nice and straight. Good length. Not as quick as some of her earlier deliveries, though. Bryce, Sarah that is, has a lot of time to play that solidly back down the pitch to the young fast bowler. Sparks, of course, made up of players from Warwickshire, Worcestershire, Hereford, Shropshire and Staffordshire, as Izzy Wong goes in and bowls outside off stump, cut away. Nice shot by Sarah Bryce. Again, weight was a little bit on the front foot, and Wong has her hands on her head at the moment, but it was a really nice shot from Sarah Bryce. She found the gap between cover and point, and you heard the sound of the ball hitting the advertising hoardings in front of the popular seats that adjoin the meet. The Upton Steel stand. Occupied when they're allowed to do so, and Leicestershire are playing, by Stenchen Benno. In goes Wong and bowls. That's a much better delivery. Was it a chance? She drew Sarah Bryce forward, and the reaction of both Wong and Indy Davis indicates that she might have got a little tickle on that. Wong started to shout and then went down on her haunches as she saw that Davis had not taken the ball cleanly. If it was a chance, it was a very, very straightforward one. It got through to Davis at around about knee high, 2 hands to it. It wasn't a dive or anything like that. And if that was a chance, it was a bad miss by Gwennan Davis. Wong is going to go round the wicket now to Sarah Bryce, but she isn't going to complete her run there. She got almost as far as umpire underdown and then decided not to go through with it. Goes back and just remarks her mark, the top of her run, and that little dance to get her feet moving. In she goes and bowls to Bryce, slightly short, pulled away to backward square, comfortably enough by Bryce. Liz Russell gets a throwaway, single taken. Sarah Bryce on to 43, Lightning 76 for 1. Difficult to judge Izzy Wong's pace, probably fairly close to late 70s, even occasionally touching 80. In goes Wong and bowls, drops a little bit short, pulled but didn't really get all of it. Equally, she's going to pick up a couple of runs there, Catherine Bryce, because it bounced awkwardly in front of Patel, who is at a wide mid-on position, and it rather, although she got something on it, it rather went through her, and fielding had to be completed by mid-wicket running back Chloe Hill. So 2 taken by Catherine Bryce, and Wong has her hands on her hips, like all good fast bowlers. Resents every run conceded, especially if the fielding is not up to scratch, as it wasn't on that occasion. Lightning 78 for 1. Catherine Bryce 9 from 9. Wong down the slope, bowls to her, full dug out, timed nicely, but only as far as extra cover, where Eve Jones is the fielder, and there is no run. End of Wong's 4th over, none for 26 for her, but I suspect she was unlucky in that over. Gwennan Davis avoided Izzy Wong as they walked back past each other at the end of the over. I'm pretty sure that Sarah Bryce got an edge in that over and should have been dismissed on 42. Wong runs back to deep extra cover. Baker to continue from the pavilion end. In she goes and bowls onto off stump, just pushed wide, slightly wide of cover by Sarah Bryce. Jones tumbles as she picks it up as it rolls to her left. Again, it's to her wrong hand, and Sarah Bryce knows there's a single there every time. Baker into Catherine Bryce, full outside off stump, goes for the drive and misses. Taken by Davis, and Patel thought she was going to be in the game there again at slip. Baker in again, outside off stump. This time is driven away out towards Izzy Wong on the extra cover boundary. Gets a throw away. Good throw on the bounce to Davis. Single taken. Bryce, Catherine that is, into double figures, 10 off 12. 80 for 1, Lightning. Baker in, just outside off stump, pushed out into that gap in the covers by Sarah Bryce, who's worked out that there's a single to be taken there every single time, and is pretty much doing so. Keeping the scoreboard ticking over nicely. Baker in, bowls, tosses that one right up. It's a full toss that's hit over mid-wicket, 1 bounce for 4. Thumps against the side of the meat. It is risky with a shorter boundary on that side, with the leg spinner bowling, not to have a deep mid-wicket. Liz Russell, Eve Jones, have a word with Hannah Baker. Encouragement perhaps, not much you can say other than don't bowl knee-high full tosses on leg stump when we haven't got a deep mid-wicket. Try not to anyway. In goes Hannah Baker, bowls, and drops a little bit short on that occasion, but getting forward rather than rocking back and pulling is Catherine Bryce, and in that respect all she can do, having got in the wrong position, is just to push the ball back down the pitch. The end of Baker's third over, 1 for 12 for her. 7 from the over, her most expensive over so far, the first to maiden. 85 for 1. Then Lightning after 18 overs. So again, a pretty decent start for them. The run rate, 4.7. Drinks out for Sarah Bryce, who is now on 45 and approaching what will be her 5th half-century of the competition. Impressive stuff from her. Played and missed a few times early on. That's the opener's privilege. There were good opening bursts from Liz Russell and Emily Arlett. Both bowled maidens in their first 3 overs. Both beat the bat, Sarah Bryce and Bethan Ellis, but I'm lucky enough not to find the edge. So Wong is being taken off for now, and we're going to see more spin in the shape of Anisha Patel. She's going to have a bowl from the Bennett end. Jones taking time to set her field. She has a deep mid-wicket for Anisha Patel. And she has a sweeper on the offside as well. Patel is in, bowls, and the sweeper is going to come into play there, as it was just outside off stump. It's Kelly, I think, out there on the cover boundary. It is. Overthrows Davis slightly, but there is backup. So just a single. Patel is in, bowls, toss it up outside off stump, appealing for a catch behind, and eventually, after much thought, it is given. It looked for a moment as though Melinda Underdown wasn't going to give that. She certainly waited a long time, but Catherine Bryce is gone, caught behind, and again a spinner has picked up a wicket in her first over. This time it's Anisha Patel. It was wide, bounced a bit, but it was there to be cut away. But Catherine Bryce could only feather a catch through to wicketkeeper Gwennon Davis. Second Lightning wicket has fallen. 86 for 2 the score. Davis will feel a little bit better about that if, I emphasise the word if, she did indeed put down a chance off Izzy Wong in the previous over from the Bennett end. Every indication that that was the case. 14 for Catherine Bryce. She looked to be in good nick. Gone now. And Abby Freeborn, the wicket keeper, formerly of Sussex, moved to Yorkshire. Was of course at Loughborough Uni, an alumni of Loughborough Uni, I guess then now. Comes to the crease, 86 for 2 in the 19th. Wasn't the best ball. I suspect that Anisha Patel has bowled to take a wicket, but they all count. She has 1 for 1 now from her 2 deliveries bowled. She's taking her time to set her field for the new batter. Freeborn got the deep mid wicket still out there, also deep backward square. Is there for a bad ball really. In goes Patel, bowls, and very short. Freeborn goes back and plays it firmly through the gap at cover, out to Kelly on the cover boundary. Much better throw on that occasion. Not taken cleanly by Davis. But the obliging Sarah Bryce picks the ball up and hands it to her. Bryce back on strike on 46. Patel in again. Bowls outside off stump, and the leg spin is cut away through the gap in the covers to Kelly. Single taken again. Bryce moves on to 47. Patel into Freeborn. No ball, so it will be a free hit as Freeborn steers it out to Kelly. That is inexcusable. But no ball. Patel waits for the signal to be acknowledged, then asks for a little bit of directional guidance from umpire Underdown. But a free hit, and with the single coming off the ball, the right batter is on strike as far as Lightning are concerned, i.e. Sarah Bryce. 90 for 2. But with the batters having changed, Jones can change the field if she wishes. In goes Patel, bowls, couple of steps down the wicket, hit back past her. She fell as she delivered that ball. Patel, I think she's okay. Anisha Patel hit hard down into the ground by Sarah Bryce, so she's only going to pick up 1 as moving across from mid-off Arlott is able to field. So she got away with it, up to a point. 91 for 2. Freeborn back on strike. Patel is in. Bowles tosses that one up. Better length from her, and Freeborn on the back foot can only shovel the ball back down the pitch towards Anisha Patel. End of an eventful over. A wicket taken, a wide bowled, a no ball bowled, and umpire Underdown is showing Anisha Patel just why the no ball was called. It was for overstepping. As I say, she, other than the extras conceded, she got away with the free hit, which was only put away for 1. End of the 19th over. 91 for 2 Lightning. Freeborn and Bryce have a chat in mid-pitch. We're going to have the all leg spin attack will continue. Anna Baker 1 for 12 from her first 3 overs. Will continue from the pavilion end. Slip Patel has gone. She has gone to the 45. Behind the bat on the leg side. is pretty much a run-saving field. Baker is in, drops a little bit short. Patel is in the game, but she has to run across to square leg to pick up the ball. So comfortable single taken by Sarah Bryce, who moves on to 49. Batting intelligently now at Sarah Bryce, just picking up ones. Pretty much every ball she faces, a single off each ball. She's worked out where the gaps are and where the runs are to be had. Just keeping the scoreboard ticking over, while hopefully from Lightning's point of view, Abby Freeborn plays herself in. Baker comes in and bowls to Freeborn, who is forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, defending it out into the off side. Picked up there by skipper Jones. Baker is in again, forward again goes Freeborn. Jones again picks up. Three-woman game at the moment, 92 for 2. Baker, just a couple of strides, is in, drops a little bit short on that occasion. Freeborn can go back and cut it away through the gap. At a roundabout point, or cover, out there on the cover boundary, is Izzy Wong. Fully 60 yards from her nearest teammate, who's Claire Boycott at backward point. Single taken, Freeborn on 2-3, 93 for 2. Bryce then on 49, looking for that fifth half century. Every opportunity to go really big here. In goes Baker and bowls to her, and she's pushing it out into the offside. A foolish delivery, and she's cross with herself just for not steering it a couple of feet wider of Eve Jones there. Jones able to get across to her left, and this time there wasn't a single. Baker in again. Bowls and turned off her body this time by Bryce, out into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket, and that is the single she needs for her 50. Well played, Sarah Bryce. 50 has come off 59 balls. You can hear the applause. At a strike rate of 84.7, and that's out of 94 for 2, so just over 50% of the runs. Word of congratulation from Abby Freeborn. Bryce's outstanding run in this competition continues. Only once has she failed to go past 50. She's on strike now to Anisha Patel, and it's another no ball. It's flicked off her toes down towards short fine leg, but Patel standing in disbelief. The leg by, in fact, it came off her toes there. The toes of Bryce, so it is just an extra, but it is a couple of extras because it's a no ball and a free hit as well. So 96 for 2. Lightning. This time Abby Freeborn has the free hit. See what she can make of it. Patel into Freeborn, who hits to mid-wicket, who puts up her right hand, can't get anything on it. Liz Russell out there. Claire Boycott runs around from long on to pick up a deep mid-wicket. Single taken, in fact 2 for Freeborn. So she put her shoulders into it, couldn't quite get it over the ropes. In goes Patel, bowls to Freeborn, who is a little bit confused, not quite sure which way that is going to turn, but plays it off the pitch. She started to go forward, then went back, and the turn was pretty slow, and she was able just to push it out to Jones. No run. In goes Patel, bowls, better length, brings Freeborn forward, just pushing the ball back up the pitch so slowly that it actually comes to a halt before it's picked up by Elizabeth Russell. Dot ball, 98 for 2. 21st over. Patel is in. Bowls, a little bit short and wide this time, so Freeborn can wait and reach for it and cut it out towards the fielder on the cover boundary. The sweeper, who is Marie Kelly, 24-year-old from Warwickshire. In goes Patel, bowls, tosses it up again. Kelly's going to be in the game because again it's too wide and easy enough to work out into the offside by Bryce, who moves on to 51. She will be keen to go on here, Sarah Bryce, because although this is now her 5th half century, Patel in again, tosses that one right up, and Freeborn takes a bottom hand off the bat as she pushes it out into the leg side, picked up at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 3 times she has been dismissed in the 50s. Sarah Bryce, 52, 57 and 51, so only once has she gone on to a bigger score than 57, that's a 75. So plenty of overs left, 29 overs remaining for it. She has to be thinking in terms of 3 figures here, and if she does that, then Lightning will have a score that they will feel capable of defending. The 100 is up for them anyway, 100 for 2. As in goes a Baker and bowls to Bryce, who just pushes it out towards Jones. He's quite slow getting to it, picks up left-handed and throws left-handed to Gwennon Davis, but Freeborn had made her ground comfortably. Bryce on 252. Jones and Gwennon Davis have a word. She did whip off the bails, and so umpire Underdown, Melinda Underdown, comes in and just makes sure all is well with the stumps. Baker in bowls. Freeborn is forward, getting forward where possible, getting to the pitch of the ball. It was on middle stump, so pushed back down the pitch on the on side, picked up at mid-on. There's no run. Baker in again, outside off stump, cut away, nicely timed by Abby Freeborn. There's going to be at least 2 there. In fact, there's going to be 4. No chance for Wong, running around from cover towards the wide 3rd man boundary. Just enough width, and Freeborn timed it really nicely. Didn't put a full weight into the shot, just made sure she picked the gap. And again, Jones and Russell now having a word. Freeborn into double figures already, 10 off 13 for her. Baker into the 20s in terms of runs conceded, 1 for 20 from 4.3. Patel is being taken out of slip. Boycott is going wider to backward point from short 3rd man. Patel has gone to short 3rd man, so they're almost within about 10 yards of each other. In goes Baker and bowls, nice and straight. Forward went Freeborn, pushing the ball back down the pitch to Hannah Baker. No run, 105 for 2. Baker tosses that one up, outside off stump, cut by Abby Freeborn, but only as far as Boycott. That backward point position. No run. Baker in again, a flatter delivery, wider. Going for the cut is Freeborn, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Davis. End of Baker's 5th over, 1 for 20 for her. Lightning 105 for 2 after 22. Sarah Bryce has a 52 off 62 balls. Abby Freeborn 10 off 16, came together when Catherine Bryce went caught behind by Gwennon Davis off the bowling of Nisha Patel for 14. That was in the 19th over, 86 for 2 at that stage. 19 then the partnership as Anisha Patel goes in, tosses one right up and just waits for it, Bryce, and plays it calmly into the gap in the covers, out towards Marie Kelly on the point boundary, comes in to meet it, but a single comfortably taken by Bryce, who moves on to 53, 106 for 2. Patel a little skip before she goes in and bowls. Freeborn is getting forward, pushing it straight mid-wicket, but Boycott at mid-on moves across to her right. make sure that there are no runs to be taken. Patel is in, tosses that one right up, full toss, swatted away and out towards backwards square. And was umpire... No, she wasn't. I thought for a second umpire Underdown had her right arm out for yet another no ball, but she didn't. So just a single on that occasion for Abby Freeborn. Might feel she missed out a little bit. Patel is in again. Forward goes Bryce, and there's an appeal for a stumping, but not really a serious one from Davis. She did beat the outside edge. I think she wasn't playing at it. And she was reaching for it a little bit. Davis almost took the bails off as a matter of form, which means that umpire Pollard, because nobody's supposed to touch the stumps except the umpires, has to come running in from square leg to reassemble the furniture, and does. Patel bowls. Back goes Bryce, looking to cut it almost off the stumps. It was quite straight in the end and fielded at point by Hannah Baker. No run. Patel in again, and that one is outside off stump. A little bit more width. Cut away out to fielder on the cover boundary. There's Marie Kelly, single. Taken. The turn that Patel is getting there is just that little bit of turn for the leg spinner, but it is quite slow. Freeborn, who will be on strike, has 11. Sarah Bryce has 54. I beg your pardon, Bryce, of course, having taken a single off that last ball, will be on strike. She has 54. Lightning 108 for 2. Bryce playing as though she's had instructions that, well, she knows it's her job to play the anchor role from this point, really. Patel, 3 overs, 1 for 14. Baker, 5 overs, 1 for 20. The Lightning will be looking at, hoping for something around about 220, 230. I would suggest at the moment. A couple of wickets will make all the difference, though, for Central Sparks. Hannah Baker hoping to pick up at least one of them. In she goes. Bowls to Bryce, who is forward, pushing it out into the offside, picked up by Jones, thrown on the bounce to Davis, bounces up, don't get any gloves on it, hits her on the body, a little bruise for Gwennon Davis. Single comfortably completed. 55 to Bryce. Davis raises her gloves behind the stumps as that straighter delivery from Baker is pushed out into the offside by Abby Freeborn. Freeborn's best this season. In goes Baker and bowls to her, finds the outside edge with one that turns a little bit, goes along the ground. Good fielding by Anisha Patel, falling to her left at short third man. She's had starts pretty much every time. 29, 34, 36, 28. In goes Baker, bowls to her, again looking to cut, again she can't pierce the field. Boycott the fielder this time at backward point. Hasn't managed to go on. Baker in again. Freeborn looking to cut a little bit close to the stumps this time, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Davis. No run. Good over so far from Hannah Baker. Just the single from the first ball. Abby Freeborn hasn't got the last 4 away. Outside off stump. Fuller chopped hard down into the ground, but a comfortable stop for Boycott. So a really good over from Hannah Baker, and she gets a word of congratulation from Liz Russell. 109 for 2 after 24, coming towards a halfway point. Lightning. And they're having a drink, Sarah Bryce and Abby Freeborn. The 12ers might have come out with instructions, but it is a 6-over sanitisation break. I'm getting used to these now. It was every 6 overs in the Bob Willis Trophy for Leicestershire. We have a little bottle of hand sanitising gel in the commentary box, and it's a good rhythm to get into. 109 for 2 for Lightning. 26 overs remain. To come, I'm not necessarily sure this will be the batting order. Lucy Hyam, Teresa Graves, Nancy Hannon, Sachi Pai, Sophie Munro, Alicia Pressland. Kirsty Gordon, of course, an England player. Where she will slot into the lineup remains to be seen. Nisha Patel to continue. Wind gets up a little bit, stirs the trees behind the electronic scoreboard here at Grace Road. Beautiful day. Patel is in, bowls, tosses it up, steered by Bryce from just outside off stump with the spin out towards the cover boundary. Single taken, moves on to 56, 110 for 2. Bowls, swept, full toss, and swept down to the wide long leg boundary for 4. Nice shot by Abby Freeborn. It was too full, it was a full toss, outside leg stump, and Abby Freeborn took full advantage, found the gap, swept it away. Fine leg is up on the edge of the circle. Chloe Hill had too far to make up to get to that. She's at backward square on the boundary. Patel in, bowls, better delivery, back goes Freeborn, playing from just outside off stump out into the covers. Sweepers come in to the edge of the circle now as Patel goes in and bowls. Freeborn picks out Marie Kelly, who's now on the edge of the circle. I think that's probably a good move. They're not trying to hit it too hard through the covers. They were just picking off ones every time. In goes Patel and bowls, and almost chops on there. Abby Freeborn gets away with it. 114 for 2. Freeborn has 15. Bryce has 56. Patel in again, bowls, brings Freeborn forward, and the ball is in the air for a few feet as it pops up out into the offside. Another good over. The single full toss accepted. It was nicely put away by Freeborn, and as a consequence Lightning were able to pick up 5 from the over. 114 for 2. Freeborn 15. Sarah Bryce has 56. The spinners have just got a little bit of control back. Halfway point of the Lightning innings in terms of overs bowled, at any rate. They will want to go well over 200. Give the bowlers plenty to bowl at. An awful lot depends on Sarah Bryce though, as in goes Baker and bowls to her. She's forward on off stump with an angled bat, pushing it out towards Boycott. A backward point, and there's no run. Baker in again, tosses that one up, gets to it on the full this time, Bryce, and clips it away out into the leg side. Kelly, who's retreated to the boundary on the leg side for Baker, comes in and picks up. Single taken by Sarah Bryce. She moves on to 57. Baker bowls to Freeborn, who pushes it just wide of off stump as Russell slides across to her left to make the stop. Didn't pick up the ball clean. There always was going to be a single there. Freeborn saw that and called straight away. Wong retreats from the edge of the circle towards the cover boundary as Baker bowls to Bryce, and Wong is in the game, picking it up at a deepish extra cover, about 15 to 20 yards inside the ropes. Bryce, who's dealing almost solely in singles at the moment, moves on to 58, 117 for 2. Run rate 4.6 at the moment, 4.6 as Freeborn cuts a delivery from outside off stump, but overbalances slightly, and all she can do is steer it along the ground to Anisha Patel at that short third position. Wong, who's in and out, it now retreats again as Baker bowls onto leg stump, and it swept straight through the man at backwards, the fielder at backwards square. That was an awful piece of work. It absolutely was more or less straight to her and just went straight through her, and as a consequence Abby Freeborn picks up and Lightning pick up a bonus 4 runs. Not quite sure who the fielder was there, waiting until she turns and I can see the number. I'm afraid that was very, very sloppy work by Poppy Davies, the Staffordshire player. Just didn't get down, didn't form the long barrier, just bent down and just went straight through her hands. Patel is in and bowls down the leg side. Did it come off the pad? It's running down towards fine leg. Poppy Davies is in pursuit. She drags it back, slides, or loses her footing about a yard or so inside the ropes. No signal from umpire Underdown, so that will be 2 runs to Sarah Bryce, who's into the 60s now on 260, 123 for 2. Patel in again, a loopy delivery that's played firmly back. Getting to the pitch of it is Bryce, back down the pitch on the onside, but Boycott just moves across from mid-on to field, underarms the ball over Patel's head. A little bit sloppy at the moment in the field, the out cricket from Central Sparks. 1, 2, 3 for 2, Lightning. Patel is in and bowling and driving, and half stopped diving across at extra cover by Jones. Got a right hand to it, just slowed the ball and pushed it towards mid-off where Arlott picks up. Single taken. Bryce on to 61. Freeborn has 20. On strike now as Patel is in. Bowls to her, she goes back and it's cut away, and again it's through the field. Hannah Baker this time dives over it, and Patel will be disappointed with that, as Baker was, I'm sure, previously when Poppy Davies allowed it to go through. But just bearing out what I've been saying about the poor fielding at the moment from Central Sparks, head coach Elliot Wilson will not be happy with what he's seeing at the moment. Patel is in again, bowling to Freeborn, who is studiously forward in defence, dropping the ball out into the offside. There is no run. 1, 2, 8 for 2. 3 runs for Lightning being handed over at the moment. Patel into Freeborn, who is driving slightly cross-batted but gets it past Baker out towards Kelly, coming in from the cover boundary. Single taken. Freeborn keeps the strike. She moves on to 25, Lightning on to 129 for 2. Patel has conceded 27 runs in her 5 overs, having picked up a wicket in her first. Baker 28 from 7, also having picked up a wicket in her first over. The spinners the only wicket takers in the innings so far. Bethan Ellis first to go, caught by Anisha Patel at slip off the bowling of Baker. Score was 61. And then Catherine Bryce caught by Gwennon Davis off the bowling of Patel. Score was 86. In goes Hannah Baker and bowls. Straight delivery, fullish. You heard the call of weight there from Abby Freeborn as she pushed it back down the wicket to Hannah Baker, who is in again, bowling. Attempted sweep down the leg side though. Misses it, Abby Freeborn, but it will be signalled wide by umpire Pollard. And is. Baker is in, bowls. Back goes Freeborn, cutting, and she's got it through. Nice shot. Pound the gap. Boycott moved to her right, couldn't get there. Wong to her left, couldn't get there. All Wong can do is turn and jog after the ball, which is across the ropes, and he's heading towards the newly renovated manual scoreboard here at the Fisher County Ground. One of the improvements that have been made, courtesy of the Friends of Grace Road. We spent the best part of, I think, about £11,000 getting all the work done. A lot of it has been completely renewed. In goes Baker and bowls forward. Abby Freeborn pushing the ball back down the pitch on the onside, picked up by Hannah Baker in a follow through. No run. Abby Freeborn on to 29. With that boundary, Baker is in, bowls to her, outside off stump. Again, she's got it through. Between two close fielders, this time Anisha Patel and Claire Boycott, and it's another 4 for Abby Freeborn, who's getting this cut working really nicely. And again, momentum has been re-established by Lightning. They've moved on to 138 for 2. 8 from the over so far. 9 from the over because there was the wide as well. And 1 ball left to go. Run rate is up to 5 as a consequence. Abby Freeborn on to 33. Can she go on this time? Hasn't managed to do so yet. In goes Hannah Baker and bowls, driven by Freeborn out into the offside, more or less straight to Izzy Wong. Strong throw back to Gwennon Davis, taken in front of the stumps, single taken. 10 off the over then. Already Freeborn on to 34, beginning to really build a bit of momentum. Baker in to Sarah Bryce, who is forward to a good delivery, looking to work it into the offside, bit too straight. Picked up by Hannah Baker in her follow through. The ball, of course, tossed to umpire Pollard. Different ball used from each end, of course. 139 for 2. Abby Freeborn has 34 and will be on strike. Sarah Bryce has 61 of 75, playing a pretty solid anchor role. Now Bryce doing a very good job for Lightning, who are in a good position with 22 overs remaining. They're 139 for 2. Run rate is pretty much 5. 8 wickets in hand. They will be looking at a score of well over 200 from their point of view, pushing up towards 250. Needing a wicket, the Sparks are going back to pace, and they're going back to Izzy Wong, whose first 4 overs cost her 26 runs. A little unlucky, and it's possible that she had Sarah Bryce dropped, badly dropped, by Gwennon Davis behind the stumps, and that would have been a huge wicket for Sparks. Wong down the slope, bowls to Freeborn, who is cutting out behind point for 4 again. She was hurried slightly, but she played the shot with some aplomb in the end. And picks up another boundary. It's proving a very effective shot for her. Bit top edgy, but she got plenty of it. Abby Freeborn, and moves on to 38 from 40 balls. 143 for 2. Deflating for Izzy Wong. Build yourself up to come back for a big second spell. First ball put away for 4. She comes in again. Bowls to Freeborn. Beats maybe on the inside edge. Not taken cleanly by Gwennon Davis. Wasn't too far from off stump. Was it an inside edge? no signal from the umpire. It might just have been inside edge. I don't think it carried to Gwen and Davis if it was. It was, because it hasn't been signalled as an extra. So Freeborn on to 39. Bryce facing Wong, who bowls very wide outside off stump, gets away with it. Allowed to go through by Sarah Bryce. Oof, that was very close to the being an offside wide. Little bit of swing there for Wong, but umpire under down is generous. Wong down the slope is in and bowling much straighter, stroked by Sarah Bryce back out into the offside. Picked up at mid-off by Emily Arlott. There is no run. 144 for 2 remains the score. Wong is in again. Bowls down the leg side. That has to be a wide, and a big one as well. And is so signalled by umpire Melinda Underdown. Just struggling a little bit at the moment. Izzy Wong for consistency. Really did lose control of that one. 145 for 2. Lightning. Again, the sparks out cricket not great at the moment. Wong is in, bowls, and almost a full toss. Looking to drive is Sarah Bryce. Thick outside part of the bat means not timed, and it runs out to Emily Arlott at mid-off. No run. It was a full toss. Sarah Bryce's back is to me at the moment. So she half stepped forward to drive, slightly obscured where the ball was landing. From this angle, in goes Wong and bowls, just outside off stump, steered nicely away by Bryce, wide of backward point. Patel runs around from third man to field. She pick up 2? Yes, she did. Sarah Bryce did pick up 2. Moves on to 63. 147 for 2. 5, 6, 7, 8 from Izzy Wong's over. 5 overs, none for 34 for her. Conceding at 6.8 runs per over. Too expensive as far as the Sparks are concerned. I suspect that Jones will look to Baker to bowl out now. 8 overs on the spin for the young leg spinner. 1 for 38 for her. Came together when the score was 86, so 61 added by Bryce and Freeborn, and that's a good delivery from Baker. Draws Freeborn forward. All she can do is defend, pushing it down the wicket on the offside. Yeah, good line, says Gwen and Davis from behind the stumps, and that is the right line. In goes Baker and bowls. Oh, a horrible full toss, and looking to hit it down to fine leg. Excuse me, it's a no ball on height according to umpire Pollard, which means a free hit for Sarah Bryce. Well, really should have been put away for at least 4 by Abby Freeborn. She missed out. There's another free hit to come. Can change the field. Jones and Baker, with the batsman having taken 1. Bryce on 63 will be on strike for the free hit. Abby Freeborn into the 40s for the first time in this competition so far this season. Can she go on to a half century? Baker is in to Bryce, who goes for a big swing over the leg side, but a good delivery from Baker. She doesn't connect, the ball bounces against the body and out into the offside, so Hannah Baker gets away with it. Really poor delivery, but she only concedes. One and the no ball. In she goes and bowls a full toss on the leg stump. Two. Oh, and it's gone through the fielder. Two. Sarah Bryce, who hits it out into the leg side. Marie Kelly should have stopped it comfortably, but once again, Sparks fielding has let them down. They've conceded 4 as a result. On my calculation, at least 20 runs unnecessarily conceded so far by Sparks, and that's why Lightning have brought up the 150 in the 30th over. Baker is in again, just outside off stump, cut away by Sarah Bryce. Out to Izzy Wong on the cover boundary, single taken. Dispiriting for the fielders and, well, particularly for the bowlers, of course, when that happens. But it seems to be infecting the entire side at the moment. Baker is in. That's a good delivery on off stump, pushed back down the pitch towards her by Abby Freeborn, who remains on 40. On 54 for 2. Baker again, another good delivery on off stump. Forward goes Abby Freeborn, steering it towards short third, picked up by Nisha Patel. End of the over. Came back strongly then in it, Hannah Baker. And 9th over. 8 runs conceded though with the no ball. 30 overs have now been bowled. 154 for 2. So 40 runs, is that right? Off the last 5 overs, 114 to 154. 114 for 2 off 25 has become 154 for 2 off 30. And a lot of those runs have been given away by really poor fielding. Lightning now in a really strong position to push on. Little break. But Eve Jones has got her side together for a chat. It's not just individual sanitising going on. There's something of a lecture going on out there as well, and it's needed, to be honest, from Sparks' point of view. They have been ragged in the last 5 overs. Last 10 overs really, but particularly the last 5. And the Lightning batters, Sarah Bryce and Abby Freeborn, have taken full advantage. Need a strong last 20 Sparks to drag this back, otherwise they're going to have a big chase on. Bryce and Freeborn having a chat. Options limited though as far as Jones is concerned. She won't want to go back to Arlott or Russell too soon. Wong has been expensive, but she's going to continue. But Jones is taking her time to set the field, and rightly so, because... But you can't set a field for bad balls. You can hope that the fielders in position do stop the ball when it goes straight to them. They're entitled to hope that. Hasn't always been the case for Sparks. In fact, she's going to make a change. She's going to bring on Claire Boycott from the pavilion end. In goes Boycott and bowls a little seamer, but it's accurate. Pushed out into the offside. Jones throws and hits the stumps, but not before Sarah Bryce was well past them. Single taken. Bryce on to 69. Best this season of 75. So every opportunity to score a century here. In goes Boycott and bowls 2. Freeborn cut in the air and caught. Cut it straight to Hannah Baker, who was at backward point, round about chest high, 2 hands pointing to the sky. A comfortable catch for Baker, and once again a Sparks bowler has taken a wicket in her very first over. On this occasion, it's Claire Boycott. And Abby Freeborn, I suspect, will be furious with herself. Got into the 40s for the first time in the competition this season, but once again she hasn't been able to go on. The cut's been pretty productive for her, but she didn't keep that one down, and it was a very comfortable catch for Hannah Baker at backward point. So 155 for 2 becomes 155 for 3. Good partnership for the third wicket. Of 64, I think. My maths isn't great. 69, I beg your pardon. Lucy Hyam comes to the crease. Nottingham player. Right-hand bat. Hasn't really fired in the competition so far. A couple of double-figure scores, 19 and 15, but that's the best. So she'll be looking for runs this time out, as Boycott is in to her outside off stump. Little outswing allowed to go through by Hyam, taken by Davis. No run. As ever, a wicket puts a bit of brake on the scoring as well. Boycott is in, bowls nice and straight, clipped by Hyam out towards mid-wicket, picked up there by Wong. There's no run, no fielders on the boundary on the leg side other than Poppy Davis down at long leg for the new batsman, as you'd expect. Try and put a little bit of pressure on Hyam. In goes Boycott and bowls to her on off stump, solidly forward, pushing out into the offside, picked up by Kelly, who's up on the edge of the circle now. So just a single and a wicket from the over so far, with one ball to go. So the change of bowling has worked for Sparks. In goes Boycott, bowls to Hyam, thick inside edge or outside edge, and it's going to run down to find third man. Good work down there by Patel. Just a couple for Hyam. What sort of an edge was it? Yeah, thick outside edge. It went low. It wasn't a sniff of a chance for Gwen and Davis. Picked up 2, Lucy Hyam, but a very good start for Claire Boycott. Wicket in her first over, which was also the case for Hannah Baker and for Anisha Patel. 157 for 3. Baker looking to break the trend by picking up a wicket in her last over as well. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 45 for her, as well as the catch. Bowling to Sarah Bryce, goes in, bowls to Bryce, slightly short, outside off stump, so cut away by Bryce, out towards Wong, who's on the cover boundary. Wong throws in and then follows her throw in, because a single having been taken and Bryce having moved on to 70, Lucy Hyam will be on strike, the new batter. Looks around her. Sees a single saving field for the most part. There is a sweeper out on the leg side boundary as Baker goes in and bowls onto leg stump. Turned off the back foot, but only as far as the fielder on the 45, who's Davies, I think Poppy Davies. Baker in again, bowls, tosses that one up, full toss, and paddled around the corner, or attempted to be paddled around the corner by Lucy Hyam. Not sure she actually got anything on it in the end. What is the signal going to be? Signal is indeed wide. She missed out there, Hyam, really. But Lightning do pick up 1. But it was an extra. Lucy Hyam remains on 2, but Sarah Bryce is back on strike on 70 as Baker goes in, bowls to her, outside off stump, cut hard, but good work by Boycott. Falling away to her right at backward point, make sure that there's no run to be had. Baker to finish her spell, in she goes, a little bit short, cut away, but again Boycott's in the game and throws to Baker as she picks up at point, but Bryce had made her ground and Baker couldn't gather the ball cleanly, couldn't get it onto the stumps. Bryce picks up 1, moves on to 71, 161 for 3. Baker in and bowls to Hyam, who's looking to cut, doesn't get anything on it, bounces into the gloves of Davies, and there is no run, and there is one ball to come. In fact, I forgot about the wide earlier. Baker in, bowls, and good delivery, looping delivery on off stump. Hyam was looking to get in position, I think, to sweep, realised it wasn't there to sweep, just blocked it out into the offside, and there was no run. Well bowled then, Hannah Baker, end of her spell, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 49 for her. Pretty good effort by the young leg spinner, but lightning run rate still above 5, just 161 for 3 off 32. The wicket of Freeborn has just put a little bit of a break on the scoring. Sarah Bryce on 71 faces Boycott as she bowls down the leg side, nicely taken by Gwennon Davis, but will be signalled wide. 162 for 3. Boycott in to Bryce, full delivery on middle and leg, clipped away neatly through mid wicket, out towards deep mid wicket. Bryce picks up 1. We'll have to check with the scorers how many singles she's scored since passing 50. In goes Boycott and bowls. Hyam is forward solidly in defence, out into the offside, picked up by Kelly. No run. She has picked up a couple of boundaries, courtesy of some poor fielding. Boycott no more than 8 paces in, bowls to Hyam, who plays it back past her through a straight mid-on area, and well, a curious piece of fielding out there at mid-on. I think it's Liz Russell out there. She sort of fell over. It wasn't going very quickly as the ball came to her, or rather inelegant, but no runs conceded. In goes Boycott, bowls to Hyam on off stump, defends out into the offside. No run, just 2 from 10 for Lucy Hyam to start with. Playing herself in, but as a consequence, the run rate dropping back, 163 for 3. Boycott in, bowls. Hyam clips in the air, doesn't really time it, out towards mid-on, takes the run, but she's quite quick between the wickets, and although the throw from Russell knocked out the leg stump, Hyam had made her ground, knocked out the off stump, in fact, looking from this end. But still better from Sparks in terms of the fielding, keeping the Lightning batters honest. Boycott in, bowls on off stump to Bryce, who is forward in defence, pushing it out to the Sparks skipper Jones. End of the over. Another decent one from Claire Boycott. She's bowled 2 overs and has 1 for 6 now. Lightning 164 for 3 from 33, 17 remain. Well, every chance still of 250 if they can maintain this run rate. If they do maintain the run rate, they will get 250 pretty much exactly. 7 wickets in hand now. But I think a lot will depend on Sarah Bryce, as it has throughout. She's on 72 now. Previous best in the competition, 75 off 98. was in the victory over Sparks, the 6-run victory. So Anisha Patel, having bowled her first 5 overs from the Bennett end, is going to have a go from the Pavilion end. Now Hannah Baker is bowled out. 5 overs, 1 for 27 for Patel. Her first 5, a couple of no balls in it. Interesting to see what umpire Pollard makes of her little skip, and in she goes and bowls and bowled! Lucy Hyam, who went for the big slog sweep, and the ball turned and middle stump is leaning back. Wasn't quite the length, didn't reach it. Hyam, who's not tall, and kicks her bat just gently as she walks off in dismay, but well bowled by Anisha Patel. Not quite her first over, obviously it's her 6th over, but it's her first over of a new spell, so it's that new bowler syndrome, if you like, working again for Sparks, and they're just pegging lightning back at the moment. Patel has her 2nd wicket. Lucy Hyam bowled middle stump for 3. 164 for 4. Will be Teresa Graves coming out to join Sarah Bryce now. What the difference the wickets make. Run rate has dropped back to 4.9. Was getting well over 5, while Freeborn and Sarah Bryce were going well. Freeborn dismissal was a big one in the context of the game. Patel is in, bowling to Graves, who is solidly forward to a length delivery. Getting to the pitch of it, defending it out to Jones. Umpire Pollard having a word with Anisha Patel, who went skipping right down the wicket there. Has a word with her. In she goes again and bowls, and that one might just have been the googly. Did it come back a little bit? It was defended off the back foot by Teresa Graves, who makes a little sign batters make sometimes when there is a little bit of turn. There has been a bit of turn throughout. Usually is for leg spinners. Tosses one up Patel and allowed to go through by Graves, and it wasn't so very far from the top of off stump. And started to go to heads. Patel is in again and bowls. Graves forward solidly, turning the bat face on that defensive forward press. It goes out towards mid-wicket. No run. Possible wicket maiden coming up for Anisha Patel, who is in. Bowls, drops a little bit short, but back on her stumps, can't get it away. Teresa Graves, and that indeed is a wicket maiden. And Sparks, much better in the last few overs, much better since the 30 over point really, when Jones got them together and handed out a little bit of a lecture. I think they were sloppy in the 5 overs up to then, but in the 4 overs since, they've been pretty much on the money, both fielding and bowling. Boycott will continue from the Bennett end, is in and bowls to Bryce, who gets a full delivery on off, just outside off stump, which she leans forward and pushes out into the offside. Going to pick up a single because the sweeper is out. Marie Kelly isn't on the edge of the circle. She is now for the new batter, but she wasn't for Bryce. They're sort of almost content to give one to Sarah Bryce to get the new batter on strike. Graves now faces Boycott, who bowls and played firmly but directly to Jones out into the offside. There's no run. Jones applauds. Boycott rightly so. 1 for 7 from 2.2 overs, making a difference. Boycott is in, bowls, Yorker, waiting for it. Graves, dug out and pushed out into the offside. Sun glinting off her very, very fair hair. Gentle stuff, but accurate from Claire Boycott, who is in and played firmly out towards mid-on that time by Teresa Graves, but more or less straight to Russell, who throws to Davis, and no run to be had for Teresa Graves, yet to get off the mark. 8 balls she's faced, 165 for 4. Boycott in again, bowls, and Graves is going to get off the mark. She plays firmly through the leg side this time. In fact, she's going to get off the mark with a 4, just drifting down the leg side there, Claire Boycott, and played firmly by the tall Graves out through the leg side for 4. Took it off about middle and leg, in fact. Wasn't too much wrong with it, just straying on towards the onside, and that was all the invitation that Graves needed. Mid-wicket has stayed out on the boundary as Boycott is in to her, and going to be in the game again there at deep mid-wicket, running towards deep square, because square, Chloe Hill, thought she was going to get to that clip onto the leg side, put out her left hand, couldn't get there, and 2 taken. So Teresa Graves up and running off the last 2 balls, got away for 4 and 2. And Lightning, having been a little bit becalmed, begun to get moving again. Moved on to 171 for 4. Bryce 73 off 89. Graves 6 off 10. Nisha Patel has 2 for 27 from her 6 overs and will continue. To Bryce, no close fielders and no close catchers other than the wicketkeeper, of course, as Patel goes in, bowls to Bryce, which means there's comfortable runs to be had. Most parts turns it away. That delivery off leg stump down behind square on the leg side might have been one for the throw. It was a long chase round for Russell. Graves decided not. Bryce picks up 2, moves on to 75. Patel is in, bowls to her. She goes back and cuts. A delivery slightly short of a good length out towards Wong on the cover boundary. Single taken. Bryce on to 76. 174 for 4. Best score then of the competition for Sarah Bryce. Patel in, tosses that one up, and Graves clips it away through the leg side, through square leg. There is a sweeper out there, so it is going to be just a single. Graves on to 7, 175 for 4. 4 from the first 3 balls, 2-1-1. Patel in again, a little bit short, so steered away through the gap in the covers by Sarah Bryce. When it is short, pitch is slow, or the bowling is slow enough for the batters to adjust and find the gap, or the gaps in the field, which Bryce has done pretty effectively in going on to 77. Patel in to Graves, thick inside edge, and she goes back on her stumps before realising that Sarah Bryce is running towards her. There always was one there, but Graves looked a little startled to see Bryce coming towards her, and in the end took off, scampered down the other end safely enough. 177 for 4. Patel in to Bryce, goes back looking to cut. A little bit too straight though, really, so she can't get it in front of the fielder at backward point. Anna Baker, and there is no run. 177 for 4. Then Lightning, after 36 overs, which should mean gel time, and does, Sparks fielders a little bit slow to realise it. On comes the 12thers with a squirt. 177 for 4. After 36 with Sarah Bryce on 77. Really good from the Lightning's point of view to see her go on to 3 figures. And needs to, really. They can play around her. 77 has come off 93 balls at a strike rate of pretty much 83, which is pretty solid going. Teresa Graves' 8 has come off 12. 8 off her last 4, in fact, because she didn't score off her first 8 balls. But Claire Boycott will continue 1 for 13 from 3 overs from the Bennett end. Graves looks around, sees a deep mid-wicket and a long leg. But Boycott wants a change in the field. She wants her mid-wicket to go to, looks like to square leg, deep square that is. Hill, who was at a fairly conventional mid-wicket, moves much closer. Short mid-wicket for the sort of clip in the air, really, almost a catching position. About 4 strips back. In fact, she's retreating now as Boycott goes in, bowls to Graves, who plays firmly into the offside. Baker, ball bounces off her at backward point rather. It was hit firmly, and Graves looking up, asking for instruction from Bryce, gets it in the form of yes, come one. It had bounced far enough off Baker to be a comfortable single. Boycott in again, bowls to Bryce, who pushes firmly into the offside. Oh, poor fielding again that time. Eve Jones, the captain, should have got a left hand to that. It wouldn't really have made any difference. There was always going to be one in it, but she went down in stages there, Jones, and they were rather slow stages again at that. Bryce moves on to 78. In goes Boycott, hit back past Jones, in fact hit back so cleanly that it's going to run away for 4 through extra cover. Nice hit by Teresa Graves off the back foot, a really nice piece of timing. Jones went down to her left, couldn't get there, it wasn't as close to her as the previous delivery, as the previous shot from Bryce. Gathered pace across this lightning fast outfield and crossed the ropes at extra cover. A rare boundary in recent overs. Teresa Graves into double figures, onto 13. Boycott in, drops a little bit short, pushed out into the offside, but this time straight to Jones. No run, 183 for 4. Now, umpire Pollard is pointing round. Did they have too many fielders out of the circle? Umpire Pollard is counting. He's saying to umpire Underdown. So I'm waiting to see if there's going to be a signal for no ball for incorrect. There is no ball. There were too many fielders out of the circle, and it is a free hit. Well, that is criminal on the part of Sparks. And Jones, 184 for 4, and a free hit, and a double teapot from Claire Boycott. I'm not surprised. In she goes. Bowls to Graves, who hits hard, but only as far as mid-on, where Russell is the fielder. So, once again, the free hit proves inexpensive. Lightning miss out. Boycott is in, bowls, and outside off stump. Graves tries to force it away through the offside, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Davies behind the stumps. One ball to go in the over. Boycott, who is in. Bowls to Graves, who clips her away through the leg side out towards Issy Wong. Graves is interested in the second. Bryce isn't. There is going to be a set, and that's just awful because the throw came in from Wong. Boycott was behind the stumps. Two fielders were backing her up, including Jones, and the ball still managed to get through all three. There was not too much wrong with the throw, and Sparks, having just dragged the fielding back, I'm afraid that was a shoddy piece of work, as you're going to see for some little time, and Boycott was done no favours by her team in that over. 4 overs she's bowled, 1 for 22 for her, 186 for 4 Lightning. Sky almost cloudless over the Fisher County ground now. "13 overs to bowl." I can't quite make out what the cut-off time is. In goes Patel and bowls. A good delivery on off stump that Bryce just pushes out into the offside. And there's no run. We're going to have to crack on with it a little bit. Umpire Pollard isn't happy about the follow-through again from Nisha Patel. He wanders forward and just kicks a bit of dust or dirt away from the line of the stumps. In goes Patel, tosses one up. Bryce is forward, pushing into the gap with an angled bat. Wong comes in and fields, throws to Davis, single taken. Bryce on to 79, 187 for 4. Patel sends Wong back. She was coming into the edge of the circle for Graves, but Graves is pretty established now. Patel is in to Graves, who almost is drawn into going big, ends up pushing it back down the pitch towards Patel, who falls away to her right. It's in the air for a foot or two, no sniff of a chance. But beaten in the flight there, Teresa Graves. Patel is in again. Back goes Graves, tries to cut, misses, and again very close to the stumps, the top of off stump. Living a little bit dangerously, Teresa Graves now. She has to try and crack on, as Patel is in and bowls to her, and she again looking potentially to go big, but doesn't really time it, and ends up pushing it out towards mid-on. Picked up by Kelly, who's in there now. No run. Patel in again and clips to mid-wicket this time. Bounces up, hits the shoulder of Chloe Hill across one of the used pitches. But a pretty good over that from Anisha Patel. In fact, she only conceded a single from it, from the second ball. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 34 for her. Lightning 187 for 4. 38 overs have been bowled, 12 remain. 60 to 70 off those overs would get them past the 250, and that is what they've got to aim at, surely. But now with just 6 wickets in hand. Boycott in, bowl slightly wide, hit hard down into the ground, and bounces up quite nicely for Hannah Baker, running in from point, who throws, but I think her throw hit actually Teresa Graves as she ran to the non-striker's end. Always run between the fielder and the stumps if you're brave. Boycott in to Bryce. A foot toss played firmly out towards mid-off, bounces off mid-off, going to pick up 2 runs. There was going to be 1, but there's going to be 2 now. For Graves, that is, I should say. She moves on to 17 as a consequence. .190 for 4. Boycott in, bowls onto the legs of Graves, who tried to clip it away, came off the inside edge onto the pad then, and Graves picks up a single. Poppy Davis ran in from short fine leg to field. Graves on to 18. Bryce has 80 now. Boycott in to Bryce down the leg side. Nice work by Davis, taking off the bails. However, back foot of Sarah Bryce had gone nowhere, was still anchored firmly in the crease. means that umpire Pollard has to run in and do the reassembling. Taking his time to do so, but has done now. Boycott in, bowls straighter towards middle, pushed past the diving hill at mid-wicket by Sarah Bryce, but Russell running behind her covers and there's no run. 192 for 4. Boycott in, bowls, leg stump, clipped down, too short fine leg, but straight to Poppy Davies and no run again. Bryce remains on 80. .99 balls she's faced now. Boycott in, bowls down the leg side, that will be wide as well, and is wide. Too many. 193 for 4. Boycott bowls, that's a straighter delivery, pushed out into the offside. Hesitation from Bryce, but then she realises it's going towards Jones, who is very slow to the ball, and by the time she picks it up, the single is comfortably taken. 5 overs for Claire Boycott, 1 for 29 for her. Anish Patel has been much more accurate, found a much better rhythm from the pavilion end. It is slightly uphill to the crease from there, so better in that respect for the spinners, arguably. And she has 2 for 34 from 8 overs, just 2 overs to go for her. In she goes, that little skip, and bowls a full toss that is swept out towards mid-wicket by Sarah Bryce. It'll be just the single though. Good work out there on the mid-wicket boundary. Emily Arlett's finding herself out there at the moment. Patel bowls to Graves, who hits firmly through mid-on for 4. Nice shot from Teresa Graves. She's been looking for that for a few overs and hasn't been able to quite time one, but she got that wide. She waited for it and clipped it firmly down just wide of mid-on, and it ran away down the slope. Across the ropes at long on for 4. Graves on 222. Patel in again to her. She goes back and cuts. Good work by Boycott, diving to her right at short third. Saves 4. Single taken by Graves. She managed to deflect it away to the fielder at backward point, who I think is Baker. So just 1 in the end. Patel in to Graves, full, waiting for it. Bryce can only just stroke it out into the offside, picked up by Jones. Patel in again, drops a little bit short this time, and she can wait for it and then go back, Bryce, and just steer it out towards Izzy Wong. Might think about one for the throw, but they don't. Davis is having to come out to take these throws from that side of the pitch, well in front of the stumps. Worth the risk, I would have thought. Soon. Bryce has moved on to 83 though. Graves has 23. The 200 up for Lightning. 201 for 4. 7 off the over so far as Patel goes in and bowls to Graves, who goes back, bounces, misses it. Taken by Davies just outside off stump. End of the over. 201 for 4 after 40 overs. Lightning, so they've kept up the 5 runs and over rate. They want to, if they can, push well past 250 there. Taking Claire Boycott off, Eve Jones now, and she's going back to Liz Russell, who bowled her first 5 overs for 22 runs. The two in conversation about the field at the moment. She's going to be bowling to Sarah Bryce on 83. On the leg side is what is exercising them at the moment. They have Izzy Wong out there on the mid-wicket boundary, but she's going wider and coming in a yard or two. And Chloe Hill is moving from a fairly conventional mid-wicket to square leg. I think that Bryce is wanting to hit in front of square. Russell down the slope from the Bennett end, bowls slowly and pushed by Bryce towards mid-wicket, more or less where Chloe Hill was fielding, inevitably. Claire Boycott has to run around from mid-on, and a comfortable single is taken again. 202 for 4. Jones claps her hands at extra cover as Russell is in, bowls to Graves, forced out into the offside, straight through Jones again, and that's going to run away for 4. And again, sorry, that is a shocking piece of fielding, really. You've got to get something behind it, and the number of runs being given away by Sparks in the field, it must be close to 30 now. Has her hands on her hips, but got to do better than that. In goes Russell and bowls. A nice drive from Teresa Graves, nicely timed, but more or less straight to mid-off, and Kelly gets down and makes the block, makes the long barrier. That's key. But she took the ball cleanly anyway. 206 for 4. Down the slope comes Russell to finish her over. Bowls, drops a little bit short and a little bit straight, and so pulled away off the front foot almost by Teresa Graves, out towards Izzy Wong on that mid-wicket boundary. Single taken. Beg your pardon, there's another one to come. In fact, there's 2 to come. Badly miscalculated there. Liz Russell comes in and bowls to Bryce very slowly. She's trying to bowl a slow ball. It's just worked away off her legs by Bryce, off the stumps really, out towards mid-wicket. And the single is taken as Hill moves to her left to field. Bryce moves on to 85 off 105 balls. Graves' 28 has come off 30. Good stuff from Teresa Graves, who waits with bat raised as down the slope comes Russell and bowls to her outside off stump, and allowed to go through. They've just ignored the swing as umpire Underdown almost lost her hat as the breeze gets up again at the Fisher County ground. End of the over, the 41st. 208 for 4 is the Lightning score. What can they push on and get? I'll be hoping for 260. 1 over left to come from Anisha Patel, 2 for 41. She has. Probably won't take too many risks against the leg spinner unless it's a rank bad delivery, as Patel is in bowls, and that's a decent delivery. Played with a degree of comfort though by Sarah Bryce. Isn't that much spin now as you wouldn't expect with the ball getting old. Clipped out towards mid-wicket. Kelly moves to her right to field, but a comfortable single. Bryce on to 86. Patel in again, tosses that one up, and Graves is waiting for it, playing it firmly out towards deep mid-wicket. Gets to the ball quickly enough to prevent any chance of a second. Graves on to 29. 2-10 for Lightning. Again, umpire Pollard not overjoyed with the follow-through from Patel, but she's only now got four balls left to bowl. So any damage that she's doing to the pitch will be negative for her own batters rather than those of Lightning. In she goes, bowls, drops a little bit short this time, so cut away out towards extra cover by Sarah Bryce, continuing not to take any chances. Bryce, maybe when she's got to 3 figures or there are only 4 or 5 overs left to bowl, she'll look to open her shoulders a bit. But she's doing a sterling job for her side, no question about that. Patel into Graves, tosses that one up. Graves looking to drive, and again it goes through Eve Jones, who put her right hand down at extra cover, and she beats the turf in frustration, as sometimes happens when you're not fielding very well. The ball seems to be following up, but it's not great stuff. In goes Patel, bowls, and Bryce waits for it, just dabs it out into the offside, goes for the quick single. The stumps are hit, the appeal is made. Sarah Bryce, however, has made her ground. Good throw from Hannah Baker. They are hitting the stumps, Sparks, when they're throwing in, but they're taking perhaps too long to steady themselves because the batters are making their ground. The closest, I think, was early on, when they were pretty convinced that they had Ellis. Back goes Graves to this delivery from Patel, forced out into the offside, and straight to Jones, so no run on this occasion. So 5 singles from the first 5 balls and a dot, and that is the end for Anisha Patel. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 46 for her. Pretty good. You would think that the Lightning will be the happier of the two sides at the moment. Certainly they will be, given the way that Sparks have fielded. 42 overs, does that mean gel time? It does mean gel time. Out come the 12ers, 2 of them wearing blue bibs. His partnership's already worth 49. It's come at a decent rate. It's come off 56 balls. Teresa Graves obviously has the majority of the runs, 30. Sarah Bryce has just been steady away. It's pretty much since passing 50. Her 50 came off 59 balls. She's faced another 49 in going on to 88. Her strike rate has barely changed. It's at 81.5 at the moment. 213 for 4. They're not hurrying. The cut-off time is 2:17. It's in pretty small letters on the board. It's 1:44 at the moment. 8 overs left to bowl. Should be comfortable, especially when so many overs have been bowled by the spinners. Elizabeth Russell is in, bowls to Bryce down the leg side. We have had a lot of wides though on the thigh of Gwen Davis. Bounces towards short fine leg. 1 for the wide though. Russell has to start the over again. 214 for 4. And she comes, bowls to Bryce, who is looking to cut it away off the front foot, drive it, square drive it away, doesn't get anything on it, and bounces through to Davis. Dot ball. Russell, broad orange stripe down the side of the Sparks kit. In she comes and bowls. Full toss that's hit over mid-wicket by Sarah Bryce. Might run away for 4, will run away for 4. No chance for Boycott running back from wide mid-on. And a bit of a gimme from Liz Russell. Gratefully accepted Almost a no ball on height as well. It was not that far off waist height when it arrived within the hitting range of Sarah Bryce, but she took full advantage, put it away, moves on to 92. Russell into her again, that's better, and almost bowls up. Just outside off stump, pushes at it, trying to steer it into the offside, doesn't get anything on it. It is not so very far from off stump. Maybe 6 inches. Just that little bit of shape, little bit of outswing. In goes Russell again, driven firmly by Bryce. Nice shot by her, but there is a sweeper out there, Emily Arlett, who throws on the full to Davis. So just a single to Bryce, moves on to 93. 219 for 4. 6 off the over so far, 4 balls bowled. Legitimate deliveries, that is. Russell in again, pushed firmly by Graves, out towards mid-off, moves to her left to pick up, no run again. Russell turns down the slope, bowls slightly short of a good length on the back foot, worked into the leg side, but can only get it as far as mid-on. Teresa Graves, so a good finish to the over from Liz Russell. Not a great start with the wide, and then the full toss that was put away to mid-wicket for 4 by Sarah Bryce. End of the 43rd over though, 7 to go in the innings, 219 for 4 for Lightning. Remember, the final of this competition broadcast live on Sky TV on September the 27th. May be wrong, but I think that's the day after the BBC are broadcasting one of the live coverage of one of the one-day internationals between England and the West Indies. Umpire Pollard is being asked for the ball by Eve Jones, and he points to Liz Russell, who's got it. And there's a little squawk of surprise from Jones, who is at the moment busy talking to Emily Arlett, who's coming back in to replace Anisha Patel, and will, I would imagine, now bowl out from the pavilion end. She has 4 overs left to bowl. Liz Russell has 3. Once again, not hurrying Sparks to get this field sorted out. Run rate has crept up to 5.1. Lightning side isn't solely composed of Loughborough players, also includes players from Derbyshire, Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire and Lincolnshire, or at least those are the counties and national counties upon which Lightning can draw. By definition, there's obviously a majority really of Loughborough players. But it's been a wonderful competition really, outstanding organisation to get it up and running as quickly as they managed, the ECB. 8 newly formed regions, and there's quite a significant step in some respects towards the Australian model of a fully professional setup for the women's domestic competition. Remains to be seen what will happen next season. Arlott in and bowls to Sarah Bryce, who looks to pull, gets the top edge, and it bounces just short of mid-on and mid-wicket. Running in, could so easily have lobbed up to either, but Anisha Patel running across from mid-wicket couldn't get there, and Marie Kelly was too far back on the edge of the circle to get in to take it. So a lucky escape for Bryce on 93. Arlott in again, bowls slightly short, cut away off the front foot, crashed away down towards wide, extra cover. Wong gets there, but it should be a comfortable 2 for Bryce, and is. Nice shot by Bryce, just a little bit too short on that occasion, and width as well offered by Arlott. Bryce on to 95. The nerves, I'm sure, will be kicking in a little bit as she approaches the 3 figures. Arlott in, bowls, slower ball, but it's full and it's on leg stump and clipped neatly away down towards the square leg boundary for 4 by Bryce. Nice piece of timing. Didn't again try and overhit it, just waited for it, turned her wrists on it, picked the gap, and it ran away for 4. She moves on to 99 consecutive scoring shots from Sarah Bryce, 2 and then 4, and she's almost at the 3-figure mark. Now, will Jones bring the field in, put her under a little bit of pressure? No, is the short answer. She's more interested in saving the runs, or the big runs. Content perhaps to give Bryce a single. There is a huge gap in the covers between backward point and a wide mid-off. Patel is being moved from a shortish mid-wicket to a conventional mid-wicket, almost square leg, in fact, on the edge of the circle. Arlott in, bowls. Bryce turns her through the leg side for a single down to deep mid-wicket, and will be content with that. Huge applause from the Lightning. She takes off her helmet, raises her bat to the Lightning. Her Lightning team on the edge of the boundary. Well played, Sarah Bryce. 100 has come off 116 deliveries. You can hear the applause. Outstanding innings around which Loughborough have built a pretty imposing total. Will she look to cut loose now? Arlott is in to Teresa Graves. Bowls, and Graves is pushing firmly out into the offside. Quite a straight delivery though. It goes more or less straight to Eve Jones at extra cover. And there is no run. 226 for 4 remains the score. 1 ball left in the over. Wonderful cricketing name, of course. Arlott. And of course Boycott. In goes Emily Arlott. Bowls, full, clipped firmly, but only as far as mid-on by Teresa Graves. If she'd got at a yard or 2 to the right of Marie Kelly, that would have run away for 4 as well. But 2 dot balls to finish the over from Emily Arlott. 7 overs, none for 32 for her. Sarah Bryce gets a word of congratulation from Liz Russell. Nice to see. As the Sparks opening bowler walked back up the pitch, takes the ball from umpire Underdown. 6 overs to go. They want at least 40 runs from those 6 overs, which would give Lightning a score of 266, which would take some getting. What will Bryce do? She'll be on strike on exactly 100 off 116 balls as Russell comes down the hill, bowls to her, and it's pushed out into the gap in the covers. It's full. Looked to be there to drive, but almost overstepped it, Sarah Bryce, and jammed her bat into the ground at the same time as making contact. It sounded a little bit tinny on the effects mic. Single taken though. She moves on to 101. Might be Teresa Graves' job to hit out from here. In goes Russell, bowls to her, big swing of the bat, and she's got that away nice and straight. That was a good shot, and Claire Boycott moving across to her left from mid-on, couldn't get there to intercept, and it was punched away. And Gwen Davis comes out from behind the stumps to talk to Liz Russell. Likes to hit straight, Teresa Graves. She likes to hit through mid-on. It must be worth thinking about moving the mid-on either straighter or moving her back to long on. Third man at the moment feels a little bit superfluous if she's going to bowl as straight as that. Indeed, Boycott goes back from mid-on and third man comes up to the edge of the circle. No, she doesn't. Stay out, sorry, says the skipper. Make sure she's got just the 4 outside the circle. Looks that way at the moment. In goes Russell, bowls to Graves. Horrible delivery, wide down the leg side. It's going to run away for 4 wides, I'm sure. Does. And again, Sparks doing themselves no favours in the field. 2-3-1 for 4. Only 2 legitimate deliveries bowled and 9 runs from the over so far. Russell in again, bowls, swung away into the leg side by Graves. Boycott is on the ball quickly. Bryce turns for a second, sees the ball coming in, retreats back into her ground at the striker's end. Single for Graves, moves on to 35. 2-3-7 for 4. Russell turns in, bowls, and a cutaway off the front foot by, or driven away off the front foot through point by Sarah Bryce, and she's going to pick up 4 because the sweeper on the offside boundary is at cover and can't get around to backward point in time. It's the shorter of the 2 boundaries. It's probably around about 55 to 60 yards, whereas on the other side it's a good 65 to 70 yards on that side. So a very expensive over so far for Sparks from Liz Russell. Still got 2 balls to bowl in it. In she comes, bowls to Bryce, who hits over mid-on, down towards long on, and it almost bounces over Claire Boycott's head. She came in to meet it, realised she wasn't going to get there, stopped. The ball bounced off the outfield, and she had to put her left hand up and jump up into the air to stop it. She did, successfully. So it was just a single to Bryce, who moves on to 106. 242 for 4. Russell in finally to finish the over, bowls and hit over, or past the umpire by Teresa Graves. Bryce is going to take on the second and makes her ground, and so too does Teresa Graves, because Liz Russell, having taken the throw, realised Bryce was going to make a ground at the non-striker's end, turned and hurled the ball towards Davis behind the stumps at the striker's end, but Graves too, although the stumps were taken down by Davis, Graves too had made her ground. So 244 for 4. 1, 5, 6, 9, 10, 14, 15, 16, 17 off that over by my calculations from Liz Russell. 0 for 53 off 8, her figures now. Has done them no good at all. Lightning 244 for 4, still with 5 overs to go. What can they get? Can they get it up to... If they've scored at 10 and over, then they're going to get near 300. A certain slump of the shoulders among the Sparks fielders at the moment, understandably. Arlott is in to Bryce outside off stump, a length delivery. She swings and misses. Davis takes the ball, rolls the ball back at the stumps, misses them. Just in case Arlott, I beg your pardon, Bryce was out of her ground. Arlott turns in, bowls, hit back over her head by Bryce, and that's going to run away for 4. Hit straight, and she did, and picks up 4 for it. Moves on to 110. Good hitting. Was a little bit in the slot, and Russell and Kelly not too wide at mid-on and mid-off on the edge of the circle, but It bisected the two beautifully. Runs continue to flow for Lightning. 248 for 4. Arlott in to Bryce, who swings and misses outside off stump. Again, Davis rolls the ball at the stumps. Again, she misses, but again, I don't believe Bryce's back foot had left the crease. So Bryce, pretty much all or nothing now with every delivery. 110 off 122 balls. What an innings this has been. What a competition this has been for Sarah Bryce. Arlott in, bowls to her, drives, but straight out to Jones. That wide extra on the edge of the circle, single taken. 111 to Bryce, 249 for 4. Came together when Lucy Hyam was bowled by Anisha Patel for 3. 164 for 4 at that stage. In goes Arlott, bowls, and waiting for it. Graves plays firmly into the offside, out towards deep mid-wicket, but it will be just a single. Chloe Hill out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Decent throw to the bowler's end. 250 up for Lightning. 250 for 4. With power to add, 4.1 overs remaining. Arlott turns. Slightly wearily goes in and bowls, and a big hit, takes the inside edge, or was it outside edge, and runs away down to the fine third man boundary for 4. So it really is running in Lightning's favour at the moment. Arlott concedes 4 from her last ball, making it 10 from the over. Bryce has moved on to 115, Lightning 254 for 4. 4 overs remain. Can they get 300? It is a distinct possibility at the moment. And in any form of cricket, 6 and over 50 overs takes some getting. Sparks will console themselves with the thought that this is a pretty decent track and a lightning fast outfield, albeit a big one. But they are going to have to bat very well, whatever happens. So Liz Russell is being taken off and taking a little bit of a chance is Eve Jones, because she's brought Izzy Wong back on. In goes Wong, and bowl short outside off stump, clobbed away over extra cover by Graves for 4. It was short and wide, and it sat up and said hit me, and Teresa Graves obliged. Opened her shoulders and just thumped it away over extra cover with an almost horizontal bat, and once again Wong has gone for 4 off the first ball of an over. Lightning rampant at the moment. Wong in again to Graves, short and looking to pull. Comes off the inside edge, and Wong is bouncing around as though on a little trampoline at the moment. She put down her right hand, and the way she was bouncing around, I thought for a minute she'd perhaps deflected it onto the stumps or something, but it was just sheer energy and frustration, I suspect, from Izzy Wong, who turns, pumps her knees to get her run going. In she goes and bowls to Graves, who hits a hard back overhead, a super hit, and it's a maximum. What a hit that was from Teresa Graves. She just shuffled down the pitch and hit it straight back, as clean a hit as you are likely to see, and it cleared the advertising hoardings. That is a big hit at the Fisher County ground, and it cleared the advertising hoardings and thumped into the black sight screen behind the bowler. What a hit that was from Teresa Graves, who moves on to 48 off 45 balls. Lightning onto 264 for 4, in complete control at the moment. And I'm pretty sure that Gwen Davis indicated to bowl a bouncer there. In goes Wong, and does attempt to bowl a bouncer that is pulled down to fine leg, where Poppy Davis fields. Didn't really get up that high. In fact, came off the thigh pad of Teresa Graves, so it is a leg bye. Thought it didn't go very quickly, otherwise that might have gone the distance as well. Single taken, 265 for 4. 11 runs from the first 4 balls of the over. Bryce on strike on 115. Wong is in bowl. She makes a little bit of room and drives through the offside. A good diving stop by Emily Arlott, sticking out her right hand there. Saves 4 runs, no question. That was good fielding. Just stepped back just a couple of inches to give herself room to force it out into the offside. Teresa Graves, and did. But it was a really neat piece of work good piece of work by Arlott. Diving away to her right, getting her right hand to the ball, strong right hand, saving 4. Wong is going to go round the wicket to Teresa Graves on 48. Graves waits for it. And there's general laughter because the ball bounced out into the offside. Wong tried to pick it up quickly and did so, but in the act of doing so she was looking to turn and throw down the wickets at the non-striker's end, and just fell over as she did so. It ended up on her rear. So all a little bit inelegant from Izzy Wong, but again good to see from the fast bowler. She's absolutely determined to make a difference. Not able to do so at the moment. 6 overs she's bowled, none for 45 her figures. At the other end, Emily Arlott, 8 overs, none for 42. Lightning 266 for 4 with 3 overs remaining. And 2 batters at the crease, very much in. Sarah Bryce on 116 and Teresa Graves on 48. 100 partnership between them for the 4th wicket so far. Arlott is in, makes room. Bryce carves it away into the offside, but only as far as Wong, coming in from the extra cover boundary, picks it up at probably fairly square of the wicket in the end. So just a single to Sarah Bryce, moves on to 117. Can Teresa Graves go to her 50 now? 48 off 47 balls. Waits with bat raised as Arlott is in. A couple of steps down the wicket, lofts it out towards mid-wicket. Will she be caught? No, she won't. Chloe Hill came towards the ball, thought she'd got 2 hands underneath it. It went through her hands, bounced through her and over the mid-wicket boundary. And I'm afraid that's fairly symptomatic of much of the Sparks fielding in this game. They have given away so many runs. It must be close to 50. Good hit again from Teresa Graves, who goes to her 50, 52 off 48 balls. Well batted by her. But goodness me, how they have been helped, the Lightning batsmen, by the Sparks' poor fielding. And as I say, that was another example of it. 271 for 4. Still 2.4 overs to go. Arlott, wind getting up the slope she goes, and bowls full to Bryce, thick outside part of the bat, to Graves, beg your pardon, thick outside part of the bat, and it's going to run down to third man for 4. She had to reach for it a little bit, but she did so successfully, and everything seems to be going to the boundary at the moment as far as the Lightning are concerned. They look a dispirited side, Sparks, at the moment. 275 for 4. Again, another conference about field placement. 2:17 the cut-off time. They really don't want to incur penalty runs for that, and it's 2:10 now, so 2.3 overs to bowl, so they've got 7 minutes in which to bowl 9 balls. Should be a fairly straightforward task. 217 is the point at which she got to start the last over. In goes Arlott, bowls, swing, thick outside edge, 4. Again, and Teresa Graves. And, well, 2 in a row might persuade Eve Jones to have a third man. She's got a deep mid-wicket at the moment, and a long on, and a deep square, and a third man now. So instead of cover on the offside, a sweeper on the offside, she's gone 3 on the leg side and a third man. But you need your bowler to bowl in the right places for the shot. Graves has gone on to 60 or 50 balls. In goes Arlott, bowls to her. That's a better delivery. Yorker length dug out by Teresa Graves, and all she can do is squeeze it out into the covers. A rare dot ball after 3 consecutive boundaries. 13 off the over, 1 ball to come. Russell, you can hear, clapping her hands, trying to encourage Arlott as she comes in to finish her 9th over. Bowls, and they're looking to clip the full delivery away on the leg side. Sounded very paddy. Was it an inside edge onto pad? It was, according to umpire Pollard, who doesn't signal. The single is taken. Lightning 280 for 4. Graves has moved on to 61 and, by my calculations, kept the strike. Bryce has 117 off 126 balls. She's got her strike rate up to 93. Graves, 61 off 52, is striking now at 117. Final sanitising break of the innings. 280 for 4 with 2 overs to go. Been some batting display by Lightning. A little bit too late in the context of the group as a whole. They obviously can't qualify for the final, which, as I say, is going to be broadcast live. Some near misses in the competition so far. Lost to Thunder by 4 runs, to Diamonds by 9 runs, Diamonds by 2 wickets, beat Sparks by 6 runs, got well beaten by Thunder. It's Claire Boycott in to bowl to Teresa Graves, who whips her away into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket. Doesn't pick it up cleanly, Chloe Hill, straight away, so 2 taken by Teresa Graves. Moves on to 63, 282 for 4. Still the runs flow. Boycott into Graves. Full toss, clipped away into the leg side, out towards Liz Russell, who's at deep backward square. Just a single, though, on that occasion. Sixth over and last for Claire Boycott. 1 for 32 at the moment. In she goes. Bowls to Bryce, who cuts her, having made room through the offside. No chance for Hannah Baker, chasing back towards backward point. It is another 4. And Davies goes running out to speak to Claire Boycott. Telling her where to bowl. She's standing up to the stumps for Boycott, as you should. It's gentle stuff, but being hit to all parts at the moment. Again, a little bit of room. Again, cut away. This time behind point. Again, it may run away for 4. No, that one is going to be excuse me, dragged back by Baker. Gets her throw away. So on this occasion, it's just 2 for Sarah Bryce, who moves on to 123. Teresa Graves has 64. Lightning 289 for 4. 8 balls left, and this time it's hit away into the offside towards Eve Jones, who stops it, doesn't pick it up cleanly, having made room again. Bryce, just a single on that occasion. 124 for her. 290 for 4. 7 balls left. Boycott in. Graves plays it back past her, out towards Jones, who moves to her right, does field cleanly. Single taken. 290 for 4 at the end of the over. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 from it. And as a consequence, the run rate up to almost 6 now for Lightning. Teresa Graves and Sarah Bryce touch bats. Their job is almost done, and what a job it's been. 164 for 4 when they came together, when Anisha Patel bowled Lucy Hyam. I think it was in the 34th over. So the partnership now approaching 127, I think. Who's getting the doubtful privilege of bowling the last over? It's going to be the irrepressible Issy Wong. This time from the pavilion end. She's ready to go, and she's asking Davis, are you ready? Davis says, yes, I'm ready. Let's crack on. In goes Wong. A couple of steps down the wicket, a big swing and a miss from Teresa Graves. Davis takes the ball, underarms it at the stumps, misses, as she has on a number of occasions. Takes her gauntlets off and puts her cap back on. Gloves back on now. Wong is ready. Graves is ready. Will she advance down the pitch again? No, she waits this time. It's a full delivery outside, off stump, going for the run, and she's going to be run out, trying to run the by Sarah Bryce, and she's going to have to apologise, I suggest, to Teresa Graves, because she stitched her up something rotten there. Graves looked up and saw Bryce running towards her. The underarm throw from Davis behind the stumps missed the stumps, but it ran on its way towards Issy Wong, who just had to pick it up and take the bails off with Graves no more than halfway down the pitch. Well batted, Teresa Graves, though. Outstanding knock from her, and an outstanding partnership with Sarah Bryce. In goes Wong to bowl to Bryce, who hits hard out into the leg side, out towards mid-wicket. Can't get there. The fielder on the mid-wicket boundary, Chloe Hill, and that is another 4 for Bryce, who touches gloves with the new batsman, who is Nancy Harman, who may not face a ball. There are only 3 balls left to be bowled. Lightning on to 295 for 5. The 300 very much on the cards now. Still no reward for Issy Wong. .295 for 5. Wong is in and bowls, and Bryce hits the full toss down towards long gone. Hits very straight though, and hits it for 4. Lovely shot from Bryce. What an innings this has been. 132 off 131 balls now. Strike rate over 100. Consecutive boundaries. 299 to Lightning now. 2 balls left to bowl from an almost despondent Sparks side. Wong, the little dance to start her run is she has to work hard on it now. In she goes. Bowls. Full toss again, wiped into the leg side by Bryce. This time straight to mid-wicket. Hill fumbles, and there is going to be 2 as a consequence instead of 1. Should have been just the single. It went straight to her, but she couldn't take it first time. 300 up for Lightning. 301 for 5. An astonishing effort with 1 ball to go in their 50-over innings. Sarah Bryce will face that last ball, and that seems appropriate. 134 off 132 balls. Wong is going to bowl it from around the wicket. I'm saying last ball. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it 2 to come? No, this is the last one, I think. In she goes. Bowls. Full toss. Hit in the air. It's going to land short of long on. Liz Russell picks it up and throws, but it is going to be 2 to Sarah Bryce, who finishes unbeaten on a quite magnificent 136 made off 133 balls. And Izzy Wong goes and shakes the batter's hand, and one or two other of the Sparks do likewise, because that is an extraordinary effort by Sarah Bryce, who has had a magnificent competition, and what a way to end it as a batter. 136 off 133 balls, that out of a lightning total of 303 for 5 of 50 overs. 304 will be the Sparks' target. I'll let you hear the applause. It'd be nice if the ground was full. Obviously, in the circumstances, not possible, but that is an innings to live long in the memory from Sarah Bryce. Her scores in the competition this season then: 52, 57, 51, 75, 24, and now 136 not out. Bethan Ellis made 25, and that was off 41 balls. It's going through the scorecard, and I'll bring you up to date with the scores from elsewhere as I do so. Bethan Ellis's 25 came off 41 balls. Catherine Bryce made 14 off 15. Abby Freeborn, a very good 40 off 46 balls. Lucy Hyam came and went quickly. She was bowled for 3. And a great knock from Teresa Graves before being run out for 65. That came off 57 balls. But again, the standout batter, Sarah Bryce, 136, 133 balls, 14 fours hit. So the target, and it is a formidable one for the Central Sparks, will be 304 to win. We will bring you full commentary on the stream when that innings starts shortly, but just for now we'll take a chance to have a cup of tea, and I suggest you do the same. Draw breath after that magnificent effort from Sarah Bryce. Just for now then, from the Fisher County Ground, Grace Road, it's good afternoon, and we'll be back with you shortly. Welcome back to the Fisher County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, for the second innings in this Rachel Hayhoe Flint game between Central Sparks and the Lightning. Lightning, a sensational innings really. 303 for 5, dominated by 136 not out from opener Sarah Bryce, made off 133 balls. 65 from Teresa Graves, 25 Bethan Ellis, 14 Catherine Bryce, 40 Abby Freeborn, 3 Lucy Hyam. That is a formidable target for the Sparks. The two umpires are out in the middle, ready for the resumption. Paul Pollard and Melinda Underdown. Paul Pollard just talking to Lightning head coach Rob Taylor out there at the moment, explaining what, I wonder. Paul Pollard was involved in a very controversial incident on this ground last night, when he and his fellow umpire Nick Cook ruled that Nottinghamshire must be penalised 5 runs for, in the vernacular, fake fielding, deliberately trying to mislead the striker. Stephen Mullaney of Nottinghamshire was adjudged to have slid and in the full knowledge that he couldn't get anywhere near the ball, but trying to persuade Leicestershire not to take a second run. And as it turned out, the game went down pretty much to the last ball, so those 5 runs, absolutely crucial. We'll be hoping for nothing too controversial in this Central Sparks innings. The two Sparks openers are out there. They're awaiting the arrival of the purple-clad Lightning side. Out they come now. Umpire Pollard is going to be standing at the pavilion end. He hands the ball to Sophie Munro, who's going to open the bowling for Lightning from the pavilion end, one assumes. Gwennon Davis is the non-striker. Eve Jones is going to take strike. Captain Ho's aside a few runs. Fielding of the Sparks generally, Jones too, I'm afraid, was not up to standard. They must have given away a good 50 runs in the field. So Munro is going to be bowling over the wicket. Left armour to left-hander. In she comes. Beg your pardon, right armour to left-hander. Bowls outside off stump, round the wicket, and tries to cut it away. Eve Jones doesn't get anything on it. Bounces through to keeper Freeborn. Capless keeper Freeborn. Don't often see keepers without some sort of headwear these days. Slip in as well for Munro, who is in and bowling to Jones, who gets a thick outside edge as she reaches for one just outside off stump. Runs down to third man, who is a third man, takes the single to get off the mark. Surprisingly, given the size of the score that Lightning made, 303 for 5, they only took 10 runs off the first 6 overs. Emily Arlott and Liz Russell bowled very tightly initially and had a good squeeze on, but thereafter, well, not carnage, it was carnage in the last 5 or 6 overs, but the runs flowed. In goes Munro, bowls to Davis outside off stump. Freeborn, who is standing up now, has put her helmet on, bounces off her. Gentle stuff from Munro, just the 2 out during the power play, of course. Third man and She has a deep backward square. She goes in round the wicket, bowls two. That's very wide and will surely be signalled wide. It barely hit the cut strip and is signalled wide by umpire Pollard. That one is going to have to be bowled again. Good take by Freeburn. Monroe is in and bowls again very wide, and that will surely be signalled wide as well. And is. She's looking to swing it away, bowling around the wicket to the two left-handers. In she goes, bowls, and back goes Davis, forcing out into the leg side. Point dives across, gets a hand to the ball, slows it down. Bethan Ellis saves a couple of runs, possibly. Fielding completed by Nancy Harmon at cover. Single taken though by Davis, so she and Jones both off the mark. Jones back on strike as Monroe goes in and bowls to her, very fallen wide, outside off stump. Is she going to get away with that one as it bounces off the gloves of Abby Freeborn and is fielded at slip? She is, just. 4 without loss then after 1, 2, 3, 5 balls, in reality 7. Monroe is in, bowling, driving pleasantly into the offside. Here's Jones, but only as far as extra cover, so no run on that occasion. Bryce, the fielder, end of the first over. 4 without loss. Could have been a lot worse for Sophie Monroe. Reasonably gentle stuff coming up the slope from the pavilion end, looking, as I say, to swing it away from the left-handers. That's not easy for a right armer going around the wicket. A little bit inside out in terms of bowling style, what you're trying to do. Possibly a little bit nervous. Bowling on the county ground here at Leicester. Got through it. Catherine Bryce is going to bowl the opening over from the Bennett end. She's sending Monroe, who'd gone to short third man, down to conventional third man on the boundary. Other fielder out is at deep square. Davis will be on strike. As round the wicket comes Bryce and bowls to her. She waits for it, almost looking to let that one go. Hit the blade of the bat and bounce down towards first slip, who dived across to her left and made the stop, Sarah Bryce. Fresh from her astonishing innings of 136 not out. Catherine Bryce goes in and bowls on the leg side. Davis helps it on its way down to fine leg, or long leg really, for 4. No chance for deep square to get across. Davis moves on to 5, 8 without loss. Continues to be a wonderful day here at the Fisher County ground. Just a few white clouds, a few little white fluffy clouds around in the distance, but very hot as round the wicket comes Catherine Bryce. Pushes the delivery out from the off stump. Gwen Davis getting forward, pushing it out towards point. No run. Bethan Ellis, the fielder, at just backward of point, just backward of square. Bryce in again. That's a good straighter delivery on off stump, pushed back to her on the front foot by Gwen Davis. Dot ball. Just the one scoring shot from the first 4 balls, but it was a 4. Freeborn's indicating to Third man. What? Third man can't quite hear. She puts her hand to her ear. In goes Bryce and bowls edged on the drive just past the leaping first slip. Flung herself high to her left, Sarah Bryce, put up her right hand. Don't think she touched it over the bar, so to speak. Drawn into driving at a wide one. Gwen Davis, slightly lucky to get away with it. Wanders down to have a word with Eve Jones. Applause from Bryce. Sarah, that is. For Catherine's delivery. Jones taking her time, just taking a guard. First time she's faced from this end. Bryce is in and bowling outside off stump. Jones looking to steer it away behind point. Successfully does so. No chance for third man. Monroe to get across to deep backward point, and 4 taken from the final ball. Nice shot, calm shot from Jones, steered away, and they, intimidating though this total is, they'll know that with the outfield as quick as it is, and the pitch as good as it is, that this total is within Sparks' compass. 304 is their target. Made a solid start towards it. They're 13 without loss after 2, 9 from that over from Catherine Bryce. Sophie Monroe will continue from the pavilion end. Best bowling this season, 3 for 32 as she goes in round the wicket and bowls, defended on the back foot out into the offside by Gwen Davis. 3 for 32 made in the defeat to Thunder. I suspect, given the scores on that day, maybe a little bit more in the pitch than there is here at the county ground. In goes Monroe and bowls. Back goes Davis. Plays pleasantly out into the offside again. Can't get it past cover. Harmon fields, not cleanly, but picks up quickly and gets a throw away. No chance of a single. 2 fields out, as is often the way, are at third man and deep backward square as Monroe, 2 dot balls to start, is in, and bowls, drops a little bit short, pulled out towards mid wicket by Davis. Should pick up a couple, does. Good throw out to the bowler's end. Gathers a little bit of pace as it bounces on this hard square. I think it's Pye out there. Monroe turns. Top of the mark and is in. Bowling drops a little bit short again. It's drifting towards leg stump. It's a long chase round for backward square down to long leg. Gets down to the ball. Should be one for the throw. There isn't. Jones turned, thinking about it, but picked herself up well and got her throw away. Sachi Pye, and just a couple. Even so, solid start continues for Sparks, 17 without loss. Coming towards the end of the third over, Monroe is in, bowls a full toss and is clipped away into the leg side, and I think it's going to go the distance. There are 3 of the Lightning converging on the ball. They do just drag it back. Good work out there on the far mid-wicket boundary. There's a chase between 3. Just dragged it back, saved a single. You never know, it could be crucial at the end of the day. Davis moves on to 13, however. Lucy Hyam, the fielder, won the chase there. Refastened her shoelace. Slip comes out now. Goes in at mid-wicket on the edge of the circle, while Hyam, who was on the edge of the silk, goes in almost on the push, essentially, at mid-wicket, as in goes Munro and bowls, hits the pad, looks like it's going down leg side. Her appeal is a little bit delayed. Freeborn went up straight away behind the stumps, but umpire Pollard not interested. End of the third over, 20 without loss. Yeah, going down the leg side for sure, in the opinion of the umpires. 20 without loss. Sparks after 3 overs. Jones has 5, Gwen Davis has 13. A mere 284 more runs needed, but they're ahead of the DLS already, which is just 11. As I say, remember that Lightning just scored 10 off their first 6 overs, so Sparks at the moment well ahead of the game. Long way to go. In comes Catherine Bryce, bowls outside off stump, taken by Freeborn, 1.5 feet outside off stump. Umpire under down, almost loses her hat, as she has on a number of occasions actually, blowing a bit out there. Lovely warm breeze. Bryce is in and bowls, goes for the drive and hits it high over cover for 4. Lovely shot from Davis. Good technique, good classical technique. Didn't get it over the ball, but I think deliberately lofted it over the fielder at cover. No question about that. Picks up 4. There are a ring of fielders in the covers, including a short extra at the moment, about 3 strips back on the 45, but cleared them by a long way. In goes Bryce and bowls, and almost onto the stumps there. Almost got through Davis, who was playing a forward defensive on off stump, looked to be a little inside edge, and almost drifted onto the stumps. There's a little bit of shape actually away from the left-hander. In goes Bryce again, and loves shape to the cover drive too, but picks out the field. Didn't try and loft that one, Gwen Davis, and indicates with her hand that there is that little bit of swing, as you would hope from the bowling side's point of view with the new ball. Even the white ball does swing early on, just for not very long. Bryce is in again, bowls, finds the outside edge, that little bit of swing, but it bounces through the gully down towards the fielder coming in from third man. And Munro gets there, gets a throw away, single taken there. Davis on to 18 from 17 balls, faced the majority of the deliveries. Jones is facing now though, as in goes Catherine Bryce, bowls outside off stump, swinging further away, steps forward Jones and looks up hopefully at the umpire, but her hope is not fulfilled. There is no signal of a wide. End of the over. 5 from it. Catherine Bryce will probably be reasonably relieved about that, having conceded a 4 from the second ball. 25 without loss after 4 though. Runs required 279 at 6.1. Current rate is 6.3. Lightning know this. They're going to have to work hard to hold the Sparks batting. Munro's going to continue 2 overs for 11. Bryce 2 overs for 14. Munro in, bowls outside off stump, well wide but not wide enough for umpire Pollard to signal wide, allowed to go through by Gwen Davis. She remains on 18, 25 without loss. Munro bowls, drops a little bit short outside off stump and cut away over the offside field by Gwen Davis. It did sit up. Is it going to cross the ropes? No, it is dragged back just inside the ropes at deep extra cover. Harmon, the fielder there. Good turn of pace to get there and drag it back even so. A couple of runs to Gwen Davis. It is the shorter boundary on that side. So not possible to run 3 in those circumstances. Far too much width from Munro, who's in again to Davis. That's on the leg side this time, hooked in the air, just short of the fielder at deep square, and although she gets 2 hands to it, it is still going to go over the ropes. Pye out there, having decided not to go for the catch and stop it. She got 2 hands to it, but it still went through for 4. Davis on to 24. Munro in again, bowls. That's a better line on off stump. It's slightly short of a good length, but having picked up 6 off the first 3 balls, Davis content enough to defend it, block it back down the pitch on the onside. Picked up by Lucy Hyam, running in from a short mid-wicket position. Munro is in again down the leg side, will be signalled wide, not taken cleanly by Freeborn. She tried to help it on its way, Davis, didn't get anything on it. Freeborn moved across behind the stumps, stopped it, not cleanly, but still, obviously always going to be signalled wide in those circumstances, and was. .32 without loss, Sparks, as Munro is in again, drops a little bit short, pulled down into the leg side by Davis, only as far as Pye though, who is at deep square. Didn't quite get all of it on that occasion, Gwen Davis, but she's already moved on to 25 from 22 balls. Jones, who's only faced 7, has 5. Sparks 33 without loss. A lot of runs going to be scored today. In goes Munro, bowls, drops a little bit short onto leg stump, goes back Jones and just turns it calmly down towards wide-ish long leg. Pye has to run around from backward square. Jones takes 1, content with that. Good start for Sparks. 5 overs have been bowled, 34 without loss. They're well ahead of where they need to be in theory. And Sophie Munro has conceded 20 runs from her first 3 overs. Pitch has been under this hot sun now, been exposed for a good, well, what will it be? It was probably, covers will have been taken off before 9 o'clock, I would imagine, by Leicestershire groundsman Andy Ward and his team. So most of the day it's been baking. Remember, Sparks, having won the toss, did choose to bowl first, part because they like to chase. Might have hoped there'd be a little bit in the track. There wasn't too much, to be honest. Catherine Bryce to continue from the Bennett end, round the wicket, bowls to Eve Jones, who made quite a late decision to have a drive at that one outside off stump, and it goes past the outside edge, swings past the outside edge, doesn't take the outside edge. Bryce in again, bowls, goes back and turns it away, a straight delivery off her stumps down towards wide long leg, turns looking for the second. Pye gets there quickly, throws in left-handed, so it is just the 1. Bryce turns, top of the mark, comes in and bowls, driven slightly in the air for a few feet, but she's got it through the covers, Gwen Davis. It's a chase back towards the point boundary for Bethan Ellis. Gets there, gets the throw away. Freeborn takes it a long way in front of the stumps. Davis happy enough with 2. She moves on to 27. The wicket again comes Bryce, driven pleasantly by Davis. Misfield in the covers. No excuse for that, Nancy Harman. It was straight across the square where the grass is at its shortest. Bounced off her hands a few feet to her left, so single taken. Davis 28 off 24. Jones on 7 off 10. Bryce in to Jones. Length delivery on off stump. Off and middle. Forward went Jones. Played the ball back down the pitch to Catherine Bryce. No run. Slip there. Back in for Jones. Not for Davis, of course. In goes Bryce. Bowls. Driven. Hard down into the ground and through wide of mid-off for 4. Nice shot from Eve Jones. She goes into double figures on to 11. Sparks continue to make excellent progress towards this target of 304. They've moved on to 42 without loss. 6 overs have been bowled, so it's gels time, as in sanitising to rub on your hands. Who knows, maybe a boost as well. A little bit early for that after just 6 overs. But remember, Lightning after 10 overs, after 6 overs I beg your pardon, the first gel break were 10 without loss. Sparks 42 without loss. An indication that these are batting friendly conditions. They are. Finish their games here at Grace Road for the season. They finish their season potentially, in all likelihood, at Old Trafford tomorrow against Lancashire. They can still qualify for the quarter-finals of the T20 competition, but they have to beat Lancashire at Old Trafford by a good margin and also rely on results elsewhere to go in their favour. But at least they finished at Grace Road on a high note by beating Nottinghamshire last night. Sophie Munro to continue from the pavilion end. Round the wicket she comes, bowls to Davis, who turns her wrists on that one, pushes it, clips it away through square leg. In from the square leg boundary comes Teresa Graves, so single comfortably taken. Looking good here, Gwen Davis, batting really nicely. 29 off 25 balls. Jones has 11 off 12. Munro in to her, short, outside off stump, looking to force it away off the back foot. There's a bit more bounce than she expected on that occasion. Ball went over the top of the bat edge. Not taken cleanly by Freeborn with that extra little bit of bounce. And swing, perhaps mainly bounce. Already the swing, what there was, has started to decrease. Munro is in, better length and forward, looking to drive, but has to just check her shot slightly there. Jones out into the offside. No run. She remains on 11. Looking to save the single Lightning as in goes Munro. Bowls outside off stump, cut away off a little bit off the edge down towards third man. Pye is the fielder down there, covering some ground at the moment. Sashi Pye. 44 without loss. Jones has 12. I hope it's okay to call it Eve rather than Evelyn. In goes Munro, leg side, nice take by wicketkeeper Freeborn as Davis missed as she tried to swing it away down to the wide open spaces behind square on the leg side. And she offered it to the stumps, that'd be Freeborn. She was deep back in her ground, Gwen Davis, and the wide is duly signalled. Comes Munro, still with 2 balls to bowl in the over then. Outside off stump, very wide again. Is she going to get away with that one? Yes. Just. Umpire Pollard being generous. Munro in to finish the over. In she comes, outside off stump, chopped away nicely off the front foot by Davis, and although Pye dives at wide third man, she'd had to run a good 10 yards and couldn't get there. So runs really flowing for Sparks, much more so than they were for Lightning in the opening overs. 7 have been bowled. Sparks 49 without loss, which will tell you the run rate is 7 already. And they've got it down, the rate required, to under 6s, well under 6s, 5.9, well under, just under 5.9, but miles ahead in terms of Duckworth-Lewis. And of course where Lightning were at this stage, so she might be looking to make, I suspect, an earliest change here. No. We'll continue with Catherine Bryce, and she will persist with the round the wicket attack. In she goes, bowls to Jones, wide outside off stump, looking to hit it away off the front foot. Might just have stayed a fraction low there, didn't get anything on it in any event, and a nice take by Abby Freeborn. Dot ball. In comes Bryce, outside off stump, better length, not quite as full at any rate, and still that little bit of shape for her, steered out into the offside by Eve Jones. Two dot balls to start the over then. Catherine Bryce, who is in and bowls down the leg side, and although Jones didn't get anything on it and it was stopped by Freeborn, it will of course be signalled wide. Rightly so, it was a good foot down the leg side. In goes Bryce again, and drifting towards leg stump, turned into the leg side. A good tumbling stop by Hyam. That's short mid-wicket position. But Davis had long since completed her run when the throw reached wicketkeeper Freeborn. Single taken then. Jones on to 13. Davis on strike. Outside off stump. Swatted away. Reached for it a little bit. Hit it past Hyam, but mid-on got around to cut it off. It was a little bit at the toe end of the bat. Single taken. In fact, it was almost a full toss. I think it might have been a full toss from Catherine Bryce, who is in again to Jones, outside off stump, allowed to go through by Jones, who looks back up the pitch. Umpire doesn't extend her arms. 50 up, of course, for Sparks now already, as in go, that surely will be signalled wide. In goes Bryce, and that one is wide and is so signalled. Two wides in the over, then one leg side, one offside from Catherine Bryce, who is in again and bowling. Finds a better line. It's stroked past the diving short extra cover, but only as far as mid-off by Eve Jones, who therefore remains on 13 at the end of the 8th over. 34 to Gwen Davis off just 28 deliveries. 53 without loss. Sparks to win 251. 42 overs remain to get them in nigh on ideal batting conditions now. Flat track, fast outfield, reasonably gentle bowling, a little bit of swing for Sophie Munro and Catherine Bryce, but not much, and certainly no seam movement. Whether the spinners, when they come on, will find a little bit of assistance. The Sparks leg spinners, Baker and Patel, did find turn, but it was fairly slow turn. So, have we got a change in bowling already? We do. Teresa Graves is going to have a bowl, replacing Sophie Munro. I think that has to be the right decision. Need wickets. Need a breakthrough. In goes Graves and drops short, and it's pulled, but only as far as Lucy Hyam, who's at short mid-wicket, makes the long barrier. Blocks the ball. Good fielding by Hyam. Gets away with it then. Teresa Graves her first ball. Batted beautifully for her 65. In she goes and bowls. That's a slightly better length. Direction's a bit awry though. Onto leg stump, tucked away by Davis down to the 45. Munro has to run a few yards to her right, so a comfortable single. 35 already to Davis, brings Jones back down on strike. Graves is in, well wide outside off stump, and leaning on her bat in the end. Started to reach for it, Eve Jones, but knew she wouldn't get anywhere near it. Graves in again, bowls, and onto middle and leg, just turned. Again down, backward of square by Jones. Munro has that 10 yards or so to run to her right. Easy single. Jones onto 14, 56 without loss. Still an over and a half in the power play to be bowled. In goes Graves, bowls slightly short, pulled out to deep mid-wicket for 4 by Davis. It's gentle stuff really from Teresa Graves, and if you're going to bowl at that sort of pace, you're going to have to hit your lines and your lengths. Anything short is going to be gobbled up by a good batter, and Davis is a good batter, especially in the leg side and especially in the power play. Moves on to 39 as Graves goes in again. It's short, cut away into the offside, but straight to Harman in the covers. Missed out a little bit there because she had to really reach for it. I suspect if she'd let it go, it might have been signalled wide again. Graves is in, bowls. That's a better length, good length, and forward went Davis. In defence, on off stump, pushing it out into the offside. It does take time to get used to bowling on this ground because it isn't quite level, run up or run down. It's only when you actually do it you realise that there is a slight slope. It looks beautifully flat from up here in the commentary box and from the boundary, and it is for the most part, but there is a slight slope up and there is just a slight slope down from the Bennett end to the pavilion. If you haven't bowled here before, it takes a good few deliveries to get used to it. Some of Leicestershire's overseas pros have told me it takes the best part of a season to get properly used to it, but they may have been exaggerating. 60 without loss, Central Sparks, chasing 304 to win, only 9 overs bowled. Catherine Bryce will continue from the Bennett end. Around the wicket she bowls to Jones, who cracks it into the covers, but good work out there at extra covers by Harman, who wrings her hands. That one stung. I'm not surprised. It was a really nice crisp hit by Eve Jones. It would have run away for 4 for sure. In goes Bryce again, bowls very full, tries to steer it away down to third man off the front foot. Eve Jones doesn't get anything on it. It's stopped by Abby Freeborn behind the stumps. No run. Bryce in again, just drifting onto the legs this time. Hits the pads as Jones tries to turn it down to Deep backwards square. Freeborn runs out from behind the stumps as it trickles down towards short fine leg. Leg by is signalled. 61 without loss. Bryce in again to Davis this time, down the leg side. She was going to try and turn it on its way. Didn't bother doing so in the end. It wasn't taken cleanly by Freeborn, and it actually rolled a good 4 or 5 feet behind, maybe a few yards more actually. And seeing that, Jones called Davies through for the bye. 63 without loss. Bryce in again, outside off stump, cut away for 4 by Jones. Nothing violent about the shot, because she did have to reach for it a little bit, but she picked out the gap between cover and point. And it ran away for 4. 67 without loss. Jones on to 18. She started to motor now. 18 off 25. Gwen Davis 39 off 33. Partnership has been compiled at pretty much 7 runs and over. Taking full advantage of some loose stuff in the power play. Bryce is in, bowls, and that's a decent shout for leg before. Oh, desperate appeal on the part of the Lightning, and nobody can quite believe it. Hands on heads all round out there, but it did sound a fraction wooden. We'll have a look at the replay. Ooh. Jeepers, I'm not sure that was missing. It looked to hit her on the back foot, bang in front to me. So that looked to be about halfway up middle. It can only have been an edge, folks, that saves to Eve Jones there. It really can. In goes Catherine Bryce, and bowls driven hard down into the ground, bounces out to mid-off. And there is no run. End of the over. 67 without loss. Jones, who may have been fortunate to survive a leg before shout there, is on 18. Gwen Davis has 39. And at the end of the power play, Central Sparks are 67 without loss. At this stage, Lightning were 39 without loss. Be a change? No, there won't. It will still be Teresa Graves. I think 1 over would be a bit harsh. It wasn't the greatest over Teresa Graves has bowled, but only went for 7, which in the context of the power play is about par. Now umpire Pollard is whether he's giving the skipper a little bit of a lecture, but there are long discussions going on here, and they're fairly one-sided discussions. Whether he's not very happy about the reaction to the appeal being turned down, I'm not sure. Or whether he's just explaining. No, I think it's probably, given that it's 10 overs have been bowled, he's just reiterating how many fielders perhaps allowed outside the circle. Well, I'm sure Bryce aware of that, as in goes Graves, bowls outside off stump, tries to cut it away. Gwen Davis doesn't get anything on it, not taken cleanly by Freeborn, but no damage done as a consequence. Graves is in, bowls slightly short up on her back foot. Davis is defending out into the offside. To Sarah Bryce, who's at extra cover. Graves is in, a little bit short on leg stump, pulled around the corner. Has she got it down for 4? No, good work out there on the wide long leg boundary by deep square running across to her left. Saves a couple of runs. Davis has to be content with 2. She thought it was going to... In fact, did she just get 1 in the end? Because she was so convinced it was going to go away for 4. Looks that way. She moves on to 40. Sparks on to 68 without loss. Graves in again. Bowls on off stump. Good line and length. Better. Forward went Jones in defence, pushing it out into the offside. Picked up by Bryce and Sarah, that is, and there's no run. 68 without loss. It has been a better over generally from Teresa Graves. Just 1 run conceded from it so far. In she goes and bowls. Tosses it one up a bit. Driven firmly, but only out as far as mid-off. Kirsty Gordon, the fielder there. Another dot ball, just a single from the over so far. As in goes Graves to finish it. Bowls outside off stump, just pushed into the gap in front of point. Through the covers, out of there. Sweeping. Coming in off the boundary. Means it's just a single. Keeps the strike though. Jones moves on to 19. 69 without loss after 11. Caps being brought out by the 12ers. Davis and Jones consult in mid-pitch. Quite how Jones wasn't given out to that leg before. I've had a couple of looks at it, and I think I'd still be appealing if I was the bowler. Umpire Underdown is talking to the bowlers. We are going to see Kirsty Gordon now, replacing Catherine Bryce. Key moment, you feel they need wickets. Lightning, they're not coming at the moment. 69 without loss. Sparks. Jones marks her crease again, checks a guard. Round the wicket comes Gordon, bowls her left arm spin, drops a little bit short, forced out into the offside, but good work out there at extra cover by Harman. Means there's no run. They have fielded better. Lightning, no question about that at the moment. In goes Gordon, bowls and reaching forward, not getting to the pitch of the ball, but playing what spin there is, what turn there is off the pitch. Defending it out into the offside is Jones, and there's no run again. Gordon is in and bowls, turned into the leg side this time by Jones, but only as far as mid-wicket. Picked up by Bryce. No run. Cover, who was at the edge, on the edge of the circle, goes back now as Gordon goes in and bowls, drops a little bit short, and going to be in the game straight away out there on the extra cover boundary. Running around to her left is Sarah Bryce. Gets there, makes the stop. Not before Jones has taken 2, moved into the 20s now, onto 21, 71 without loss. Gordon is in, gives it a bit more air this time, better delivery and a better length as well, and looking to cut it away off the back foot, chop it away through the offside. Misses Jones, and there's no run. 71 without loss remains the score. Gordon is in and bowling outside off stump, a little bit short, chopping it away off the back foot. Good work at point, diving across to her left, just in case it was going to get through to the point boundary. Saves a couple of runs. 72 without loss at the end of the 12th over, and I'm Really pleased to be able to tell you the sound of that opening door behind me is that made by the Lightning head coach who's coming in to join us, Rob. Oh, I'll let you put the headphones on first. While the players are sanitising their hands and having a drink. Welcome. How are you?
Very well, thanks. Thanks for having me.
No, good to see you. Wonderful innings played by Lightning, 303, and what a knock that was by Sarah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for us, we've probably looked for a performance like that. Sarah's performed brilliantly, consistently the whole way through the comp, and I think the one area that she would have liked to have improved on was being able to go on and get the score, which she's done today. So I think to see her go on and do that and learn from the start she's had through the competition was great, and it allowed us to post a very competitive score.
That said, as you know full well from your time playing on this ground, it's still a tough one to defend. The outfield like lightning, the pitch pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an absolute belter. I think we thought potentially we were going to be on last night's T20 wicket, but
yeah, it didn't really come on, that one.
Yeah, I saw bits of it on the stream last night, and actually I think this morning to rock up and see a fresh pitch, it was we were a little bit confused when Sparks won the toss and decided to have a bowl, but we made good use of it, and it's a case now of us doing the job with the ball.
Graves in, bowls outside, off stump, steered away through the offside by Eve Jones, down to wide, extra cover. Harmon is the fielder, gets a throw away to the bowler nice and quickly, so just a single. They've made a solid start, Sparks, in chasing this down. This could go to the wire.
Yeah, I hope not, but it's certainly, we've had a good sort of 62 overs in the game so far, so a good one to watch for sure.
Graves in again, bowls, drops a little bit short and pulled by Davis over mid-wicket. I think that's going to go. The fielder, no, good effort down there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, has saved a run. Well, still well worth doing. Davis picks up 3 instead of 4, and that could be a vital run at the end of the day. Moves on to 43 though. Sparks 76 without loss. As Graves waits for Lucy Hyam to get in position at that short mid-wicket. In she goes, and bowls again a little bit short. Again it's pulled out into the leg side, behind square this time, and this time the gap. No, that's again a sensational piece of work out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Who is it out there? It's Sarah Bryce out there. Well, she's fit as well as, because she must be tired after that innings, but she's saved a couple more runs there, so 3 saved in 2 balls.
Yeah, I think she'll be hoping that Teresa goes potentially a little bit fuller here and save her a bit of running.
In goes Graves and bowls to Jones. Well, it isn't that much fuller, but it is outside off stump, and back goes Jones, steering it out to the point boundary. I think Harmon's the fielder out there. Single taken. Not much turn there either for Kirsty, I'm afraid. There was a little bit for the leggies, but it was slow turn, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a case of wicket to wicket for the bowlers today.
Graves in again, that's a better length, and forward goes Gwen Davis, just defending the straight ball back down the pitch. It's been a competition in which Lightning have been so close on a number of occasions, haven't quite got across the line in most of the games actually. They've all been close except one, haven't they? As Graves goes in and bowls again, it's full, driven firmly out towards mid off, calls for the single. The throw misses the stumps, and ground had been made anyway by Davis. End of the over, 80 without loss.
Yeah, I think if we look at our results in certainly our first 4 games, we came away with only that 1 win, but I think the first 3, we lost by less than 10 runs in the first 2, and then by 2 wickets in the third. So in terms of the performances that we put in, we were obviously disappointed not to get over the line, but always knew we were playing a lot of very good cricket, and especially having come off the back of a long time in lockdown and not much of a lead up into the competition, I think there was always going to be a little bit of rustiness in there, and actually it's great to see we've put in a really good first half performance here on improving on areas that we've spoken about as a group through the competition. So for a 6-game comp that's pretty short, it's been nice to see that we've learned a lot and we've improved.
Gordon is going to continue, obviously, from the Bennett end over the wicket to the left-handed Gwen Davis. Bowls, just drifts onto leg stump, clipped away by Davis, timed nicely. It's Sashi Pai who's out there on the deep backward square boundary in front of the meet, in front of the Lightning dressing area. Home team changing in the meet, as I say, during this season. In goes Gordon, bowls, that's a good line, and half forward goes Eve Jones, just steering it with an angle bat out to backward point, and there's no run. Have you played your games at Loughborough other than the home games, or?
No, we've actually with England women being in their bubble, but at Loughborough we've not been able to host any matches. So we've played our second game here, and we had our other home game at Trent Bridge. So it's actually been really nice to go get around the first class grounds. Again, it's experience for the girls to play at the first class counties, and play on some really good wickets like today's.
Gordon, having gone for full previous delivery, is in again to Jones, who goes forward looking to get it away on the offside, gets an outside edge. Slip would have been in the game. There is no slip now, of course. It runs down to fine third man, and she picks up a couple of slightly fortuitous runs in the circumstances, but that's the way it goes. 87 without loss now. Jones has 32. Gwen Davis has 45. Jones started to catch Davis a bit. She's getting a bit more of the strike as Gordon goes in, looking to sweep, picks out short fine leg, who makes the stop. Bottom edge slightly from Eve Jones. 87 without loss. Need a wicket, Lightning. Just need to put a bit of break, get a bit of control back on the scoreboard. A little bit as in goes Gordon. Tosses that one up, invites the clip out into the leg side and gets it, actually. Just lost the line a little bit. It's okay tossing one up, but got to get the line right.
Yeah, I think for us, obviously, Sparks have come out and have tried to take the initiative, which we kind of expected. You know, when you're chasing a score of 300, you know you've probably got to have a fairly good start to get close to it. And I think for us, you know, the next spell with Kirsty on at the moment, if we can have a tight spell and, you know, pick up a couple of wickets, then suddenly that rate gets above 6 again and gets close to 7. So you know, if we can control this next period of the game, I think that puts us right in the box seat.
Graves to continue from the pavilion end in to Davis, who goes back and defends. Nice high right elbow, of course, being a left-hander. The competition as a whole has been a big success, though, hasn't it, really? Because it had to be organised at such short notice, relatively speaking, but in the way it's brought the sort of counties and national counties. In goes Graves, tosses on up outside off stump. Freeborn takes it. The drive is missed, but in the way it's worked in bringing the regions together, but it took a lot of organising at short notice, in fairness.
Yeah, it definitely has been an excellent job, you know, done by all the regions to get some cricket on, and I think, you know, we're seeing that with some quality cricket being played around the country.
Graves bowls, pushed out into the offside, off the back foot. Good fielding. Are there going to be overthrows? One thing that I thought Sparks would not have been happy about was the standard of fielding. They didn't half leak runs in the field. I reckoned at least 40, one way or another.
Yeah, I think so. It's, you know, it's something that we as a group put quite a lot of effort into. You know, we've got John, our assistant coach, monitoring every single ball, who picks it up, who throws it, how good the throw is, and you know, we're trying to pride ourselves on all 3 areas of the game and looking into it, I suppose, at another stats level, which I think is great again for this standard.
Graves is in, drops a little bit short, pulled over mid-wicket by Eve Jones, and that one is going to go all the way. Just a little bit too short again from Teresa Graves, who batted really well at the end of the Lightning innings for a quick-fire 65, but she's just not quite getting it right. But as you know well, there is a little bit of a slope going up from the pavilion end, and it can take a bit of getting used to. Sometimes you do drop short.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, it's not very often you get to run up the hill with the wind here. So hopefully, you know, I think we've probably just been a little bit short with the ball at the moment to both players, and especially to Davies, who's, who's very good on the short ball. So you know, for us it's about just trying to probably bowl a slightly fuller length and get them hitting us down the ground more, and hitting us off the stumps rather than off that back of a length, and hopefully that will build a bit of pressure for us, because I think, yeah, you know, we'd like to definitely pick up a couple pretty soon.
Discussions about field placings going on at the moment, and the consequence is a deep backward square and mid wicket on the boundary as Graves goes in, bowls a better length but too wide outside off stump, chopped down to third man, not picked up cleanly by Pipe, grabbed it at the second attempt, doesn't concede any extra runs as a consequence, just the one taken. 97 without loss. Not easy with the white ball, even with one from each end though, is it? After a couple of overs, it's just serving it up there. In goes Graves, bowls. That's a better length, and went for the pull, Gwen Davis, but wasn't quite there. Wasn't quite short enough, perhaps. Almost toe-ended it, almost Q-ended it back down the pitch to the Lightning bowler. End of the over, 97 without loss. 15 overs have been bowled. Well ahead on Duckworth Lewis, which is showing 58 run rate, 6.5 required rate. Still up there at 6 though. The pressure's going to be on all the way through the innings, and as you say, fielding side just got to think a wicket or two, and we saw in the Lightning innings how a wicket or two would just slow things down again while the batter got in.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's sort of one area that we've highlighted as probably both with the ball and the bat, is that the ability when a new batter comes in to bowl a few dots, and I think as you say, we saw it in our innings a little bit, in that, you know, can we get our players when they do come in and they're facing their first 10 balls, can they be 5 or 6 off 10 rather than 1 or 2?
Kirsty Gordon to bowl her third over from the Bennett end, comes in and bowls on a nice length to Eve Jones, who is forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch to Gordon. Dot ball. Jones has moved on to 41. She's almost caught up Davis now, 41 off 47. Davis 46 off 44 as Gordon is in. Tosses that one up, driven out through the covers. There is a fielder on the extra cover boundary, so again it will be just one. No obvious turn for Gordon at the moment. Spins the ball from hand to hand, a couple of steps, then she's into her run, tosses that one up, draws the forward defensive from Gwen Davis, settling in to a better line and length now. Kirsty Gordon. Gordo. In she goes again, past the umpire and bowls, tosses that one up, full toss was it in the end, she went for the sweep. Davis didn't get it, bottom edged it just round the corner, down to the fielder at short fine leg. That leg before shout looked fairly adjacent to me, watching the stream.
Yeah, I think
it can only have been an inside edge because it was going to hit the stumps.
Yeah, I think, you know, when I looked at it, potentially, you know, hitting middle and leg stump, but
absolutely. In goes Gordon, drops short. Davis goes back, pulls it around the corner. Good work down there at deep backwards square as a member of the Outlaws. Guns their motorbike, their Harley, up Milligan Road. Again, that'll be a familiar noise to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just on your previous point, it kind of highlights that if we can bowl full and straight for long enough, we should get some chances.
Yeah, Gordon in again, and just reaching for that one a little bit is Jones. Got plenty of it, pushed it away through mid-wicket, straightest mid-wicket, down towards wide, long on, takes one. Moves on to 4,300 up for Sparks though. And it's come up in good time, 100 off 16 overs, 100 partnership obviously therefore between the openers, and they've laid a good foundation here in terms of potentially chasing down what is still a pretty formidable target set for them by Lightning. Options in terms of bowling, Rob, you
yeah, so I think
change it around a bit.
Yeah, I think so. Lucy Hime's going to come on now, I think, and in terms of other spinners within the group, we've still got Nancy Harmon who bowls some leg spin. I think the beauty about our group is we play 2 keepers and the rest are all rounders. So you know, plenty of options for Catherine to go to. We've seen, you know, we've not used Alicia Presland yet, who's been a really good find for us and did a brilliant job last week against these guys with 3 for and kind of changed the game for us, because they'd had a similar sort of start to this against us. chasing around 250 in that game, and Leach came on and certainly turned the game on its head. So we've got bowlers in the group who have done it this competition, and Lucy's been one of them. She picked up 3 for down here a couple of weeks ago, so hopefully her and Kirsty can bowl a nice partnership.
Here she goes around the wicket to Eve Jones, who goes back, forces off the off stump out into the covers, but good stop out there means that there are no runs resulting. A few arrows left in the lightning quiver then. Hyam tosses the ball from hand to hand, spins the ball from hand to hand, in she goes again. Decent line, and Jones a little bit perhaps beaten in the flight, but a little bit awkward as she pushes it out into the offside again. Bryce the fielder. Hyam hurrying through the over, is in already, drops a little bit short then, goes back, Jones forces it out, but again only as far as Bryce, and you can sort of see the frustration start to build in the batter. That's good from the bowler's side's point of view. Hyam is in, bowls, flattish delivery, just that little bit of extra width means Jones can force it out past Bryce, but only as far as Pye, who's on the extra cover boundary. Single taken, good so far from Hyam. For all the good start that the Sparks have made, they're still only exactly on the run rate required. A wicket or two would drag that back. Davis on 47, hasn't seen too much of the strike of late. Just checks a guard again. Hyam just a couple of steps to the crease and bowls onto leg stump though, and back goes Davis. Tries to whip it away, didn't really time it as well as she would have liked out towards deep backwards square, so just a single on that occasion. 102 without loss. Fox is still in the T20, just
understand,
last night. In goes Hyam, bowls, driven firmly, but only as far as Bryce, who makes a good stop. It goes a yard or two behind as she turns, gets to the ball, hurls it at the stumps. Hyam tries to turn it on to the stumps, but a single taken by Jones to finish the over, but a pretty decent over from Lucy Hyam. Just the 3 singles conceded from the 3 last balls, the 3 final deliveries, that is. 17 overs bowled, 103 without loss. But probably as you're finding yourself with young players, it's inconsistency that is the sort of weak point for the Foxes, and you never quite know what you're going to get.
Yeah, I think, as a batting unit, we've probably shown more consistency than we have with the ball, and you're right. I think that's just a couple of things. It's probably having not played much cricket. A lot of these girls are playing at this level for the first time, so those experiences for them at this level are great, but for us it's going, right, okay, what can we learn as we go into the winter?
In goes Gordon over the wicket, back goes Jones and cuts it away from just outside off stump, steers it out to the cover boundary, really, not quite the point boundary, in front of square anyway, on the offside. Single taken. Are you actually enjoying the coaching business and seeing the progress or otherwise that your pupils make? In goes Gordon, goes a little bit short, he's going for the catch behind, and she's given. Well, Davis doesn't think she got anywhere near it, judging by her reaction. However, the umpire, Melinda Under Down, has decided there was a faint edge, and a good catch then on that basis by Abby Freeburn behind the stumps. The bowler didn't really go up too big. Kelly, who was absolutely certain at extra cover, was pretty sure there'd been a nick. Must have just heard something, perhaps.
Yeah, must have been a faint one. So we'll take that. I think that's a good time for us to take a wicket with with Kirsty bowling and Lucy having bowled a good first over. I think we'd probably highlight this as a bit of a key stage of the game. And if we can string a few tight overs together, suddenly that rate for them drops, and the required rate is gets up to 6.5, and we'll look to apply the pressure there. But certainly happy to see the back of Davies there, and we can look to build some pressure on the new batter and potentially starve Jones of the strike a little bit as well. But yeah, going back to what you're saying about the coaching, really enjoying it. I think one of the things that I realised, I was probably fortunate that my transition from playing was quite a quick one. into the roles at Loughborough and massively enjoying that, and having a more of a focus of developing a group of players rather than as a player potentially you look at how you can improve yourself quite a lot. And I've really enjoyed that shift. It's great to see these girls come into our environment, and you know, we've got a few players in this group who have been around the Loughborough Uni setup for a few years, so we've worked with them for a while, and it's, you know, Sarah and Catherine Bryce and Kirsty Gordon and Abby Freeborn actually have all been through the system with us and coming up to the end of their degrees. But it's great to have those girls performing and kind of leading this group, because they are our senior players.
And the development in women's cricket has been hugely encouraging for cricket as a whole, I think, really. It develops the whole audience and participation as well, so it's certainly growing all the time. Round the wicket goes Gordon to Marie Kelly. She's appealing for leg before, but it's turned down by the umpire on that occasion. Didn't look to get up very high. It looked to be on the back foot. We'll just have a quick look at the replay. It was going down the leg side. In goes Gordon again, drops a little bit short. Back goes Kelly and turns it away through the vacancy at mid-wicket. Still got 2 out on the leg side for the new batter. Not sure about that. However, I'm not out there. 105 for 1.
Would you like to see a slip and a...
No, not necessarily a
slip,
slip, but maybe a little bit more pressure on the new batter. Yeah. I think I'd certainly have brought one of them in, that's for sure, just to try and keep her on 0 for a little bit longer. Gordon back over the wicket to Eve Jones on 46. That one might just have come back in just a fraction, and Jones, who was looking to get back and punch it away through the offside, had to just adjust. You rather shovel it back down the wicket on the onside. Gordon is in again, bowls, and Jones goes back and defends, but again a good couple of deliveries from Kirsty Gordon. And just the 2 singles from the over and the wicket.
Yeah, and you know, as I was saying, I think that's 5 runs, 5 for 1 off the last 2 overs, and if these two can build a good partnership with the ball, that puts us back in control of the game. And I think we've seen across the whole competition, actually, you know, when we built pressure by bowling well and taking wickets, new batters have taken time to get in, and as you said, when the rate's up at a run a ball from ball 1, that's straight away that pressure's on the batter. So you know, but important stage of the game for our 2 spinners here.
Hyam has a new batter to bowl at. She's going to go obviously over the wicket to the right-handed Marie Kelly, 24-year-old, Warwickshire. Kelly, I think she was in the England development squad. Crouches, bent knees as in goes Hyam, bowls to her. A little bit of bounce and perhaps a fraction of turn there. Not much foot movement from Kelly. Didn't get any bat on it, certainly as it bounced up. Was a little bit of extra turn there for Lucy Hyam. It was a little bit of bounce as well. Well bowled. She's not a tall girl. In she goes and bowls. Back goes Kelly. Delivery outside off stump. Looks to chop it away into the offside. Hits it straight to backward point, and there's no run. Hyam already ready to bowl and at the crease. Bowls, and it's a straight delivery. Probably slightly short of the perfect length, and going back though, it was too straight to force away into the offside. Had to be pushed back down the pitch, and Kelly just at the moment a little uneasy at the crease as Hyam is in. Bowls to her onto her legs this time. That's easy enough just to tuck into the leg side. Bryce at mid-wicket tumbles as she picks it up and throws off the ground towards Hyam. An inelegant piece of cricket, but effective. Single was always going to be taken. 106 for 1. All change for the left-handed Jones. Looks around it. Deep backwards square. Deep mid-wicket. Long on. And sweeper on the offside. Other 4 out of the circle at the moment. In goes Hyam, who bowls to Jones onto off stump. Played firmly back down the pitch to Lucy Hyam. forms a long barrier, bounces off it, but only as far as Bryce at extra cover. No run. Hyam in again, drops a little bit shorter this time, and not convincing again from Eve Jones. Again, a little bit of variable bounce perhaps coming into it.
Yeah, I think, we looked at it at halfway stage and it looked very similar to how it did this morning. It obviously played very well, but I think it's had the sun on it, and I know we're at the back end of September, but it's still pretty warm out there, and potentially a little bit of up and down would play into our hands. And again, if we can bowl some good areas for a period of time here, we see after three tight overs, the rate's up at 6.4 again. So definitely continue this good work with the two spinners.
If it's like this tomorrow, I suspect you'll be cycling around Rutland Wall.
Absolutely, I've got to get some training miles in actually.
I saw that you're doing is it a charity ride or something coming up? Or?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
In goes Kirsty Gordon, bowls, back foot, defensive push out into the offside. Again, not really convincing from Marie Kelly. She's not into any sort of flow at the moment, but she's going to pick up a single there as Pai had to come in off the cover boundary.
Yeah, we've got a couple of the guys from the Scotland team. So Craig Wallace and Ali Evans are doing a charity ride in memory of Condolang, who sadly passed away just over a year and a half ago.
Gordon in over the wicket to Jones, who is solidly forward, back up the pitch, no run.
Yeah, and I just thought, they weren't coming too far from me, so I said I'll join you lads for a day and put myself at the front of the peloton as a bit of a wind block.
In goes Gordon, goes back, hits on the back pad, but surely going down the leg side. Gordon is convinced, even from this angle, that looked to be going down the leg side, but you never quite know.
Yeah, clever bit of bowling though, because she's tossed a couple up, and then with Jones sitting back, she's gone a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. But yeah, as you say, just sliding down.
Gordon in again, bowls, tosses that one up, is swept away towards deep backward square by Eve Jones. She moves on to 47. Hyam the fielder down there. Looks a natural. Looks to have a proper ball sense, Lucy Hyam, the way she picks up and through there. It was a nice pick up. In goes Gordon, bowls, tosses that one up, driven hard down into the ground. Extra cover can't affect the stop. Pai has to come in from a sweeper position to clean up. Single taken, was always going to be taken, in fairness.
Yeah, I think Catherine got a good hand on that actually, so she might have saved us a couple.
Down,
yeah.
Gordon just conceding singles at the moment, is in over the wicket, drops short, doesn't really get up though, and going back, Jones can only force it off the bottom part of the bat down into the ground, out into the offside. And there is no run, so another good over as far as the Lightning are concerned, and they're just beginning to get a little bit more control back on the scoreboard and push the rate required up. It's now 6.5.
Yeah, definitely. I think we probably, when we had Seaborn, we probably didn't quite hit the areas we needed to, but certainly Kirsty and Lucy have come on and they've attacked the stumps, and they've bowled pretty smartly here. So if they can continue this, it's up at 6.5 now, so another tight couple of overs.
A bit of a squeeze. In goes Hyam, bowls, tosses that one up and looking to drive, ends up rather digging it out, almost oversteps it. Marie Kelly pushes it out as far as extra cover, and there's no run. She's on 4 off 9 at the moment. Jones 47 but off 63 balls. In goes Hyam, and Kelly goes down the wicket and lofts it over mid-on, and it was just, she didn't get to the pitch of the ball, but she went through with the shot. She committed to it and pretty much got away with it. There was just a whiff of desperation about that, but she got there and played the shot well enough. She went for it.
Yeah, something we spoke about. So we did quite a lot of video analysis of players in the lead up to games, and something that I'm sure Luce would be aware that Marie was going to do, but follows it up nicely there with a dot. So a nice response. I think that's the key. Is if we do go for a boundary, can we bowl a couple of dots afterwards, or a dot and a single?
Hyam has done so once. Can she do so again? A couple of steps down the wicket from Kelly. Does get to the pitch of the ball this time, but can only steer it as far as extra cover. And there is no run. Bethan Ellis, the fielder. Hyam is in and bowling. Good delivery on off stump, just dropped out into the offside by Marie Kelly, but both Hyam and Ellis quick to the ball on their toes. That for the only scoring shot off the over so far. Hyam is in and bowling onto the leg stump this time. Kelly goes back and turns it out to backward square and rather dawdles the first part of the single. Has to accelerate a little bit as she sees the throw going to the bowler's end. Does so competently enough. End of the over, 5 from it, 114 for 1, but even 5 means that the rate required has just crept up to 6.6.
It's certainly heading the direction I want to go, Rich. I might stick around for the whole innings. It's been climbing since I've been in, so
yep.
Certainly heading the way we want. But it's been a good little spell for us here, and I think the key is, probably identify if we can get Jones, then we can certainly build a lot of pressure and get stuck into the middle order. But we're going to have to bowl well at her because she's playing nicely.
Are you playing at all yourself? Even sort of recreationally, as in goes Gordon, bowls to Kelly, who goes back and pushes the ball out through the covers, out towards a sweeper, takes 1.
Yeah, I've been playing a little bit, so played last couple of summers for Oakham Cricket Club, so had a summer there about 12-13 years ago, and now I'm living over that way. I've gone back and really enjoyed it actually. It's a really good little club, lots of guys with families and that sort of thing, so it's a nice place to be.
Gordon in over the wicket. Back goes Jones, forces the ball back down the track, but only as far as Gordon. Is that the the recreational ground, or as you go out of the town?
It's the Lime Kilns, which is in town itself.
In goes Gordon, bowls. That one might just have turned a fraction from middle towards middle and leg. Turned around the corner by Jones. Single taken.
Yeah, I suppose picked there. It's tiny, so don't have to do too much running. Certainly not like playing here.
No. Round the wicket goes Gordon. Bowls, looking for the drive. Thick inside edge from Marie Kelly. Bounces out on the onside, and there's no run. And missing the park run a bit?
Yeah, I'm actually. Yeah, it's been a while since I chased you around there, and you went off into the distance.
Blow nothing. It's windy at Rutland Water, isn't it? Down the wicket goes Kelly. Uses her feet well on that occasion. Gets pretty much to the pitch of the ball. Doesn't try and overhit it. Forces it down towards long on. Takes 1.
Yeah, it's been the park run's a great thing. I think that's one positive actually to have come out of lockdown, is just the amount of exercise I've been able to do and keep myself fit and healthy. So. Gordon
in again, bowls, full toss, swept down towards deep backward square, but Hyam is there. She's picked her out, Jones, so it will be just the 1. I think they're hoping to start it again next month.
Yeah, I think as long as they can do it in a safe manner. I don't know how they're going to do it, where they let people off in groups, but it's a lovely place, Saturday morning to pop down there and do a 5k, and you either got the wind with you for the first 2.5 or into your face, so you kind of, generally it's a 5k of 2 halves when you're down there.
We're talking about Rutland Water, folks, just in case you're not sure. 22 overs have been bowled, 118 for 1, run rate 5.4, required rate 6.6. Lucy Hyam has just conceded 9 runs from 3 overs. Good stuff from her. Kirsty Gordon 26 from 6, but she has picked up the wicket. Hyam is going to go around the wicket, of course, to the left-handed Jones on 49 bowls. Jones drives down through the vacant mid-on area, down to long on, and that is her 50. Well batted. Eve Jones raises her bat to her Sparks teammates, all gathered in front of the Turner Indoor Centre. It's come off 67 balls as Hyam goes into the right-handed Kelly, who uses her feet again and drives through the offside. Will pick up a couple on this occasion. Good work by Bryce, running around on the extra cover boundary.
Yeah, Jones has played well. I think she's shown a lot of experience. She's played a number of years in the Super League, been in and around the England setup previously as well. So again, I think it's a competition that's a good opportunity for her to potentially get her name back out there.
Hyam in, outside off stump, back goes Kelly, chops it out through the covers, out towards Bryce. What she's done well she's just reined it back a little bit as well as with the new batter coming in, which is what Sarah Bryce did so well as well, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. You know,
each time a new batter came in, she made sure she didn't get out.
Yes, yeah.
Hyam is in and bowling, driven by Jones, but only as far back down the pitch as Hyam. But what a competition she has had though, isn't it, really? All those 50s and now 100 to go with it. Driven by Jones out towards deep extra cover. Pye's going to have to chase and can't get there. Well placed by Jones, who having gone to 50, just opened her shoulders on that one. Just was given the width though by Lucy Hyam. I was praising her for only conceding 9 off 3. Has gone for 8 off the first 5 balls of this one. Her 4th, in she goes and bowls. Tosses that one up bravely to Eve Jones, who drives, down to long on. Single is taken. End of the over. 10 from it. 126 for 1.
Yes, I mean Sarah's form this competition has been exceptional. I think she's second in the run scoring charts behind Georgia Adams down at the Vipers, and you know, she's come in and just having someone at the top of the order who's been able to score that consistently has been a massive asset for us. And I think, you know, going forward it's looking at how we can get more players to do that. Obviously she's probably had a better than average comp from a top order batter. I wouldn't say there's many who've gone around who would score runs that consistently game in, game out. And you know, the only time she didn't score runs was last week up at Liverpool in a game where, to be fair to us, no one really did. So she's been an excellent find for us, and you know, I suppose with the benefit of her being, you know, we've got 2 keepers in the side today, and she's also quality in the outfield. So you know, a very good cricketer, and one for people to keep their eye on. You know, she's had played a fair bit of cricket at Scotland, but I'd love to see her being looked at by England as well.
Those sort of figures, one would hope that somebody is taking note, but we will see going forward. It's so difficult to know what's going to happen going forward, isn't it? These 5 games against the West Indies, bless them.
Yeah, I think it's great that, you know, England women are going to get some cricket this summer. I know the men have obviously had their fair share with the Test series and the ODIs and T20s, and it's been great that the ECB and also the teams that have come across to play have been able to do that, because I think, you know, we got to a stage where no cricket in the summer was getting you know, a real possibility, and that would have been a tough one, I think, for a lot of people to have no competitive cricket to watch, and actually the quality of it as well has been exceptional.
It would have been brutal for the game in terms of income as well. Going to suffer as it is. So Pressland is in and bowling and dropping short, and pulled away round the corner, short on leg stump, down towards fine leg. Good work? No, not well. It was a good work by Lucy Hyam, who ran a long way, put in the dive, couldn't quite drag the ball back. Picks up 4. Eve Jones moves on to 59. I thought that score hadn't gone on yet. 131 for 1 for Sparks. 2 games televised as well, one on the BBC, which is good news.
Yeah, I think you know, for women's cricket it's important that momentum continues. You think, you know, that World Cup win a couple of years ago, what that did for the game, the quality of the Super League for the 4 years that run, and now, you know, the 100 and the setup of this new elite domestic structure.
Pressland is in. That's a better line and length, defended on the back foot by Jones. Didn't get up too much. 59 she remains on.
Yeah, so I think it's important that, you know, England women have got these games in, and it's sort of, you know, the female format isn't just forgotten about for the summer.
Pressland in, bowls, drops a little bit short, goes back, Jones, and turns it towards mid-wicket. There isn't really a mid-wicket, just by trying to cover both mid-on and mid-wicket, has a bit of ground to make up, so single taken. Was it against Sparks that Alicia took 3 for?
Yeah, she did, yeah. So we were at New Road on a used wicket, and And she ran up and hit the pitch onto a good length and challenged the stumps, and you know, got her rewards at a time where Sparks were going nicely and looking like they were going to chase down our total. So she's got a bit of Mark Wood about her. So short run up, skiddy, always at you, and a fierce competitor, and someone who is stepping up to this level for the first time and has done well for us. So she's been a massive positive and a big find for us this competition.
Shadow of the floodlight next to the electronic scoreboard right across the pitch at the moment, as in goes Pressland, and bowls outside edge is going to drop short of backward point, squared up there. Marie Kelly, the throw goes in, and it looked as though the umpire was about to raise her finger there. The hand started to go up and then she shook it. That was cruel. Just raising the hope of the fielding side. It was a fine piece of work. I'm not sure quite who it was in the field. Did you pick up who it was?
I think it was Bethan Ellis there at backward point.
It was good awareness from her to throw to the non-striker's end to hit the stumps, and it was a close one.
Must have been close, because as you say, the umpire was interested.
Hasn't given anything today, but very little. In goes Pressland and bowls. Tucks Jones up a little bit, but plays it solidly enough. Turns her wrists on the defensive push out into the onside. Runs out towards wide mid-wicket. Takes one. Key Jones is playing the role that Sarah Bryce played for the Lightning, anchoring the innings, scoring runs as well, but playing around her. As forward goes Kelly, looking a little more assured now, using her feet better, pushing delivery out into the offside. She's on 15 off 21, 134 for one. On come all the gels and the drinks, because it must be a 6 over point, 24 overs, almost halfway. 134 for one, chasing 304, slightly behind the required rate. Not too much in the game.
No, I think it's very much still in the balance. You know, as you say, Eve Jones is probably the key player here for Sparks, and we know Marie Kelly can be dangerous as well if she gets going. So I think potentially Poppy Davies will come in for them at 4, and certainly need to get these two to really get that squeeze on. But I think, you know, we still had a pretty good period for the last sort of 5-10 overs. So if we can maintain that and bowl some good areas, and I think, you know, that rate will hopefully get up to 7, and then we can try and control the game from there.
There's no question the Lightning fielding has been much better than that of the Sparks. That could make the difference in the end. Sparks have some interesting bowlers. I like the look of Izzy Wong, although she went for plenty. There was something about it. It was lively stuff.
Yeah, she's a little bit raw at the minute, but she's been in the England bubble, and she's got some pace and has got a lot of character about her as well. And I think, you know, if you look at players for the England fold, once Catherine Brunt and Anya Shrubsole are finished, then I think she'll certainly be a name that will be in and around that mix. And it's nice, you know, the women's game. There's quite a lot of, as we've seen today, kind of medium pace bowlers who bowl wicket to wicket with the keeper up, and actually something a little bit different with a bit of pace.
Hyam round the wicket to Jones, half a step forward, pushes it out into the covers. Harmer throws, but there are going to be overthrows there. It was an unnecessary throw, really. The batters had made their ground. She got a throw away. Freeborn couldn't cut it off, and in the end, an extra run conceded. Hyam again to Jones, therefore, just looking to push it on the leg side. Came off the pad, I suspect. Umpire Pollard turns and raises his right knee. Umpire Pollard, I was telling the listeners, involved in a very controversial incident here last night when he awarded 5 penalty runs to Leicestershire against Nottinghamshire for fake fielding.
Oh, was it? There was a bit of, no one could work out.
Putting in a slide. I wasn't sure. We weren't sure up here what had happened. In goes Hyam and bowls Kelly a couple of steps down the wicket and drives out towards deep extra cover. Bryce is the fielder out there, gets the throw away, 2 taken.
Potentially a difference in last night's game.
Yeah, 5 runs. And it went to the fifth ball of the final over.
Oh.
Leicestershire got across the line. Had they needed 5 more? An interesting one, that is for sure. In goes Hyam. Bowles tosses that one up and stepping forward, has to wait for it to get underneath the eye line almost. Kelly ends up jamming it out rather to cover, and there's no run. Just hadn't seen it before. Since it had been introduced, the rule, the law change. In goes Hyam, driven out again, but only as far as Ellis in extra cover and no run.
Yeah, I think it's one of those laws. I remember when it came in, and everyone kind of picked up on it pretty quickly, because it was certainly in one-day cricket they went through that stage of fielders sliding. Yeah. When the ball was going to the boundary and putting a slide in when you're sort of on the edge of the 30-yard circle, but
even somebody, I remember people getting up pretending to throw with the ball being sort of 20 yards away.
Yeah, and I think, to be fair, I think the players picked it up pretty quickly when it came in, and umpires, I think, have been quite sensible with it. If anything close to it has happened, and had a quiet word generally. Certainly the first time that I've heard of it being actually awarded.
Yeah, as ever, Knott's pushing the boundaries. He whispers.
I can't agree or disagree, Rich. Our role is now regional.
I can say that, absolutely. I can say that. You can't possibly comment. 139 for 1, Sparks. I am 22 from 5. Halfway point, 139 for 1. In comes Pressland and bowls to Jones, slightly short on the leg stump. Helped down towards deep backward square to Hyam by Jones. Takes 1. Moves on to 64, 140 for 1. Came together with a score on 104 for 1. Davis was given out caught behind off the bowling of Kirsty Gordon for 48. Lightning need another breakthrough. Pressland, where's it going to come? No close catches as such. In she goes. Bowls to Kelly, nice and straight though. Kelly's bat in front of front pad, a little bit playing around it. She pushes it out to mid-on. No run.
I think it just shows how good the wicket is. I think when that last wicket fell, Marie Kelly's 17 off 26, and although she's not come out of the block, she's managed to get herself in, and you certainly get value for your shots here, that is for sure.
Pressland in to Kelly, who drives out to mid-off. That throw hits, that's got to be gone, surely. Oh, some rather bad language out there. Apologies if you picked that up on the effects mic, but I don't think people were too impressed by the fact that was not given. Well, the middle stump was knocked out of the ground, and there is a general disbelief out there now. I think umpire Pollard is going to have to speak to somebody. There was very bad language used on that occasion, and umpire Pollard may be reporting that one. I'm not sure who used it, but you can't use language like that.
No, I think she'll be in the office with the match referee after the game for that one, I think.
Unfortunately, with this stream, we don't have a replay. I don't mean because I want to hear the language again, but I'd quite like to see how close the run-out was again. It was... I gave it, but I'm at a terrible position. I'm nowhere near in line, but must have been close. Put it that way.
I think generally, think how many times we've hit the, both teams have hit the stumps today.
That's been hugely impressive, actually.
Has been good.
It has. Middle stump out of the ground, but umpire Pollard still taking names, I think, and lecturing the skipper, and I'm not surprised, really.
Yeah, I don't think she was the guilty party.
No, I don't think she was, but she has to, as head prefect,
yeah,
you've got to stand up and take it. Umpire Pollard's in lecturing mood after last night. The headmaster, I'm glad it was him and not Cookie, although Nick Cook had to do the explaining.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. He had the rule book and he's... The good thing, it is a joy when Nick Cook is umpiring if you're commentating, because you always know kind of exactly, pretty much what's going on. If he doesn't give a decision, he'll immediately say high or down leg side, or you can see it in his hand gestures. And the captain is gathering her troops for a little word, I think.
Yeah, smart move. I don't know whether Paul has asked her to do this or whether she's taken this on herself. But you know, when I don't mind it actually. You know, it's a tight game.
I'm just watching the scoreboard. So that you can't be penalised, can you? I mean, there's no penalty runs or anything.
No.
Yeah, there is 5 penalty runs have gone on. Well, that's why, folks, for the second match in succession, I've seen 5 penalty runs added to a score. And I'm pretty sure that was for, I'm not sure which law, whether there is one for dissent or something like that, but I think that's what it was for, mate.
Yeah, and you know, we just need to hold our nerve here a little bit. It's I think, you know, one thing, the girls have obviously been disappointed with the results we've had, and I think it's probably just emotions running a little bit high with trying to win a game where we've done a very good first half and we're going okay at the moment. So yeah, obviously certainly something that I've not been encouraging the girls to do, but if we can hold our nerve here, you know, a little break might just get us 1 or 2.
Just need to refocus. Lightning here. Pressland in from the Bennett end, bowls to Jones, who just drops it out into the leg side. Pressland gets to the ball quickly but can't pick it up cleanly, so the single is taken comfortably enough in the end. Sledging is not on the curriculum at Loughborough then. That wasn't not sledging, it was just reaction, wasn't it? It wasn't aimed at the batters, it was, I suppose, aimed at the umpires. But in goes Pressland and bowls to Kelly, who drives, full delivery from just outside off stump, just past extra cover, puts in the dive Bryce, but can't get there. Is it Harmon out there? Can't quite see in the shade.
Gordon out there, yeah.
Gordon out there. Shade on the west side of the ground, the meat side of the ground. The Upton Steel stand. In goes Pressland and bowls straight, turning a wrist on defensive shot. Jones pushing it out towards mid-on end of the over. 148 for 1. Jones 65, Kelly 19, 26 overs bowled. The match remains, as I suspect it will, until the end, in the balance.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one. Certainly, you know, the little bit of uneven bounce we spoke about earlier hasn't really amounted to anything, and I think you know, a good pitch and a fast outfield could be in for a good one for sure.
Lucy Hyam, 5 overs, none for 22 in from the pavilion end. Bowls, goes back. Kelly and looks to chop it away into the offside, probably from just outside the stumps. Cuts it straight to backward point. There's no run. Hyam in again. Bowls onto the leg stump this time. Misses out really there, Kelly. She went back and turned it into the leg side. Looked as though she could whip it away, and in fact picked out the fielder on the 45, whose throw back to the bowler did not impress Lucy Hyam. Had to turn her as it bounced up and almost hit her. In goes Hyam. Kelly down the track. Don't think that was going, I don't think she hit it where she actually intended to. It runs through the vacant straight mid-on area down towards long on. Picks up 1. I may be doing her a disservice, but I think she was slightly beaten in the flight on that occasion. Hyam round the wicket to the left-handed Jones, who just calmly reaches forward and pushes it out towards Pye on the extra cover boundary. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yes, yeah. Absolutely.
I wasn't sure what else it could be, but you never quite know. PAI, isn't it? Hyam in again. Bowls, a flatter delivery, cut away by Kelly, going to pick up a couple of runs. Long chase round to deep to third man for Bryce out there. He's covering a lot of ground on that offside and leg side sometimes boundary. Couple of runs to Kelly, and after the squeeze went on, it's just they're beginning to pick up a bit more momentum, these two now. Again, 152 for 1, approaching the 50 partnership as Hyam is in. Kelly using her feet again, but picks out mid-off. So no run on that occasion.
Yeah, I think it's obviously a fine balance for Catherine as captain to rotate the bowlers as and when she sees fit. But I think, you know, Lucy's bowled well, going at just over 4 and over, and actually, I think as a skipper, it's a challenge of identifying right when she's done her job for now, and do we need to change anything, or do we back her to bowl through? Because you've still got overs from Gordon. We've still not seen Harman yet, so we're not going to be short of options, certainly, as we go through the second half.
Staying with, well, Preston's only bowled a couple, 2 for 11, so she will obviously continue from the Bennett end. 5-2 for 1. Preston in to Jones on 66. Fullish, but line is slightly leg side-ish and clipped away, waiting for it. Jones clipped into the leg side. Out to Gordon. Single taken. 1-5-3 for 1. How can they find a wicket? Lightning. Sparks approaching the 50 partnership for the second wicket, as in goes Preston. Drops a little bit short, and not quite sure where Kelly was looking to hit that. Well, she rehearses an orthodox force through the offside off the back foot. Ended up trickling towards mid-wicket. Slightly, as Rob's been saying, a slightly deceptive bowler. Preston goes in outside off stump, cut firmly down to Hyam, who makes a good stop and a good throw. Takes the bail off and inquires politely, Abby Freeborn, whether that might have been run out. No, says umpire Pollard, and runs back in to replace the off bail.
New COVID rules have got the umpires doing a few more miles, haven't they?
Yeah, do them good for the most part. Cookie looks in much better shape.
Does he?
Yeah, don't think the world are good. In goes Preston, turned away off leg stump this time towards deep backward square. Good chase round from long leg by Sophie Munro, so just the one. The umpires obviously have been just going to local grounds as well, so we've had I think we've had Nick Cook most of our games one way or another, certainly all the games at Grace Road, and a few of the guys from the sort of backup list as well. As in goes Preston, turned by the left-handed Jones out towards mid-wicket, single taken. Hassan Adnan, former Derbyshire.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, doesn't it? You know, just trying to. We were the same, and part of the reason why the competition was split into north and south is just trying to limit the amount of time people are on the road and in hotels.
There goes a Harley down Milligan Road, as in goes Bishop Preston, bowls and forced out into the offside by Marie Kelly. Single taken. End of the over, 156 for 1. Just singles from it though, so good from Preston. 3 overs, none for 15. 5 and over. The rate required has started to creep back up again, 6.7. You reckon the critical point's sort of 7 plus? It becomes ramps up the pressure a bit.
Yeah, I think, you know, any moment when the rate climbs and it's, you know, after every dot, that's when as a fielding side you can really hunter the pack and really build the pressure and let the batters know, you know, every time they look up it's jumped up again. And
Hyam is in, a couple of steps down the wicket. Kelly drives, but only as far as extra cover, and there is no run. Thinking of charity events, physical charity events, did you do the did you take part in the Matt Boyce walk as Hyam bowls down the leg side, pulled around the corner, but good work at short backward square on the 45, means it's just one. I hope you accompanied him for at least a.
Well, actually no. I was doing Land's End to John O'Groats the other way at the time. So when Matt was
seriously,
so when Matt was walking,
he didn't mention that.
Yeah, when Matt was walking,
in goes Hyam, bowls outside off stump, doesn't reach it and not signalled wide. Jones. Yeah,
he set off. He set off about 3 weeks ahead of us, and by the time we got up to Scotland, we kind of crossed paths. He was somewhere up a mountain as we went round the base, but so we didn't get to see him.
In goes Hyam, bowls. That one just drifts onto the legs of Eve Jones, who calmly turns it down towards long leg. Long chase round down there for Bryce, which means a couple for Jones. I didn't realise he didn't mention that at all, boys. I remember.
Yeah, no, when was that? 2012, I think
yeah,
it
no,
was.
I joined him for a leg in Devon, and it rained all day. Never been wetter. In goes Hyam and bowls. Oh, back goes Jones, but it bounces and hits her quite high above the pad. And that would have been guesswork on the part of umpire Pollard to give that. And umpire Pollard doesn't guess. Yeah, it was quite high. Hyam in again. Bowls. Back goes Jones. Not much foot movement, just prods it out to extra cover. Good stuff from Lucy Hyam, who's having conceded 10 runs from her 4th over, has just sort of dragged it back and now has bowled 7 overs for 29 at a runs per over of effectively pretty much 4.
Yeah, no, she's done a good job for us here actually. I think her and Leash over the last couple of overs have done well, so say it's up at 6.9 now.
Bowler through?
I think you probably would, yeah.
The squeeze, yeah.
I think you would, especially with a left-hander in there, in Jones, and I know she's going well, but she hasn't really got after Luce at any point. So, if Luce can potentially get one with turning away from the bat, then that opens up the end for us.
Pressland is in, whipped away off the front foot through the leg side by Marie Kelly. Little bit of a bottom edge though. It runs away down towards long leg. Monroe is the fielder, single taken. At the moment, the boundary's not coming for Sparks. Plenty of singles, the odd 2. The boundaries are key as that rate begins to creep up. In goes Pressland and bowls, nice and straight. Jones forward in defence. She's reached 70 now. She's faced 87 deliveries.
I think as well, if you're Eve Jones here, you're probably highlighting that she's the one who's got to bat through,
yeah.
And everyone can play around her.
Pressland is in, bowls to her, tucks her away off the legs, gets it away down towards backward square. Hyam comes in, gets a throw away quickly, single taken. Wonder if that 5 runs is going to be vital as it was last night.
I hope not.
No. In goes Pressland and bowls outside, off stump, allowed to go through by Marie Kelly. Bit low. Again, just highlighting. A little bit of bounce. A couple of the wickets have been relayed, dug up and relayed, looking to get a bit more pace in them. And they were used at the beginning of the season. It was great bounce and pace.
Okay.
They're completely different.
Yeah.
To the ones in the sort of centre and on this side of the square. In goes Pressland, bowls, hit hard down into the ground, but good work at extra cover means no runs result for Marie Kelly. And Andy would like to do a lot more. Yorkshire dug up there. Is it Yorkshire? One of the big clubs have just dug up. Durham have just dug up their entire square.
Oh wow.
Right across. Brought in a big machine the following day. In goes Pressland, bowls and turned into the leg side off the straight by Marie Kelly, but only as far as mid-wicket. And Harmer is the fielder, and there is no run. So just the 2 singles from the over. Be good to see you up. Thank you for coming up.
No,
really
thanks for having me, Rich.
Appreciate it, and no doubt you'll whiz past me on your bike one of these days.
I'm sure I don't. I generally don't get quite to Leicester on the bike, but
halfway point.
Halfway point. Cafe Ventoux, maybe.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, it's been good to see you, and thanks for having me. Hopefully, a good 20 overs of the rest of the game.
Good, mate. Thanks again.
Cheers.
Players having a drink. It is 30 overs up, 20 overs remain, 141 needed. So we'll be delighted that run rate required has gone up over 7, but 9 wickets in hand for Sparks. Which way is it going to go? They have capacity to hit out now, or start trying to push it on a bit. The umpire's having a word in mid-pitch. There was unquestionably a very clear show of dissent on the part of a very audible, shall we say, show of dissent on the part of Lightning. which, again, I repeat, apologies if you picked it up in the effects mic. Higham to continue round the wicket to Eve Jones, who drives pleasantly. She's got that past extra cover. Pye is out there though, gets to the ball quickly, gets a throw away quickly, and it is again just a single. Good to see Rob Taylor. In goes Higham over the wicket, tosses that one up, driven by Kelly, but only as far as extra cover. Straight to Bethan Ellis. Dot ball. Higham in again, bowls. Kelly goes down the wicket, takes a couple of steps, but Higham sees her coming, just drags her length back a bit, pushed out into the offside. Ellis fields again, another dot ball. Rate required up 7.3 now. Creeping up, Higham in, bowls onto the leg stump of Marie Kelly, who turns it into the leg side. Pye comes in off the mid-wicket boundary. Single taken. 27 to Marie Kelly off 46 balls, but the run rate, or the strike rate, for the batter is only 58. In goes Higham, who bowls, and forward goes Jones, pushing out into the offside. Kelly had gone quite a long way down the wicket, looking for a single. Throw came in quickly from Harman. No run. So just 2 singles off the first 5 balls of the over. Can Higham finish strongly? In she goes. Bowles tosses that one up, and Jones drives a full toss, but only as far as extra cover, where Bryce is the fielder. End of the over, just 2 runs from it again. Lucy Higham, 8 overs, none for 31. Strike rate per over, runs per over now 3.9 for her. Sparks 163 for 1. They're still well ahead in terms of the Duckworth-Lewis, which is always a useful guide, which is showing 147 at the moment. But they'll be conscious of that rate creeping up. It's at 7.4 now. They need another 141 runs from 19 overs. They need a couple of boundaries just to get a bit more momentum into the innings of Central Sparks. In goes Alicia Presslin, bowls full, whipped away off her toes by Marie Kelly, out to deep square. In from the boundary comes Sarah Bryce, gets a throw away, another single. In goes Preston, drops very short, and rocking back, cut out into the offside in front of square by Jones, but then she raises her eyes to the heavens. She's cross with herself, because again Bryce can get there quickly and prevent more than one being taken. Give you some scores from elsewhere, as in goes Presland. Bowls outside off stump, hit hard down into the ground but bounces up, and good work by Presland. Following up, make sure there's no singles. As a consequence, Western Storm 288 for 6, Sunrisers 207 for 7 off 45. It looks like Storm are going to win that one. Southeast Stars 227, Vipers, as in goes Presland and bowls again, nice and straight to Kelly, who can't get it beyond mid-off, dot ball again. Stars 227, Vipers 219 for 6 off 46. They need only then another 8 runs with 4 wickets in hand. Looks like they're going to get across the line there. Presland is in and bowling. just outside off stump, waited for it, Kelly, and guided it down to third man, turning for the second. Pye throws, but it's just too wide. A little bit wide, not taken cleanly by Freeborn. Need to do a bit more of that. Sparks put the Lightning fielders, and their fielding has been very good in comparison to the Sparks earlier, under a bit more pressure perhaps. Kelly on to 30, off 50, in goes Presslin, bowls to her outside off stump, cut away again, but only as far as the sweeper on the cover boundary, so just a single. End of Presslin's 5th over, none for 22 for Alicia Presland from her 5 overs, none for 31 for Lucy Hyam, and these two, as we were saying with Rob, have just put Sparks under a bit more pressure, and as a consequence the rate required has gone up now to 7.6. They don't want it to go beyond 8 if they can possibly help it. Hyam will understandably continue. Looks like she's going to bowl through. Over the wicket she goes to Marie Kelly, tosses that one up, played firmly back past the bowler on the onside, but only down to long on. Single taken. Hyam round the wicket to Eve Jones, who goes back to a slightly short ball and steers it away through the offside, but only as far as the sweeper. Another single. Lightning won't mind too many singles. In goes Hyam, bowls nice and straight, and all Kelly can do is block it back down the pitch on the offside. Dot ball, rate required 7.7. Hyam in again, bowls. Kelly a couple of steps down the wicket. Hyam length, dragged it back. All Kelly could do, play it back down the pitch to her. 2 dot balls in a row. Gold dust. In goes Hyam and bowls. Kelly goes back, making an awful lot of room for herself, and steers it out through the offside, but only as far as Sarah Bryce, out on the extra cover boundary. Single taken. 3 singles, 2 dot balls from the over so far. Rate required 7.8. In goes Hyam, bowls, driven by Jones, but only as far as extra cover. Good work there by the captain, Catherine Bryce. So another good over from Lucy Hyam, just 3 singles from it. 9 overs, none for 34 for her. 3.8. There are ways of building pressure, and Lightning are doing that effectively at the moment. 171 for 1 then, Sparks. A strong position for sure. They only need another 133, but the overs are starting to tick by. 17 remain. 7.8 they need to score at. Eve Jones has 74 off 94. Marie Kelly 33 off 55. They do need to start accelerating before too long. Otherwise, if a wicket falls, there's a lot of pressure on the incoming batters. Just hearing that the Tigers rugby match is off tomorrow. Not quite sure why that would be. I usually think that that's possibly COVID related. Gordon is back on at the Bennett end. Bowls to Marie Kelly, who tries to chop it away. Can't do so. It hard down into the ground. Gordon in again, bowls. Kelly this time makes a bit more room, does manage to get it away. This time could be 4. No, Pye runs around and cuts it off just in front of the meat. Saves a couple of runs. Good work out there. Athletic fielder, good hands, good throw. 2 taken by Kelly. She moves on to 35. Rate required 7.9. Gordon in again to Kelly, a couple of steps down the wicket, hits it in the air through mid-on, bounces twice, and then into the hands of long gone, so it's just a single. 174 for one. Jones 74, Kelly 36. They've added 70 so far for the second wicket after a partnership of 104 for the first wicket between Eve Jones and Gwen Davis. Round the wicket, over the wicket goes Gordon to the left-handed Jones, who just strokes the ball out through the offside into the gap in the field. Sarah Bryce, the fielder, out there. Single taken, 175 for one, 4 from the first 4 balls of the over. Gordon is in. Bowls. Kelly advances down the wicket, waits for the ball, clips it away off her toes out towards deep backward square. Single taken again, 5 from 5. Big ball this. Dot or one. Lightning over, more than that. Sparks over, and it's short, and looking to work it into the leg side, doesn't time it at all, Eve Jones, and it is a dot ball. So just 5 from Gordon's over, her 7th, 1 for 31 for her, the only wicket taker for Lightning so far. 176 for 1, 16 overs, 128 needed. Duckworth Lewis 165, Sparks 176 for 1. If they were to lose a wicket, though, that would change quickly, but at the moment you would still back them to chase this down with 9 wickets in hand. Lucy Hyam to finish her spell. In to Kelly. Bowls. Kelly down the pitch, edges in the air, and it's caught at backward point. Hyam raises her hands to the heavens. And Kelly, who was beginning to look a little bit laboured, she wasn't able to accelerate in the way she would have liked to, tried to change things, tried to advance down the wicket and loft Hyam back over her head, got the outside edge, and it looped kindly to backward point. The wicket has fallen. Good partnership though between Kelly and Jones, but I think probably deserved for Lucy Hyam. Who was bowled cleverly, intelligently, kept the squeeze on, hasn't been easy to get away, and in the end Kelly, a little bit desperate, gives the simplest of catches to backward point. So 95 balls remaining, 128 needed, wickets in hand now, 8. Not over by a long way this game. Jones at the moment holds the key. The catcher incidentally was Teresa Graves. She will not get an easier catch than that. Hyam and the skipper in consultation. New batsman is Emily Arlott. Tall right-hander. As in goes Hyam, boulder! First ball goes on with the arm and hits the top of off stump. Arlott cannot believe it. She's still looking back in dismay. But 2 in 2 for Lightning. Oh, a lovely delivery from Lucy Hyam, who again turns with 2 hands raised, and she really is getting her reward now. Super delivery. Lovely loop to it. And it hits the top of off stump. So poor Emily Arlott, having sat with her pads on for a long old time, sometimes it's the way of things. Goes first ball. 176 for 1 has become 176 for 3, and the required rate in terms of runs per over has gone up to 8.2. The pressure building on Central Sparks. Poppy Davis comes out to join Eve Jones on a hat-trick. Lucy Hyam, in she goes, bowls forward. In defence goes Poppy Davis, pushing it out into the offside. And there's no run. Wicket, wicket, dot for Hyam, who is in again, bowling and looking to clip it away on the leg side. All Davis can do is play it straight to mid-wicket along the ground. And again, there is no run. Wicket, wicket, dot, dot. In this her 10th over, Hyam is in and bowls, drops up one short, and that one is going to be a run off the over because it's worked away by Poppy Davis out towards mid-wicket, and the single is taken. I think she would have taken wicket, wicket, dot, dot, 1 at the start of the over, however, Lucy Hyam, so well will her last ball go. She can pick up the wicket of Jones as well. What an over it would be. In she goes, bowls to Eve Jones, who looks to turn it on the leg side, comes off the pad, goes towards short leg, and it is a dot ball to finish. An outstanding spell from Lucy Hyam. Her teammates applaud, and she's getting 1 or 2 pats on the back as well as a consequence. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 35 for Lucy Hyam. She's ensured, really, that Lightning's still very much in this game. Sparks need 304 to win, remember. They have 15 overs in which to score 127 runs. They are now behind on Duckworth Lewis as well. I mentioned those wickets making a big difference. Duckworth Lewis showing now 184. Sparks 177 for 3, but Eve Jones is there on 75 not out. Can she do for Sparks what Sarah Bryce, with her magnificent innings of 136 not out, did for Lightning? Kirsty Gordon will continue with her left arm spin from the Bennett end. Pointing going on out there. Catherine Bryce just getting her field right. Round the wicket comes Gordon to bowl to the new batter Davis, who goes back and defends. Pushes it out into the offside. Bryce is quickly on it. No run. Runs required, creeps up again, 8.6 now. Gordon is in, bowls straight, turned towards mid-wicket, took 2 or 3 steps down. Poppy Davis, but Lucy Hyam's quickly on to the ball. Dot ball again, 8.7. Gordon in, bowls outside off stump, turn down towards third man. That might run away for 4. And no, it won't actually, won't quite make it. Good chase back from Bryce. It will be 3 though for Poppy Davis. She wasn't sure there was going to be, but it was Jones running to the danger end. Called Davis through, and she picks up 3 to move her score onto 4. And Central Sparks onto 180 for 3. Rate required falls back to 8.6. Gordon stays around the wicket to the left-handed Jones, who turns the face of the bat on one. Just plays it straight to mid-wicket. Picked up by Bryce. No run. Gordon in again. Fuller played firmly back down the wicket, but Gordon dives to her left to make the stop. And each dot ball sees the runs required go up by a 10th, so it's 8.8 now in terms of rate required. Tenths at the Fisher County ground as in goes Gordon and bowls. Turn towards mid-wicket. Going to have to hurry, Poppy Davis there. The appeal is made, but she made her ground. Umpire Pollard walks towards the stumps with his head down. Still, just 4 runs from the over. Another good one as far as Lightning are concerned. 181 for 3. 14 overs remain. But running out of overs from the spinners. The key, what will happen when the medium pacers come back on? Has to make a change now at this end. Catherine Bryce, and who is she going to throw the ball to? .123 required. 7 wickets remaining. 14 overs. Looks as though she's going to go back to Sophie Munro, who was a little bit well, she was very expensive actually early on. 4 overs, none for 27. Rate conceded at 6.8, but even that wouldn't be enough now as far as Sparks are concerned. They need 8.8. Need boundaries. Central Sparks. Jones looks around. 76 off 100 for her. 2 fielders on the boundary on the leg side though, as Munro around the wicket is in. Bowling to Jones outside off stump, looking to cut it away. Doesn't get anything on it. Not taken cleanly by Freeborn behind the stumps, but docked ball nonetheless. Munro in again to Jones, and it's short down the leg side and helped on its way down to long leg. Poor delivery from Sophie Munro, and that really has lifted a bit of the pressure. Can't bowl down there, especially with fine leg up on the edge of the circle. Monroe goes for 4. And she comes again to Jones. Bowls again on 2 leg stump, but a fuller delivery clipped out into the leg side. Thinking about the second, but fielder gets to the ball quickly. I think it's Bethan Ellis out there. So just a 1 on that occasion for Eve Jones. 5 from the first 3, however. Delay while the field's changed for the right-hander Poppy Davis. Everybody ready now, making sure not too many out of the circle. Munro in over the wicket, down the leg side again though, and turned off her hip by Poppy Davis, down to long leg, single taken. All changing the field again. Munro in, bowl down the leg side. Good work by Freeborn to take the ball, but it's going to be signalled wide. There haven't been many of those in the last 20 or so overs. It does mean that that is 7 off the over and still 2 balls to bowl. Munro in again, bowls onto middle and leg. Turned into the onside, going to pick up 2. She pushed it in front of square, almost through mid-wicket. Hyam couldn't get there, and it was a long chase round for Sarah Bryce. Nine off the over with a ball to spare. Just what the Sparks doctor ordered, especially if they can finish with more runs off this final ball. Monroe is in, and they are going to pick up another, potentially two, turning for the second. Davis hesitates, going to have to hurry. Made the ground. It was a decent throw, but running to the danger end. Had the throw gone to the other end, things might have been interesting. But ground made. 11 off the over. Rate required down to 8.6. 112 needed from 13 overs. Gordon has 2 overs left to bowl. Key wicket continues to be that of Eve Jones. 85 not out off 105 balls. Sparks captain keeping her side in touch. In goes Gordon, round the wicket to the right-handed Davis, who clips it away off the straight almost, out towards the leg side boundary. In from the boundary comes Bryce, gets a throwaway, so just a single. At this stage, 186 for 4 Lightning, but they did accelerate markedly in the final few overs. Still very much in the balance though. Gordon stays around the wicket to the left-hander Jones, who just goes back. Turns her wrist on it, defends it out towards square leg. In from the boundary comes Ellis, single taken. Rotating things nicely now, Jones and Davis. In comes Gordon. It is going to be a dot ball on that occasion. Davis reaches forward and can only turn it to straight mid-wicket, where Hyam is the fielder. Gordon in again, and again turned towards Hyam, who came chasing in because it was in the air for a few feet. Well bowled by Gordon. No, not for a few feet. It was just straight to her though. In goes Gordon again. Back goes Davis. Defends out towards backward point, but 3 dot balls in a row means that the rate required has gone up to 9. Can't afford many dot balls, Sparks. In goes Gordon, bowls, and that's hit her on the front pad. There's appeal for leg before, and she has gone. And Kirsty Gordon raises her eyes to the heavens in relief. She has picked up a wicket with the last ball of her 9th over. Leg before wicket. Poppy Davis is given by umpire Melinda Underdown. Hit it on the back pad, back foot. Well, they needed to perhaps straighten a fraction, but pretty much hit in front. And another wicket goes. Poppy Davies, LBW Kirsty Gordon for 6. 194 for 4. Having been 176 for 1. Rate required climbing all the time. 9.2, 6 off 12 for Poppy Davis. Eve Jones. What can she do from here? Can the Sparks batters play around to give her some support in the way that Teresa Graves gave Sarah Bryce support in the Lightning innings? 12 overs remaining, 110 from 12, starting to look a tall order. Now the odds, you feel, beginning to drift in favour of the Lightning. Still ahead in comparison terms, 187 for 4 Lightning at this stage, 194 for 4 Sparks. As I say, Lightning played really well over the last 10 to 12 overs. Scored a lot of runs. Now, will Monroe continue? 5 overs, none for 38. 11 off her last over. She will continue. Bryce taking her time to set the field. Plenty of discussions going on out there. Kirsty Gordon's got a lot to say as well. Abby Freeborn isn't entirely convinced by the field at the moment. Two fielders behind square on the offside, on the edge of the circle, quite close to each other. Have moved a little bit further apart now. Monroe is in, just trying to hit the top of off stump. In she goes and bowls short, pulled away down towards backward square. Curious reaction from E. Jones. It looked as though she almost caught herself with her own bat as she swivelled. Single taken. 196 for 4. Brings a new batter on strike. Chloe Hill has come in at number 6 for Sparks. Right-handed bat. So we will have lots of changes to the field. They will continue. In from the boundary comes the sweeper from cover. Sarah Bryce. Just trying to put a little bit of a squeeze on Lightning. In goes Monroe over the wicket. Bowls and a swing and a miss from Chloe Hill. Well, she's gonna give herself one ball to have a little bit of a look. Maybe just work it away, pick up a single, get Jones back on strike, but that was a little bit wild from Hill. First ball, anyway. Still 11.5 overs to go. We're going to have a discussion after every delivery, it seems. Bryce and Monroe talking, and just one ball for the cover, Sarah Bryce, to be on the edge of the circle. She has now retreated to the boundary edge. Monroe in again to Hill, who looks to turn a delivery on the leg side, comes off the pad, and out from behind the stumps comes Freeborn. 2 dot balls in a row. 9.3 the rate required. 108 from 11.4. 11.4 overs. Monroe is in. Bowls outside off stump. Nice take by Freeborn, trying to steer it away. In fact, apologies because I missed a no ball in the second ball. I didn't even see a signal, but it has been marked. That must admit it's on the scoreboard. Therefore, that was the reason for the wild swing from Hill. It was a free hit. Apologies to her. In goes Monroe. Big drive from Hill. Attempted drive, didn't get anything on it. Dot ball again. Better from Monroe now. 4 dot balls in a row, including the free hit. Rate required 9.5. 196 for 4. Monroe in. Bowls, a nice straight delivery. All Hill can do is block it on the back foot out to extra cover. Catherine Bryce is the fielder. Struggling at the moment to get the ball away, Chloe Hill. 0 off 5 for her. Shadows of the trees creeping towards the pitch now, showing how low the sun is getting. It is mid-September, folks. In goes Monroe. Bowls under forward defensive from Chloe Hill, out into the offside end of the over. What could have been a horribly expensive one turns into a pretty good one as far as Sophie Monroe is concerned. Conceded just 2 from it, 3 from it, including the no ball. 87 to E. Jones. Chloe Hill yet to get off the mark. 196 for 4 means 108 needed off 11. The rate required almost 10 now. 9.8. He says should be able to work that one out. The wicket of well, Marie Kelly was starting to get a little bit bogged down when she got out with the score on 176 after a partnership of 72 with Jones, but Jones is just struggling a little bit to accelerate. Gordon is in to her. She looks to cut outside off stump, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Freeborn. Well bowled. She looks tired. Jones a little bit now. Has she got the stamina and power to get the ball away? Gordon is in, bowls to her onto the legs, fullish and clipped away, but only as far as the sweeper on the mid-wicket boundary, so it's just one to E. Jones. She moves on to 88, 197 for 4. Rate required is now in double figures, is now 10. Chloe Hill has got to get the scoreboard moving. At least get Jones back on strike. She cannot soak up dot balls. In goes Gordon, bowls to her, and she is going to get off the mark there. She stretches forward and dabs it towards square leg. Running across from mid-wicket is Munro, so single taken. Two for 39 for Kirsty Gordon from 9.3 overs. In she goes, round the wicket to Jones, who goes back and tries to force into the offside, doesn't time it, goes straight to short extra, where Nancy Harman is the fielder. Shortish extra. Dot ball again, 2 from the first 4 balls of the over. In goes Gordon, bowls, back goes Jones, tries to drive off the back foot, misses, head goes down. All of a sudden she looks very weary indeed, and sparks falling rapidly behind the required rate. In goes Gordon, bowls and onto the leg stump, and Jones turns it into the leg side, but that is a weary run up the pitch. Single taken. End of the over. Just 3 singles from it, but that is Gordon done. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 40. Good effort from Kirsty Gordon. She and Lucy Hyam have really swung this game back in Lightning's favour. Sheer weight of runs now beginning to tell. 10 overs to go, 105 needed, 10.5 the rate required. 75-25 you feel now with 6 wickets in hand, but Jones looking tired and Hill struggling to get the scoreboard moving. Round the wicket comes Munro, bowls to Jones, who swings herself off her feet again. Was it a full toss? It's going to be another no ball. I don't know what Munro is doing. Whether that was a full toss for height, and it's another free hit. Sophie Munro got that one horribly wrong. Each time they get in a position of dominance. Yeah, it was a full toss, and it was above waist height. Jones swung it away into the leg side, could only get it away for 1. It means the right-handed Hill will be on strike for the free hit. But she's been struggling to get the ball away. Got to use this opportunity. Chloe Hill and the Sparks. An endless delay now. Quite what's going on out there. Danger of severe danger, I would suggest, of missing the cut-off time, which I can't quite make out on the score, but I think it's... No, I can't see it from here. Need a pair of binoculars, which I haven't got. fact, Munro will have to be taken off, having bowled 2 no balls for height. Of course that's the case, which means she's going to be replaced by Bethan Ellis. Right arm over for Ellis to bowl to Chloe Hill. Bowls down the leg side, tries to swing it down there, will be signalled wide, so the next delivery will be a free hit as well. It is turning into an endless over. Ellis in, bowls straight and advancing down the wicket. Hill gets plenty of it out towards deep mid-wicket. Will be just a single though. Good work out there on the mid-wicket boundary by Sachi Pai again. And look at how many balls of the over we've actually had. I think just the 2. 1, 2. Although 4 balls have been bowled, I think we've just had 2 legitimate deliveries. Might just have had 1, I'm not quite sure. Round the wicket goes Ellis and bowls a gentle full toss onto the leg stump of Eve Jones, who bunts it out towards mid-wicket. Could have taken a second because it wasn't fielded cleanly out there by Sarah Bryce, but by the time they'd thought about it, Hill and Jones, it was too late. Bryce had picked it up again, and just a single taken. Ellis in to the right-hander, drops the ball, which rolls towards the stumps, and frankly this over is becoming something of a farce. However, it's all signalled a non-delivery by umpire Pollard. We'll try again. The over will finish one day. In goes Ellis, bowls onto the pads, a gentle full toss that is missed by Chloe Hill, comes off the pads. So a dot ball for the first time in the over. I think we've had 4 balls now. Ellis turns, is in, bowls, that's fairly straight, thankfully, and played out towards backward point, who isn't quite sure where the ball has gone. It bounces off her as she dives forward. But it bounces forward, back towards the stumps, so no chance of a single, not prepared to take a single. Chloe Hill, Ellis is in, bowls onto the leg stump, swung away by Hill, but only as far as deep square, and it is going to be just a single. Good fielding out there on the boundary in the shade of the trees. The over goes on. I think we have just 1 to come. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 balls have been bowled, so it will be a 9-ball over, assuming this is a legitimate delivery. Delivered from around the wicket. In goes Ellis and bowls. It is a legitimate delivery, blocked back to her by Eve Jones. And that is the end of a very strange over indeed, which was begun by Sophie Munro. Another no ball on height meant she had to be taken out of the attack. Bethan Ellis picked up the slack, so to speak, struggled a little bit with a couple of wides, which meant the no ball, the free hit had to be bowled again, so a 9-ball over. In the end, not too much damage done as far as Lightning are concerned. The rate required is now 11. 9 overs remain, 99 needed. Jones, who has completely, it seems, run out of steam, is on 91 off 115 balls. Chloe Hill, who can't get the ball away, is on 3 off 11. And Catherine Bryce, who bowled 5 overs at the start of proceedings, which seems like a while ago now, for 32 runs, is back on at the Bennett end. Just warms up her shoulder, changes to the field again. 205 for 4 Sparks are still in this if they can get the ball away. In goes Bryce and bowls, forced out into the offside off the back foot by Hill. It'll just be one though. Singles no longer enough. Pretty much to a ball needed by Sparks now. They need Jones to find a little bit of energy from somewhere. Bryce around the wicket is in and bowls full, clipped away, half volley off leg stump but down towards long gone. Who is in position, so it's just a single for Jones, who moves on to 92. Bryce is in and bowling to Hill, who swings and misses. They're going to take a single because the ball isn't taken cleanly by Freeborn, who hurls the ball at the stumps. It bounces over them. So I think in the end, a bye, waiting for a signal. No, a little bit of an edge on it. Managed to hit it into the ground. Remains to be seen. It's all getting a little bit messy out there. In goes Bryce and bowls around the wicket, dug out by Jones, gets it past mid-wicket down towards long gone. The single eventually taken. The music coming from the pub that is on the boundary edge here. I think it's coming from the pub anyway. There's a pub called the Cricketers here at Grace Road, and on Saturday afternoons of late they've been having a sort of karaoke. Let us hope that if it is a karaoke, they're a little bit more tuneful than they've been in recent weeks. In goes Bryce, bowls and is bowled. Big swing and a miss from Chloe Hill. It's been a rather tortured innings from Chloe Hill. Hasn't been able to get the ball away. She went for the big heave-ho across the line, missed it, and had her off stump knocked back. And it looks as though now it is going to be the Lightning's game. The weight of runs has told, and from 176 for 1, Central Sparks are now 209 for 5. Unless they can produce, well, I was going to say a rabbit from the hat, but a rabbit is the last thing that Sparks need right now. How many balls to go in this over? 1. 4 singles and a wicket. Players take the opportunity to have drinks and perhaps get the sanitising done, which would normally be done at after 42 overs. There's still 1 ball to be bowled, but hopefully they've used this time wisely. Out to the wicket comes the famous name, Boycott. I think Sir Geoffrey might struggle, needing pretty much 12 and over now off the last 8. See what Clare can do. Right-hander. In goes Bryce and bowls to her. Gentle floating delivery that's stroked out towards mid-off. Just slightly wide of mid-off though, has to make a bit of ground to her left. So the single is taken. 5 runs and a wicket from the over. 210 for 5. 94 needed from the last 8 at, as I say, pretty much 12 and over now. Shadows from the trees now just about touching the pitch. I think the cut-off time is 6:11. A little bit hard, as I say, to see because the numbers are so small on the electronic scoreboard. It's an informative scoreboard, but that just cut-off time is tiny. That's my excuse. And for the first time, the worm is dropped below the Sparks worm. In goes Ellis, continuing to bowl, having replaced, I guess she's going to have to bowl all Munro's remaining overs. That delivery is on leg stump and pushed away by Boycott out towards deep mid-wicket. Single taken. Single's good as far as Lightning are concerned. Jones has got to find the boundary. Round the wicket comes Ellis and bowls to her. She reaches forward, but all she can do is push it out towards extra cover. Where the Lightning skipper is the fielder, Bryce. Ellis, a little skip at the start of her run. She's in and bowls, and she has got that one away. Jones, it should go for 4. She had to reach for it a little bit, but that's what she's got to do. She has to throw the bat. Got it over point. Didn't get all of it by any stretch of the imagination, but she picks up 4 and moves on to 97. Kirsty Gordon down at long on is dancing to the music, so it can't be coming from the cricketers, it's too tuneful. In goes Ellis and drives it out towards Gordon, who goes chasing in, but before she can get there, running across is Sophie Munro. From mid-off to mid-on, so it'll be just a single for Jones, moves on to 98. She's almost grinding to a halt where Sarah Bryce accelerated. In goes Ellis, bowls to Boycott, who waits and forces it away, out towards extra cover. Should be a couple hesitation between Jones and Bryce. Good throw from Sarah Bryce. Between Jones and Boycott, I beg your pardon. Sarah Bryce's throw was a good one, right next to the stumps. And I suspect Jones, who's on 98, would not have made her ground. Ellis is in, bowls to Jones, who pushes it back through a straight mid-on. Will have to settle for 1, but she will keep the strike. So moves on to 99. The throw comes in. End of Bethan Ellis's second over. None for 12 for her. 7 overs remain. 86 needed. Rate required 12.3. So even with the 4 and all the singles in that over, it wasn't enough to even reduce the rate required. 12.3. But Eve Jones on 99 has worked very hard off 121 balls and deserves 100 now. Sparks standing on the other side of the boundary at long on, watching as the skipper waits to face Catherine Bryce. In goes Bryce and bowls and is defended by Jones, but only as far as mid-wicket, where it is picked up, and there is no run. Bryce turns, is in and bowls. Is that the single? It is. Jones picks up the one she needed. A yell of applause, and she's going to turn for the second as well, as she just tickled it away behind square on the leg side. Picks up 2, and that is 100. She takes off her helmet and raises both helmet and bat to her teammates. 101 off 123 balls for Eve Jones. Well batted. She's kept her side in with a chance, facing a really formidable score. They're well behind the rate now. She needs to find that little bit more. In goes Bryce, bowls, swing and a miss. Attempted drive and a miss from Jones. Come on Evie is the shout from her teammates over the boundary. As I say, she does look desperately tired now. In goes Bryce and bowls. She tries a scoop and she's got it away. That's going to run away for 4. Nice work by Jones, who used her feet well, stepped across, and a little scoop shot over what was effectively fine leg, and she picks up 4. Dot 2, dot 4, 6 from the first 4 balls. then for Sparks, just about staying in touch. 12.6 the rate required, 80 more needed. In goes Bryce, bowls a very slow delivery till she waits for Jones and then clips out towards long on. Picks up a single. 106 she moves on to Boycott, who's showing a little bit more, what's the word, gumption perhaps than Chloe Hill, who just couldn't get the ball away at all. She's got 3 off 3. Boycott has looked to score each time. In goes Bryce and bowls, and that is going to be another single. Foolish onto leg stump. Could be 2. Yeah, it will be 2 because it's between 2 fielders who converge on the ball. Boycott picks up a second. So 2, 6, 7, 8, 9 from the over. A decent over as far as Sparks are concerned, but again, when you need now 12.8, 9 is good, but not enough. 77 needed from 6, 12.8. Lightning's one feels now to lose. To 7 for 5. Eve Jones 106. Bethan Ellis will continue around the wicket to Eve Jones. In she goes, bowls to Jones, who swings it out over the offside, in from the boundary. Comes Sashi Pai, gets to the ball on about the 3rd bounce, so just 1 to Jones, moves on to 107. Rate required now 13. 76 off 5.5 overs. Ellis is in, bowls, and back goes Boycott, forcing out into the offside, but straight, along the ground straight, to extra cover. There is no run. Bryce the fielder. Ellis is in again, in the air but just short of Bryce at extra cover this time. Popped up a little bit by Boycott. Couple of dot balls, just 1 from the first 3. Rate required as a consequence now 14. Just under 13.9. Ellis in again to Boycott, who gets a leading edge, should be caught, is caught by the skipper running across from extra cover. Boycott did her best, but again the pressure told, and the wickets falling now. It's almost all over. Sparks 228 for 6. Latest to go, Claire Boycott, caught by Catherine Bryce. The bowler Bethan Ellis. Lewis increases as a consequence to 257. 76 needed now from 5.2 overs. The shadows of the trees now right across. They're not massive trees by any stretch of the imagination. I'm ashamed to say I'm not absolutely sure what they are. They might be limes. I apologise to anybody who knows better. But they run between the net area. Very good nets, fantastic nets here at Fisher County Ground. And the Grace Road outfield and the stands. In goes Ellis round the wicket to Jones, who drives out into the offside. Pai, who's done sterling work out there as the sweeper. Looks a real athlete, gets to the ball quickly and keeps it down to just a single. One ball to go in what has been a very good over as far as Lightning are concerned. Just 2 singles and a wicket from it. Ellis is in round the wicket. Bowls on off stump, just pushed out into the offside by Russell, who has come in to replace Boycott. Liz Russell opened the bowling for the Sparks. but it's a no ball. What on numbers? Free hit. Goodness me, last ball of the over. That's astonishing. A little bit unprofessional. In goes Ellis again, bowls. Down the wicket goes Jones, has a mighty swing and comes off, I think, the pad. Picked up by Freeborn coming out from behind the stump. So once again, the free hit is not really punished. 231 for 6, Sparks at the end of the 45th over. 5 overs remain, 73 needed. 15 and over pretty much now. And the game is drifting to a close. What's that? 534 runs scored so far today. A testimony to the quality of the pitch, if you like that sort of thing. If you like a really good pitch and a lot of runs and a fast outfield. It's been a batter's game. I think that one of the big differences between the sides today has been the quality of the fielding. Lightning's has been pretty good. Sparks was pretty dire, to be honest. In goes Catherine Bryce, and there's a little bit of a mix-up between Liz Russell and Eve Jones. In the end, they both go back to their original starting positions, and it is all recorded in the scorer's book as a dot. Bryce turns round the wicket, comes into Jones, looks to swing it away. There's a peel for leg before, and she's gone. She has finally got, I beg your pardon, Russell has gone leg before wicket. She was trying to work it into the leg side, the left-hander. Another one has come and gone quickly as far as the Sparks are concerned. Liz Russell, the latest. Just a single to her. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, back leg. Might just have hit leg stump. Decent appeal. Leg before wicket. 3. 231 now for 7. From 176 for 1 to 231 for 7. Scoreboard pressure has told in the end the weight of runs. While Davis and Jones were together and going so well in adding 104 for the first wicket, the wicket of Davies was crucial. She looked capable of going big quite quickly. She was on 48. She's given out caught behind by wicketkeeper Abby Freeborn off the bowling of Kirsty Gordon. Marie Kelly played well for her 37, but the pressure was mounting all the time on Eve Jones. In goes Bryce and bowls to the next batter, who's Hannah Baker. Dug out, a full delivery, blocked out, dot ball, dot wicket, dot. For Bryce, who's got 2 for 46 as she goes in and bowls again to Baker, who can only defend that one back down the wicket. Another dot. It's not Baker, it's Wong. I thought that was bigger than Hannah Baker, I must admit. In goes Bryce, and is worked by Wong out towards long on. Scoreboard changes back. It had it down as Baker initially. Definitely bigger, taller figure Izzy Wong than Hannah Baker. Although Hannah Baker was probably just about the pick of the Sparks bowlers earlier today. Bowled really nicely. 1 for 49 from her 10 overs for the young leg spinner. Good effort in a total of 303. Round the wicket comes balls to Jones. Tries to work it to leg. Ball just drops down at her feet. Dot ball as a consequence. So just 1 run from the over and a wicket. 232 for 7. 4 overs remain for Sparks to score 72 runs. It's going to be, in the end, a pretty conclusive victory for Lightning, and thankfully the penalty, the 5-run penalty incurred for some audible dissent, is not going to be too damaging, but hopefully that is a lesson learned by Catherine Bryce and her team. Bethan Ellis to continue. Ball over number 4 from the pavilion end, in and bowls to Wong, drives meatilly, gets plenty of it, but straight out to extra cover. Bryce is indeed the fielder. Ellis tosses the ball from hand to hand. Little skip to start a run, in she goes, and bowls drops very short on the leg side, whipped away, or attempted to be whipped away by Wong, down towards fine leg, in the way. That short fine leg is a fielder, so it's just a single in the end. She's off the mark. Well, she actually is already off the mark, so 2 to her now. Jones on 108, almost not quite static, but she's finding it hard to put one foot in front of another. I only do mean ground to a halt. Round the wicket goes Ellis and bowls to her, and she drives, but only as far as mid-off, bounces off the long barrier. Bryce picks up and throws to the wicket-keeper, but the single has been completed. Jones on to 109. Sounds like a bit of reggae in the distance. Goes Ellis and bowls. That will be singled wide because it's down the leg side, taken by Abby Freeborn, but Wong tried to swing it away, couldn't get anything on it. Ellis is in the air, sliced straight to point by Izzy Wong, and the catch is taken. Another wicket for Bethan Ellis, and the end now coming fast for the Central Sparks. .235 for 8. Suspect it's Teresa Graves, the catcher. She has been fielding at point. Confirm that shortly. But Beth Ellis, who I'm sure it was Teresa Graves, Beth Ellis, who have been necessarily been expecting to bowl, having come on to replace, been forced to come on to replace Munro, has picked up a couple of wickets. She goes in and bowls to Jones, who forces out into the offside, out to Sashi Pai on the extra cover boundary. Single taken. Jones on to 110 now for 132 balls. She just hasn't been able to accelerate her strike rate in the way that Sarah Bryce was able to do. Ellis is in and reaching forward. It is Hannah Baker this time. Thick outside edge. Hesitation mid-pitch, but Jones goes through with the run and makes it comfortably. End of the over though. It means that Hannah Baker has kept the strike. 5 runs from it, including the wide of course. 3 overs remain, 67 needed. Looks like it's going to be a win by about 50 runs, for maybe more, for the Lightning. Nice way to finish their season. After some close games, only once have they been beaten badly. Everything else has been close, so they finished with 2 wins. In comes Bryce to bowl. Full toss. Baker can't quite time it as she looks to get forward and drive. It goes straight out to mid-off. There is no run. Bryce in again, bowls. Baker reaching forward, driving again, but only as far as extra cover. 2 dot balls. Bryce will bowl out. 2 for 47 she has at the moment, unless the last 2 wickets fall quickly. Bryce in again to Baker. Full delivery, looking to work on the leg side. Thumps into the bottom of her pads. Dot ball, 3 dot balls in a row. Bryce in again, bowls, and this one Baker has got away out towards deep mid wicket. Should pick up 2. Jones turns and running through treacle a little bit, gets back to the non-striker's end. Baker on to 3. 239 for 8. Bryce, 5th ball of the over, in again to Baker, full, dug out, but from mid and leg out towards long on. 1 taken. Baker on to 4. Field changes for the left-handed. Eve Jones, 110, she's on 132 balls, strike rate 83. Round the wicket comes Bryce and bowls to her. She goes back, tries to work it on the leg side. It will be signalled wide. Is. Another one to bowl then for Catherine Bryce. Turns. Is in, bowls, full, on off stump, driven just outside off stump, in fact driven out to extra cover by Jones. Can't pierce the field however, so a dot ball. 4 runs from the over. 2 overs remain to be bowled. Cut-off point 6:12. So they've got plenty of time in which to bowl this last over. Lightning. It will of course be Bethan Ellis. 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 21 for her. Going to be bowling to Hannah Baker on 4. In she goes. Bowls. Baker goes back and times it quite nicely. She pushes it out to Pye at deep mid wicket. Takes 1. Good throw as ever. Ellis is in, an attempted scoop by Jones. Tried to play it right-handed to left-hander, didn't get anything on it, all but boulder. Freeborn takes off the bails, but she'd gone nowhere. But this business of having the umpires coming in, don't half had a lot of time. Bethan Ellis in, bowls onto the legs of Eve Jones, who just pushes it into the leg side. Should be 2, and he's going to make it. Good effort by Jones. Could have been overthrows there, but the alert Pye came running in from the extra cover boundary to back up, made sure it was just 2. 112 to Eve Jones. 9 legitimate balls of the game remain. In goes Ellis. Bowls. Jones drives hard. Back past the bowler. Mid-off. Gets to the ball quickly. Sophie Munro, that is. But always going to be a single as a consequence. Ellis in again to Baker, drives, misses, appeal for a stumping, and she's got her man. Nice work by Abby Freeborn. Behind the stumps, just overbalanced Hannah Baker. And the 9th Sparks wicket falls. Hannah Baker stumped Freeborn. Bowled Ellis for for 5. 245 for 9. Seven balls left to be bowled. And it looks as though Eve Jones is going to carry her bat. Pretty impressive effort from the Sparks skipper, but it was always a huge ask to chase down that massive Lightning score. Patel is the new bat, and she's solidly forward to the final. Ellis delivery back into the offside, dot ball, and Beth Ellis, who, as I say, kind of anticipated bowling today, or probably didn't anticipate bowling today, walks off with figures of 5 overs, no maidens, 3 for 25. Thank you very much. Maybe she'd have come on. Maybe she would have replaced Sophie Monroe anyway. I suspect not, but who knows. At the other end, Catherine Bryce, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 51, will bowl out, and she's going to go round the wicket to Eve Jones, and short fine leg goes running back to the boundary for the left-hander. In comes Bryce and bowls a nice drive from Jones, only as far as mid-off, but mid-off is back on the edge of the circle. So she takes one, moves on to 114, brings Anisha Patel down on strike. No thought of protecting her from Eve Jones. In goes Bryce, bowls to her. She works it out into the leg side. There is a second there. She's going to have to hurry back. Had the throw hit, had the throw been remotely accurate, Patel would have been run out. She had come halfway back down looking for the second. Jones, feet in concrete, was going absolutely nowhere, having just about completed one. And that should have been that. It wasn't. In comes Bryce and bowls to Jones, who steps us back, trying to make room. Bryce follows her. Good bowling, bowls a full delivery, pretty much a Yorker that's worked out towards long on by the left-hander. Jones, she picks up one, moves on to 115, 1-1-1, 3 balls left. Bryce in to Patel, bowls, hit in the air, should all be over, caught and bowled, it is all over. Lightning have won 248, all out. The Sparks chasing 303. 52 plus 3 is 55. The Lightning have won by 55 runs in this final game for both sides in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. And I hope you've enjoyed the commentary that has accompanied the feed from the Fisher County Ground, Grace Road. My thanks to Lightning head coach Rob Taylor, who came in to join me. My name is Richard Ray. I'm the BBC Radio Leicester domestic cricket commentator, and it's been a privilege and a pleasure to commentate on a really good game of cricket between Lightning and the Sparks. Moments of controversy as well as great skill, particularly shown by Sarah Bryce, who made 136 not out off